Now we should be live. Let's make sure. Let me do one more thing. Edit. We're here. I had to pick the right screen. Happy National Career Coach Day. Happy Job Seeker Summit. There are so many of you out there tuning in, and I am excited that you are joining us for this second annual event. We've got lots of stuff to do to kind of get this ball rolling. So first, I'm going to get you all oriented to the day. Many of you are already ahead of the game with sharing where you're coming from, where in the world you are, and your LinkedIn profiles, because this is a great way to meet peers, potential connections for jobs, friends, you never know. I'm a huge fan of connecting. I think LinkedIn is a great way to do that. And I know we're coming at you live on LinkedIn. So for any of you out there watching on LinkedIn Live instead of StreamYard, I do want to remind you that if you haven't already signed up where is it? Oh, I had it on here. Well, if you haven't already registered for the event at nationalcareercoachday.com, please do. That's how we're going to send out the recordings from all the events, including the breakout sessions, which will not be streaming live on LinkedIn. So if you want all the goods from today and more advice about job searching and career growth than you can handle, that is what you want to do. Nationalcareercoachday.com will get you registered. Now, in the meantime, I've got I thought I just removed something I didn't want to remove. And here, I'm playing around with view settings here, y'all, while I get situated, because some of my panelists are already on the screen. And so actually what I'm going to have all of you do is a little favor. Could all of you put yourselves in the green room for me? Just for the next 15, 20 minutes, and then I'll add you to the stage when we're ready. This is one of those interface things that you don't realize what's happening until you bring everybody on and you're like, oh, that's how this is going to work. So I love that all of you are willing to let me test things out. And so, because I thought I could be a talker. Okay, let's just do it that way. Let's see. All right, here we go. That's a little bit better. That way you can see everything on your screen, because we've got announcements. We've got big things rolling out that I want to make sure you get the full experience of. So first things first, let's talk about what is happening throughout the day today. So here is your schedule for the summit. Here in about 20 minutes, we are going to kick off the first Ask Me Anything panel, where we've got a great lineup of experts who are going to answer all of your burning questions about all things resumes, both things I have queued up and things that you're going to queue up. So one of the things that's really important to me anytime we do an event like this is interaction and making sure you have space to engage with all of us. So questions in chats are fully welcome, encouraged. I will be trolling to make sure we bring those to the stage. I do want to point out that we're going to have breakout rooms today, which I'm really excited about. So all the panelists you see will be moving into Zoom rooms after the panel. And we will be bringing up links to help you get to where you want to go, and making sure that you're in the breakouts and talking to the experts and about the topics that you find most valuable. The resume breakouts are tailoring your resume if you're looking for kind of tech expertise, what recruiters are looking for on a resume, and then also a career change breakout session. And I want to just take a minute to recognize that we have a few experts who are supposed to be with us this morning, but due to the California fires, we're not entirely sure we're going to have Kathy, who is really close and in pre-evacuation. So Kathy Balon, our thoughts are with you. And obviously, family and safety comes first. So we might be making a few ad hoc changes to who's in what breakout room, but you all don't worry. You're going to get so much out of this day, you won't know what to do with it, no matter who you are talking to. Again, one more time, I want to remind any of you out there who haven't registered yet to head over to nationalcareercoachday.com and do that so that you can access all of the recordings and also be entered to win some of our giveaways. So we're going to do some drawings at the beginning of the job search panel this afternoon and at the beginning of the interview panel. So you definitely want to be registered because that's where we are pulling winners from. And I've got some good prizes for you all. So you don't want to miss that. And then that's what's coming next. So let me remove this from the stage and talk to you all for a minute. So the last thing is we'll also have a networking hour here at the end of the day. So that'll be on Zoom as well. And again, anytime we're moving from StreamYard to Zoom, we'll be sure you know exactly where to go. And networking is fun because after this whole day of building knowledge together, it's fun to just kind of kick back, relax, and who knows, maybe I'll make it a happy hour. You never actually know. And so you've heard me mention how important I think connection is. And it's one of the reasons I founded National Career Coach Day. And this summit is a component of that event. It's a way for my peers and I to come together and give back to you. But before we do that, I have to celebrate my people. This is National Career Coach Day. We were in news this morning in Montgomery, Alabama, and another news channel that had picked up National Career Coach Day and was doing all kinds of celebrating and interviews about what people are doing to help others improve careers. And it's so exciting to see this kind of ripple effect. And it wouldn't be a true celebration of career coaching and resume writing if I didn't bring you all some surprises. So before we start focusing on all of you job seekers, I want us to celebrate and give a little something to the career coach and community. So in honor of National Career Coach Day, I have some fun little gifts for you all. So let's start with maybe a little drum roll because I have been working really hard to create something that is so close to my heart. And I am like kind of anxious and maybe stalling a little bit because this is a really, really big announcement that isn't just about today, but the future of career coaching. And so without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to a new initiative.
I love the business of coaching. From the minute I stepped foot into this industry, I became fascinated by how creative and strategic our businesses could be simply because of the unique experience and knowledge and perspective that we as individuals bring to it. It's also pretty incredible what kind of impact we're able to have on the people that we serve. But I have also noticed how fast the coaching industry is changing and evolving, and what hasn't kept up are the resources for us to continue innovating and pushing the boundaries of what we can do in this world. And that is why I created the Modern Coach. At the very fundamental, this is a community. It is a place for forward-thinking, like-minded coaches to come together, grow, develop, train, and collaborate together. I completely believe that business and coaching is better shared, and I wanted to create a place where we could do that while also continuing to develop our own skills so that we can have the impact we really want to have. Coaching changes lives. And imagine the next level of impact you can have if you continue to push your own boundaries and skills and take them to the next level while we all work to push our industry into the future. Welcome to the Modern Coach.
Yee! That is what is big and happening in 2025 for me. And I am so excited to introduce you to CareerBender's new sister brand, The Modern Coach, for a coach, by a coach, helping all of us who are forward-thinking coaches really step into the 21st century, shake our industry up, and have amazing, even more amazing impact than we already do. I've had such a hard time keeping my mouth shut about this, and some of you may have gotten a teaser and know that I couldn't keep my mouth shut about it. And to commemorate the launch, I'm not even done yet, y'all. You think only a video is what's coming your way? So to commemorate the launch of the Modern Coach, I have two very special things. to announce. So here we go. The first is I'd like to introduce you to the first annual Momentum Awards. So these are awards to celebrate forward-thinking coaches who are playing a big role in shaping the industry's future. And nominations are officially open as of this second. So we're going to give you a QR code here in a minute where you can go over, nominate your favorite coach, your best friend, yourself for a Momentum Award. We're going to recognize and celebrate forward-thinking coaches in 5 categories: career-specific coaching, executive and leadership coach, a specialized coach. So somebody who may focus on interviewing or personal branding or even wellness or LinkedIn coaching. We're also going to celebrate someone who works in an academic setting, because that is such a critical part to setting people up for career success. And then we're also going to recognize a thought leader in their industry who is really making strides in shaping the industry's future. So I am so excited. This is an iteration or an evolution of the best of list that I have put out for the last few years. And so taking that one step further to really formalize it into an actual like nomination, voting, and selection committee decision-based awards that are legitimate and will help you market yourself even better. Because one of the things I want to do for my peers and coaches through the Modern Coach is not only help you build your businesses, which you all know I am super passionate about and have been working on for the last year, but I also want to help you become even stronger, more well-rounded practitioners, which brings me to the second component of what we are doing to celebrate the launch of the Modern Coach. And that is our first official training program. So I'd like to introduce you to the Master Job Search Strategist, an 18-week live training to help you understand and learn more than you ever thought you could on how to offer and become a job search coach. So whether you offer this already in your business and want to strengthen or deepen your skills, or this is something you've been considering adding to an already existing career services business, this has been my bread and butter that has impacted clients. And I've had so many people ask me to teach them how to be a job search coach. And I figured, hey, why not? And so this is for career coaches and resume writers out there who want to build skills in both practitioner and business. You can click this QR code. It'll take you to the page where you can apply for the program and also read about the very in-depth curriculum. And then this is how you can meet the Modern Coach. So if you hop over to this QR code, or you go to themoderncoach.co/JSS. I'm going to put a link in chat. You can find out information about the Momentum Awards. You can find out more information and read about the curriculum for the Modern Job Search Strategist Training Program. And you can also sign up to attend an info session on June 30th about that program. So, there we have it. What do you all think? I have seen lots of little chat things going that I can't read because I'm over here just announcing big things and so excited about it. But I didn't want the second annual Job Search Summit to come and go without some really exciting things for coaches and peers. And I am very, very, very excited to see what the Modern Coach is able to do for me, for you, and for the job seekers out there. Because really at the heart of it, while I've been talking about coach to coach things for the last few minutes, this is all so that we can be better for you. And now it's time for us to transition and start giving back to you in honor of National Career Coach Day. So I kicked off by celebrating my business. By the way, today is its 7th birthday, which is why I founded National Career Coach Day on the day I did, and why it felt like such a great day to introduce you to the Modern Coach and this sister brand that's going to help coaches go to the next level so that we can help all of you in your careers, which is what the rest of today is all about. So because a lot of other people have joined us, I'm going to go back real quick and just recap the schedule. And then I'm going to give my panelists a little 2-3 minute warning that we're going to start a little early. So you're going to get an extra like 5 to 7 minutes of resume advice here. So Real quick, for any of you who have joined us, I want to remind you that if you're watching on one of the social channels or LinkedIn Live, to register at nationalcareercoachday.com, because that is how you're going to get the playbacks from today, because all of the breakouts will not be streaming live. However, we're going to record those and make sure that everybody who registers gets them. So if you wanted to go to 2 breakouts and didn't make it, you'll have access to the conversations in those. So great thing to do. It's also how you will be registered for the giveaways that we're going to do later today. So for the next 2 hours, we're talking all things resume. So we've got a panel queued up here, and I'm going to figure out who's on it, because we've had some last minute changes due to some just events, life events we can't control. And I'm going to bring everybody up here, and we're going to just do open Q&A. I've got a bunch of common questions lined up for everybody. I definitely welcome you all to put questions in chat. I'm going to start monitoring that now that I am no longer flapping my gums at you. And then we'll take a little break after the breakout sessions, come back for a job search, Ask Me Anything panel with breakout sessions on that. And then the interview panel will round out the day before we head into networking. So if you need to take a screenshot of this schedule, please do. You can also see all of this at nationalcareercoachday.com. And without further ado, I think we should start doing some Ask Me Anything resumes. I've got to grab one thing I forgot to add to my folder. So here we go.
Hi, I'm Kathy Balon, founder of KB Career Coaching. With over a decade of experience, I specialize in LinkedIn optimization, resume building, and guiding entrepreneurs. While my expertise is rooted in the fashion and footwear industries, I also excel in helping executives across all fields navigate career transitions and achieve their goals.
Hello, job seekers. My name is Dustin Beasley, and I am the founder of 417 Resume Renovators. I am a professional resume writer and career coach, working with everyone from college graduates all the way up to the C-level, specializing in working with mid-level managers, emerging executives, and career changers. I've been in the career services space for 4 years. Prior to that, I spent 15 years in operations management and leadership development.
My name is Franklin Buchanan. I'm the owner of Post Up Careers. I've been in the career services, coaching, and resume writing space since 2014. And I help my clients, who are typically senior manager and above, stand out in their job search with personalized, future-focused resume, LinkedIn, cover letter, interview preparation, and job search networking assistance.
Hi, I'm Chaz Flood. I'm the founder of UFlow, and I'm an ex-Fame recruiter turned career coach and certified resume writer who transforms careers. And for the past 2 years, I've served as a lead career coach for Carrot Brilliant Black Minds program, supporting a community of over nearly 10,000 software engineers. And now I serve as a tech career coach for Google's Tech Equity Collective program. I specialize in helping experienced engineers and scientists from underrepresented backgrounds break into top tier tech roles.
I'm Ashley Thomas, former corporate recruiter turned job search coach. For 20 years, I recruited for entry level to executive level roles across education, nonprofit, manufacturing, medical devices manufacturing, and also the legal field. So I launched my business, Right Step Resumes, over 10 years ago, using my recruiting knowledge to give candidates just like you the slight edge in their job search.
Hey everyone, my name is Bogdan and I am the head coach and lead instructor at Growth Hack Your Career, where we help mid-career professionals land their jobs faster using data-backed strategies.
All right, who's ready to learn from some people? So let's get us organized. So give me about 10 seconds to get the stage all set here. We've got Dustin Beasley, Franklin Buchanan, Ashley Thomas, Bogdan is here, and where'd Diane go? Oh wait, Diane's in this back room. So wait, I have this all in my head in order. Ashley and Franklin. Bogdan is here, Chaz is not, Dustin is here, Kathy is not. So we're going to bring Gina up. So Chaz and Kathy both live in California. And if you've been following the news or you've ever lived in a dry Western state, you know exactly what is kind of going on there. So this is where we're going to have some little quick change ups. And I'm just going to kind of roll with it. There you go. I was like, Bogdan, your video went somewhere. So Let me organize this a little bit differently. I think that will spotlight the speaker. Let's see what happens. StreamYard is so fun. All right, so let's kick it off, everybody. How y'all feeling this morning? I made a bunch of you get up early for you West Coasters.
We did. This was tough for the Pacific time.
It's funny. I'm an early riser, but I still don't talk to anyone before like 10 a.m. my time. So sometimes I'll have some East Coast person who's like, I can meet at 9. And I'm like, oh, no way in hell am I talking to you at 7.
Yeah. I have my espresso with me, so we're ready here.
Good call. Tim, I need an espresso. So the other thing that's probably a little funny is usually you warm yourself up with live intros. But what I've realized about all of us is we talk too damn much. So I made them all do video clips to make sure the intro was only like 2 minutes long instead of 20 minutes long. So we have more time to give you good stuff. So let's get into it. Ashley and Franklin, the two of you are on the spot right off the get-go, and you can duke it out over who wants to answer first and then back cleanup. But I want to know, this is all about resumes for the next hour and a half. What are people actually looking for in resumes today? There are a lot of stakeholders in the hiring process. There's lots of different people that we could define as far as who is looking for what. What do they want to see? Unlock the mystery for us.
I'm going to defer to Ashley to go first so I can just say I agree with everything that she just said.
The first
We all know
thing,
she's right anyway, so.
the first thing I'm looking for in a resume is for you to be qualified. That's first and foremost, because some people rush to apply for positions and you're not qualified for the opportunity, or you are qualified, but you're not listing the right information on your resume to show somebody who doesn't know you that you actually are qualified for the role. So it is important for you to take the job posting and then cross-check the information from the posting to your resume to make sure that you're hitting on the points that the recruiter or hiring team or decision maker is looking for. So that's how you make sure that the resume that you're submitting is worth reviewing. So that way you don't feel like, oh, I'm applying for all these jobs and nobody's calling me back. They're saying I'm not qualified and I am. How do we know? If it's not on your resume, it does not exist.
I'll echo. I'm not just going to say exactly I agree with everything you said, but to me, it's all about your qualifications are all about relevance. And Ashley touched on it with lining your resume up with the job description. Speak the language of the job description that you're looking at, and you're going to speak the language of the person who wrote the job description. And that's really how it's all about relevancy. That's how you stand out. That's what we are looking for in your resume.
There you go. And we're going to break. That was a good summary. That was a really good job, Angie. Good job, Ashley. Good job, Franklin. It's kicking us off with a nice high level overview of some of the things we're going to get into more. So I'm actually going to take a question from the chat because there's already a couple of them. Norma, yours is already on my list, so stay tuned. It's coming. Michelle wants to know at the beginning of your resume, what do you do if you're relocating? Do you put that on the resume? Do you not put that on the resume? I'm going to actually tie in do you put your address and your location on the resume? What do we do with that piece? I'm going to popcorn it to whoever wants to answer.
I say yes. You put it in the at the top of the resume because that's going to be the most viewed part of the resume. So when I open the document, I want to see that information right away, especially because your address or your city state, not your physical address, but your city state is something that I see. So if you're in California and applying for a position in Alabama, I want to know. I want to make sure you're applying for the right thing. So if you put a little one-liner, open to relocation, and you can even go so far as to put the zip codes or the areas where you are interested in relocating. It's just anything that you can do to stop the questions or stop things that may ordinarily kick you out. If you can put that on your resume front and center so people can see it quickly, great.
I will echo that one, that one full address is considered old school. But if you're not located in the place you're searching, or you even maybe have an area code that doesn't match, since a lot of us don't anymore, it can be helpful to list kind of city, state, or like relocating to blank, just to alleviate the question that sometimes people won't bring you into an interview to ask because they'll just assume. I saw a question on the chat, and I'm making a quick little banner here. I need like another person standing next to me. Navi wanted to know where to register to get recordings. That's where you register. So we'll leave that up just for a second so everybody has it. And then move on to question 2. Dustin, Related follow-up to kind of the overarching, what are people looking for in resumes today? I want your thoughts on what makes a successful resume. How's that for a loaded question for early in the morning?
Oh, I love this question. So, a successful resume to me, first of all, is easily read, easily scanned. Recruiters are taking usually anywhere between 6 to 10 seconds to make that first pass and identify their top candidate. So, it needs to be easy to read, not large blocks of text, not a lot of fancy formatting and design. Make it quick so that we can really get down into the meat of things. And then the content. I think one of the biggest things that I see with resumes is you don't want it to read like a job description. You want it to read like a marketing document or a sales document. How did you do your job exceptionally well? How do you stand out from someone that might have a similar experience as you? And similar to what Ashley and Franklin said, how are you relevant to the position that you're applying for?
And Chaz is here. Yay! And good. So Dustin left us off somewhere else I was going to go, which is the burning question about tailoring. So Ashley mentioned it as what are hiring managers and what are people in the interview process looking for. Dustin mentioned it as what makes a successful resume. But how do we tailor these resumes? Bogdan, I'm going to go to you because I know you have some very specific tips and you are the hack master when it comes to this. So what are some of those tips on how you can do this without it kind of like derailing efficiency?
Yeah. So a big place where people get stuck on their resume, and the reason that it gets so difficult to tailor it is they simply have too big of a resume. So forget 1 page, 2 page, 3 pages. Page count doesn't really matter. What you want to pay attention to is word count. So the most successful resumes, the ones that land the most interviews, tend to be 350 to 550 words. So first of all, you want to tailor your resume down to that number of words. That's going to make it a lot easier so that you can make changes to it. Then the second part of it is when you actually go into the job description and see what are the core responsibilities. You'll see stuff that keeps coming up multiple times. If you see something that came up in the job description one time, kind of important, but not the most important. If you see collaboration in the job description 4 or 5 times, that should be the thing that should be near the top of your resume. Because as we all know, recruiters spend 5-10 seconds on that initial quick scan. So you want those top level things that keep getting mentioned over and over to be near the top of the resume. I see this so often. And I think Dustin, you and I have worked on some resumes together on some of this stuff where some people's best stuff is buried on line number 6, 7, 8, which means the chances of someone getting to that are very, very low. And that'll bring me back to the word count. If you have more words, a lot of people think more is better. You're actually reducing the probability that someone's going to land on your best stuff. So word count first, and then look at the frequency of things that are mentioned on the resume.
So let's go to length for a second, because I feel like that's a third component of this. And this was a question I had on here somewhere. I'm gonna popcorn it to Chaz. Welcome to stage. And I'm going to have you join this conversation around length of the resume. And I'm going to throw in a couple tidbits here that all are kind of related to each other. So I'm not thinking word count so much, but like length of the resume and the chronology piece. And I'd be curious to hear some other feedback from, Ashley, Franklin, Dustin, all of you guys on this one too. How much from a length or a length of time perspective do we include in resumes? And I want to add a kind of follow-up question that Norma brought to the table and I had in mind too, is that what do you do with that if you are more senior in your career and are battling maybe that ugly word ageism? So let's talk about the length of the chronology and how to make that decision. Chaz, I'll start with you.
Wow. Thank you, Angie. I think, I think especially if you're in tech, there is a 1-page resume. You need to put everything on 1 page. And even if you're a senior level person, cram it all on 1 page. And I'm like, that 1-page myth is dead to me. Like, my thing is, how much does it take to sell your story and to share your value? And so if that's 1 page, great. If it's 2 pages, perfect, right? Whatever it is to keep the recruiter's attention, because we're looking for specific things to say, this person is a great fit for the position, and we're trying to sell it to the hiring manager, or we're trying to sell it to the interview panel or interview loop, right? And so what we're looking for is like, sure, you can have one page, but honestly, whatever you can to pretty much keep the recruiter's attention, like that's how long it needs to be, right? What is the value that you bring? And that's what we're looking for in a quick 6 second scan. Like we want to see everything we can to say this person is definitely qualified for this role.
Who was next? I heard a peep. Or was I wrong? Or was it myself?
I think I might have coughed.
Okay. Chaz brought a really good word to the table here, and that's value or value proposition. And I think that's an important component to a successful resume and how you communicate value to a hiring manager. So I would love for somebody to kind of chime in on how do you do that? This might start getting into accomplishments, achievements versus responsibilities, which is something I want to talk more about. But we talk a lot about you have to do this, but how do we do it? How does a candidate sit and think, okay, well, how do I show my value? I would love some examples from everyone.
Yeah, I can take an example. So if you are applying to, say, a project manager role, and so you know that project managers are going to, for one, manage projects. So you need to show that you've managed projects. You can tell how many projects, you can tell the type of project that it is. You can talk about things. If I'm looking for a project manager, I want somebody who has managed budgets. So I want to know for the budget, I want to know what type of budget was it? Was it a labor budget? Was it a vendor budget? Was it a materials budget? How much was that budget? And then if you worked with a group of people and you were responsible for checking in with the milestones, with status, then I want to know the types of people that you worked with. I also want to know if there were certain goals that you had set for that project. How are you tracking that? I also want to know, what is your success with that? How did you handle bottlenecks? How did you, so talk about the problems that you solved within that and the ththings that you actually accomplished. So it's not just, oh, I managed a, supply chain project. Okay. What does that mean? So I want, you to break it down to each segment and show your success in each area. So try to quantify, answer the who, what, when, where, and why of what you did as it relates to the position that you're applying to. I don't care that you answered the phone or, that you did, I don't know, some random thing, right? Even though you did that a lot, right? If it's not relevant to what I'm looking to, to see in that particular position, feel, free to leave it off. Don't waste real estate talking about things that are no longer important to where you're headed. So pay close attention to, what the posting is asking for and what it took for you to get that thing done if you've done that before, and focus less on the things that you did to get you to where to where you are if they're no longer relevant. Yeah, you may have worked in marketing, but if this isn't a marketing project manager position, you can sort of lose that information and maybe leave that for your LinkedIn to add more context.
Can I be a panelist for a minute and chime in? Because Ashley brought up something I really want to highlight, and that is remaining focused. And focused does not mean everything. So there's a couple things I'm going to pull in to just kind of continue this conversation, because this is the tailoring thing is somewhere I wanted to linger quite a while, because I think it's a giant mystery. It's a giant time suck if you don't handle it well. And there's a balance between spending too much time tailoring for the chances based on, what else you're doing. But Chaz brought up the idea of the length of the resume. 1-page resume is not, that is beaten into our head at the college career services and doesn't apply anymore or after you've had a job necessarily. However, it also doesn't mean that just because you have 2 pages, you should run on and fill it, because now you're probably going overboard with information that isn't super relevant. So length of the resume is what it needs to be to tell the story that you need to tell, but you have to be sure that what you're including in the story is hyper relevant. Best example I have of this is an operations manager who wears all the hats all the time and is doing projects, is doing finance, is doing systems, is doing people, and they feel like jack of all trades, master of none. Well, when you're applying for a job, you have to highlight the pieces of that are most relevant. And so if you're applying for an operations jobs where you don't have to lead people downplay that one or something. I'm just kind of picking it out. So I think all of this is coming together in the tailoring piece. But here comes the next thing I want to ask all of you about. How does someone manage this without it taking an hour in application? Dustin, you're smiling, so I'm going to go to you and then Bogdan.
Yeah, this is a great question, and one that I get quite a bit. So whenever you're tailoring and targeting a resume, it shouldn't take an hour. At most, it should take 20 minutes. I think I saw a comment in the questions about how many resumes should you have. We're probably going to talk about this, but I'm a firm advocate of you should be looking at 1 to 2 target roles, and for those 1 to 2 target roles, you should develop a resume that speaks the language of those roles. Where is the level at? What is the skills and the experiences that are needed for that? Whenever you have those tailored and targeted for those particular positions, the 3 areas of your resume that you should be really spending time tailoring and targeting are the title, the summary, the key skills and experiences. You really shouldn't be changing your bullet points much. You're probably not going to change your education or your certifications. And that's going to make sure that you are positioning yourself as the top candidate for those types of functions.
I love all the shaking heads, and I'm going to hold my tongue while Bogdan gives me his thoughts, and then there's a moment coming.
Yeah. So Dustin, you kind of like said it spot on, which is why I think all of us were shaking our heads. I like to tell people there's this thing in news, in marketing and stuff called above the fold, meaning like when you land on a website, above the fold means all the stuff you see on your screen before you start scrolling. It's similar to for resumes as well. A recruiter will typically look at the top half of the resume a lot more than the bottom half. Mm-hmm. And I've done A/B testing with this because I'm a data nerd and seeing like, if I tailor the entire resume, how does that improve my interview rate versus if I just tailor the top half? Tailoring the top half had the exact same effect as tailoring the full resume. So a good rule of thumb for you guys is if you are spending more than 20 minutes tailoring your resume, you're probably overdoing it. So the places you want to tailor are skills section, meaning add skills to that skills section. You can use tools. I like to use Teal, for example. You can use LinkedIn's resume builder as well. I have like a little tutorial on the site on how to do that. You can also use JobScan or ChatGPT to find any missing skills. But then also this is an important one that 99% of people don't do. Reorder the skills so that the ones that they describe on the job description are the first ones in the order. Don't make the recruiter try to find, is this person proficient in Salesforce? Oh, it's skill number 17. You're making them waste a lot of time for that. So that's the big one, is keep it above the fold. 15 to 20 minutes should be your total amount of time that you're spending tailoring.
One of the reasons I love doing this so much is it's like so validating for all of us, right? Here we're like, oh, thank God we're all telling people the same things. But there's a couple of really important pieces that both Dustin and Bogdan pointed out. And one relates directly to this event. If you're sitting here going, I don't quite understand how I would even start. I'm targeting 6 positions, not 1 or 2. Y'all need to stay around for the job search segment, because lack of clarity in a job search is more detrimental than a bad resume, because it probably means you have one because it's not focused and can't communicate the value because you don't know what value you're trying to communicate. So that is the fundamental thing that helps you build a base resume. I'm targeting a job. I'm going to create a base resume that speaks to the 90% of what those jobs are looking for. Most of the time, those placeholder skills. And so now I spend 20 minutes changing a title, tweaking a profile, and changing some bullets and reprioritizing a few things, not rewriting or reinventing the wheel every time, because you've taken that step up front to have a foundation with which to then tailor instead of redo. Bogdan also brought up the next thing we're going to go and hang out for a while, and that's AI. Chaz, I want to hear what you're going to say.
Yeah, I wanted to just add, right? Because I think they said something really important. But I think that the thing to think about in terms of tailoring your resume to make it more efficient, it depends on what industry you're going into, right? So what they're looking for, if you're going for big tech or FANG is just like Facebook, Amazon, Meta, those kind of companies, like they're looking for a specific type of thing. So you might, if you're targeting big tech, then you should have a big tech type resume because they're looking for more like scope, scale, impact, things like that. But if you're looking for like more of a traditional like finance or government or things like that, well, they're looking more for like a specific type of domain expertise, right? So if you're an engineer of some sort, like they want a Java developer and they want a real Java developer. So you may want to have resume for those type of industries. So I would say from a strategy standpoint, you probably want to have maybe 2 or 3 like type of industries that you're looking for. If you're looking for startups or unicorn companies, well, then that's a totally different beast. And you may want to have something that kind of showcase more ownership and more like, features. And so I would say from a strategy standpoint, if you have like specific industries that you're going for, like you may want to have 2 or 3 resumes, but from there, definitely what Dustin said, definitely what Bogdan said in terms of like the actual tactics of doing it, it should only take 20 minutes after you have like that kind of strategy in place. So I just wanted to add
the fact that all of us are saying 20 minutes is like music to my ears, because I tell people that and I'm like, but is that just me being overly efficient? Because at some point you get diminishing returns on your time, unless there's reason to spend a little bit of extra time on a role that's like, there is no such thing as a dream job, but job that's like a dream application or something like that. And also, as we go through this day, you're also all going to find out that there's more to a job search than a resume. However, a resume can definitely hold you back and hinder. And this is where a lot of questions tend to come in. So we're going to talk about AI in a second. Gina, what do you want to throw into the hopper here?
A quick one, because Chaz made me think of this. It was such a great point. I've been working with a couple of director level people at one of the FANG companies, and they want a position to either a mid-size or even a startup. And so what I would caution job seekers is, as you're positioning yourself through your marketing document, your resume, you're thinking about what those decision makers want, what they need, and the assumptions they will be making about you. So there's gobs and gobs of directors at our high-tech companies, the Googles, the Apples, the Intels, right? What is going to help you first stand out from other peers, especially with all the people that have been laid off in the last couple of years? There's lots of people potentially similar to you vying for these jobs. So start to think about not only what distinguishes you in your role applicable to the role that you're targeting, but also think about the language that you're using on that document. If you're running, multi-billion-dollar product lines and groups, will that resonate for a startup company? So you may need to think about how you're going to position yourself so that you don't overshoot the mark, you don't seem too big, or you would get bored with that kind of, an opportunity. So there's lots of ways to slice and dice this. I just wanted to throw that out there, is if you're thinking like the decision maker, you will be better off than just like, how am I going to push my content and get it in front of somebody?
And Gina, we have so many things to talk about. I'm like, where do we go next? We're going to come back to AI. We're going to do some rapid fire of some, cause I'm like at the top third of the chat. I got to scroll down and see what questions are here. But Gina, I'm going to tie a couple things together of something I was going to mention after Bogdan was talking about above the fold. And what you just said makes a ton of sense, is that you have to remember that when we talk about what are people in a hiring process looking for, there are several stakeholders and several types of stakeholders, and everything on a resume is not for every single one of them. And so I work with a lot of engineers who will be like, well, I would never read a profile, so I don't want to have a profile on my resume. The resume is not for you. You have to get into the heads of the people it is for. And that might be a few different people. The recruiter is going to want to see a profile to know if you're going to hit culture kind of needs or general personality. Whereas a hiring manager, especially in tech, is probably going to comb through the actual technical accuracy of your bullets, right? So you have to remember that even if you're a hiring manager, you may not be the type of hiring manager who's hiring you. So you've got to get in that head, and you've got to have pieces of the puzzle to appease the different stakeholders while not pissing off the stakeholders by having a profile that's 12 lines long. Okay, there we go. So Bogdan brought AI into this topic, which is somewhere I was going to linger quite a bit. We're going to come back to that because I want to get some comments going here. So a while ago, 20 minutes ago to be exact, Christy Bingham, I'm giving you a shout out because you asked a question about career change, and I'm really going to encourage you to take that to the breakout session with Dustin, and Mark Missiano is going to join him since we're hoping Kathy's safe with the fires. Take that there. That's exactly why we decided to do these breakout sessions, because we find a lot of questions about career change, older job seekers, and industry specific stuff that we wanted to give you guys a space to dig into. So take that there. Somebody just posed the question, what about remote positions? So in 30 seconds to 1 minute or less, how do we respond to a question of what about remote positions in this current market? Bogdan?
I can share a little bit of stats here. So remote positions, you can definitely get them. They are more competitive, and a few stats around that. On LinkedIn, 50% of all applications are for remote positions, meaning half. But of all the jobs that are posted on LinkedIn, only 14% are actually remote jobs. So you have a huge number of people going after a small number of jobs. So if you are going to target remote positions, you really, really, really need to have that resume, LinkedIn, cover letter, all your materials be in that top kind of 95th percentile. If you're applying for remote positions and you're not landing any interviews, chances are one of those three is not up to scratch there.
What else?
I'll jump in. I've helped a lot of my clients secure remote roles, and one of the things that companies are looking for is they are looking for someone that has remote experience. It is a different working model. There is a lot of self-starter. You've got to have a good amount of motivation, and you really need to be up to date with the technology and all of the collaboration tools that now enable remote work to be such a while it is shrinking, still a wide-ranging way of working. So as you look through your resume, look at how are you positioning yourself to collaborate with people across the country, potentially across the world, and how are you making sure that you're telling hiring talent that you have the skills, you have the experience, and the abilities to be able to do that.
Yeah, I'll piggyback off of that. If you have worked remote before, infuse that either into your job scope or into the actual job title. So if you want to put like in parentheses next to the name or next to the location or something like that to signify that it was remote, then you can do that. If it was a hybrid, work location, that may help you because it will draw my attention as the recruiter. I'm like, oh, they've worked remotely before. So that, that's cool. And then also focus on the fact that you have your work output, because there is a negative connotation to a lot of hiring managers or a lot of companies that are pushing return to work. They're saying it's because you're not productive. When I've worked remotely, I think since 2012, and I've done more work during that time than I ever did sitting in somebody's office because I don't have all those distractions. And so you have to show that you're actually being productive while you're working remotely, especially now you've got TikToks showing that, people are delivering pizzas and doing all this kind of stuff when they should be working. So you need to make sure that your success shows up on your actual resume, because that's something that definitely hiring managers are sort of like, are you really working, or are you in here washing clothes? What are you doing? So make sure
to know that the world is falling apart.
Make sure you're showing your success.
And if you've had remote roles, put that on there. Say fully remote, because it shows you can be successful in them. Chaz, go ahead and chime in. Oh, you're muted.
There we go. I love what Ashley was saying. And one part that I want to harp on too is like two things, right? So the scope. She mentioned scope of work. So if you work in a company that's global and you work with people in India, or if you work with someone in Australia, like you want to share that in some of the bullet points that you work with cross-functional teams and they're global, right? And you may want to list some of those areas or regions that you work with those people, so you can understand, okay, this person does know different time zones, right? And working with people and getting things done. So they want to see that in the scope of your your job description. The second thing that people don't kind of do is like research to see if the company is a remote first company, right? A lot of my clients, they look for roles, and we look for roles that are remote first, but we look for those companies who are like, that's what they value. They value remote first. And so when they post a position, it's not going to be in the office. It's not going to be you having to go and drive 2 hours to get to the office. It's going to be, hey, they're remote first, so then they're going to be looking for these type of people. And obviously you can showcase different skills, or not different skills, but different technologies that showcase that you understand, how to use different collaboration tools.
Yep. And I would say if you're applying for remote roles, I'll tie back a bunch of things you've heard. Now tailoring becomes extra important because we know there's a higher number of candidates in those roles. That's also where teaser go to the second session networking is going to come into play as well. So again, a lot of things point outside of the resume. A resume is a strong foundation. A couple questions that are in chat. I think that now that the event is live, you can no longer register through StreamYard. So if you want recordings and playbacks and you didn't already register, go ahead and shoot us an email at hello@careerbenders.com. Kristen will get you covered. Sorry, I just threw a bunch of work at her, but she's awesome. And also say thank you to Kristen. Kristen's my remote assistant through Lyft Business Resources. She's lurking in the background and filling up chat with all of the resources that you need, and kept me and my shit together to make sure this thing happened today. So I just come and talk. She does the rest. So thank you, Kristen, for everything you did to make happen. And drop her an email at hello@careerbenders.com if you want to register or want to make sure you're registered for giveaways and recordings. Quick little note, because I saw a bunch of comments on that. So good stuff in chat that I've seen, both people kind of answering, which is awesome. There was a question I was going to hop into, which takes us back to the AI conversation. So Christy says, how can AI help me order my accomplishments? How can it help me with relevancy of job descriptions? So in other words, how do job seekers leverage these AI tools, but also what do we need to know and be cautious of when leveraging said AI tools? Franklin, I'm going to go to you first.
I'm going to start with the caution. Every year,
because I thought you would.
Every year I will pilot, and I haven't done it yet this year because I just got back into the office, but every year I'll pilot like JobScan and ChatGPT. In fact, I wrote a blog. I had ChatGPT write my resume last year, and it's working with a seasoned, experienced, outstanding resume writer, and it still produced an absolutely terrible document. And then I'll use things like JobScan and say, hey, can you match the keywords up in this job description to this resume? And yeah, sometimes it gets it right, but at the same time, it's also pulling, you're missing team communication as a skill on your resume. There is not a recruiter on this earth that is searching for team communication or problem solving or any of these soft skills that these types of things pull out. The worst thing you can put in your skill section are soft skills. You want to demonstrate your soft skills. Show me the problem that you solved in your results. That is the ultimate differentiator. So be very cautious I personally don't use them when I'm working with a client. The only time I've ever used AI is I was working with the provost. She was applying to be a president of a college, and she was the statement of interest letter had to be 5 pages, and hers was 7. And I needed ChatGPT to help me shorten it, and it did an excellent job helping me shorten her statement of interest letter. But beyond that, I typically don't use it. I am old school. I grew up in the early 2000s recruiting. So that's my approach with it. But I want to caution job seekers, be very, very, very careful when it's talking about your soft skills, because it doesn't understand that a recruiter isn't searching for that. Those are not the keywords we're typing in when we're filtering our candidates.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that that's not so much AI related, but you brought up another question? Because I have a perspective on this, but I would like the panel's view before I share it. And that where and do and if so, yes, do soft skills fit into a resume?
Demonstrate them. Don't list them.
Right. If you're showing your collaboration, that you said you partnered with the marketing team to, come up with an email campaign, right? So that's showing teamwork, communication, it's showing all of those things, because how could you collaborate or how could you partner with somebody if you're not talking to them, if you're not listening to them? I'm not looking for attention to detail. I'm going to know that you have attention to detail by what you're listing in your resume, and then how you communicate to me, whether it's via text or whether it's you paying attention to what day, where I'm telling you that your appointment is on Wednesday the 1st, and then you're asking me what day is that, right? That's not attention to detail. It's when it's those types of actions that I'm looking for throughout the process that lets me know that you are actually paying attention. I did list a ChatGPT prompt in the comment section that I like to start, because I offer these coaching sessions where I teach my clients how to use AI, because some people discourage you and say, oh, you shouldn't be using ChatGPT to write your resume. No, you should be learning how to use ChatGPT to help you write your resume. I think where most people mess up is they ask ChatGPT to give them something based on a job posting, not on the experience that they have. So then so ChatGPT is going to lie and, embellish and do all this kind of stuff to fluff you up. And it's like, no, you don't have that experience. So you should be asking ChatGPT things based on your experience, not based on the job posting, because you may not have all the skills or all the actions that are listed in the job posting yet. And some of your stuff may be transferable. So think of ChatGPT as a third grader or your child, that you have to be very specific about what you want them to do. Because my mom used to say, get the stuff off the floor, clean up your room. And I would take the stuff and shove it under the bed. She didn't say that I couldn't do that. She just said, get it off the floor, get it out of the way, or whatever. So to be specific,
you're still the adult in the room whenever it comes to AI. And I think that that's a very important thing, because the reason I asked the question is because if you omit all soft skills or omit all representation of soft skills from a resume, now you look like a robot and they can't get a sense of how you may be different, because the way you deliver on projects, the way you partner with people is what differentiates you and makes, is part of your value. So you have to showcase that in some way. But the worst thing you can do is say, hey, I'm a dynamic person. And then you go to an interview and you're like a meek mouse, right? So you gotta don't be what they want, just be who the freak you are and you're good, and make sure ChatGPT knows who that is so you can tell them. So Ashley took us into the how to use territory of AI. I would love some other suggestions on this. Dustin, go ahead.
So I have a couple points on the soft skills side. I look at job descriptions often, and sometimes they call out soft skills in the required qualifications. So you can also add them into the summary. Add impact, add power words to them. Don't just say that you're a problem solver, that you're collaborative. Add a little bit of oomph to that, but that can also be a good place on your resume. On the point of ChatGPT, one of my favorite ways of using it is to say, act like a recruiter for the tech industry. I'm applying for a program manager. What would somebody be looking for in this position? And you can get a little bit of an insight to how you can add some value to your career branding documents. On the flip side, you can also say, here's a job description of one of my target roles. Can you analyze this and tell me what are the top achievements that I need to be pulling from my resume? And then maybe copy and paste your resume in there as well. So you've got some extra documentation that it can parse through, and it can help you develop things. Now, on Franklin's point, a word of caution: don't take the information that ChatGPT gives you and copy and paste it into your resume, because we all know the words that ChatGPT likes to use, and we can pick them out.
Who's keen on problem solving, copy paste.
Exactly, right. So don't copy and paste from ChatGPT. Use it as a thought partner. Use it as a writing assistant.
Mm-hmm.
Use it as, take this information and help me organize my thoughts, and then go and create a standout document, standout LinkedIn profile, set yourself up for success.
Go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, I have a little tip to add. I have been working with someone who was put in their redeployment pool. So they're on their way to being laid off, but they have an opportunity to look internally in their company, but they're planning to go ahead and bounce and look outside. But these big companies, some of them have internal career services offerings, and they help design resumes and help people move from job to job inside the big multi-billion-dollar company. So my client has 5 really cool statements about what they've done and how it applies to a competency, but each one is 4 to 5 lines long. It's not suitable for an actual resume. So to everyone's point here, you can feed information like that into ChatGPT and ask it to consolidate, not be redundant with some of the concepts. And you can also give it a framework. I like leading with the result for bullet points. So I was asking ChatGPT to help me create an actual bullet point, starting with what the result was, what actions that person took, and what the situation was. And it took me a couple iterations. It wasn't perfect, like everyone was saying. But after I ran it through a couple times and then showed it to my client, he's like, yeah, that's what I did. And we collapsed so much text, like 20 lines of text into like 4 or 5.
Enablement tool, not replacement, is a big thing. I want to hear a little bit from Chaz and Bogdan. Chaz, I'm going to have you take this first from a specific angle. AI is developed by tech. So what do we have to think about, or are there other considerations we need to bring to the table when it comes to AI if we are vying for a tech job?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's funny because what keeps popping up in my head is like, which AI tool are you using? Because you get two different results. And like if you use, let's say, Claude, I like Claude a little bit more just because they're more focused on user privacy. They don't try to collect all your information, and like I feel like they give you a stronger result based on who you are, right? And they learn a little bit more about you. If you use ChatGPT, it's good too. They can give you different ideas, but I would say like a lot of people they get so wrapped up in just using AI. But what AI tool are you using? Because you could get dramatically two different results. And so I know I'm not answering your question, Angie, per se, but
You kind of are. Yeah.
I feel like the tool it does change. If you're using Gemini or another tool, like your results are going to be completely different. And I would say, like, if you're going to use some of the tips that everyone shared with you on here, try to use it on different platforms and see how it tailors your answers, right? To give you the best thing possible. So I answered your question, but I didn't. I did that.
I asked a really oddly specific question, and you gave good information, which is the tech-informed thought process, which I think is a good springboard into Bogdan helping us kind of bring this AI conversation to a close, at least for now, because I'm sure once I scroll 3 more times, there'll be another specific question about it. But in addition to any other thoughts you want to add to this, Bogdan, I would love for you to revisit the different tools you use, kind of going off of what Chaz said. And there's different AIs. It's funny, we call my Chat GPT Chet, which I think is so funny since there's Claude. But I'd love to know kind of the ones that you like, and maybe like Chaz is saying, the different output that you can get, because sometimes you could even use them in tandem to support better outcome. But would love your thoughts on the AI conversation.
Yeah, happy to share. So I've tested about, give or take, about 18 AI tools. And I found that I think what you guys highlighted is really important, which is like they're really useful for feedback, not necessarily for generating content. So the current stack that I found the most helpful is, first, I will go to LinkedIn's resume builder because it already has my entire LinkedIn profile in there. And so it's much more informed, and ask it to build a resume, and it'll give you good keywords. It'll give you some good ideas. Then I move into Teal. I found that Teal's kind of like analysis tool tends to be the best, a little bit better than JobScan and some of the other ones. And so that's where I'm getting, like very precise feedback of, hey, you seem to be missing this or that. And then my last step is to go to ChatGPT and say, ChatGPT, here's the resume, here's the job description, anything that I might have missed, just to get those last ones. But again, remember, we're trying to spend minimal time on all this customization stuff. So don't get overboard and spend 3 hours on an application futzing around with AI. It's really nice because it's a safe space, right? Nobody's judging you. I get to just play with the tools. It can be really easy to just like do that rather than avoiding the hard work of, I got to send my applications out, I got to do my networking, et cetera, et cetera.
Don't use it as a distraction technique. Gina.
Yeah. I would caution, remember to think like a recruiter. If a recruiter is getting 400 applications and they're skimming through resumes and you've literally cut and pasted bullet points from chat, onto your resume, and now they're skimming 400 resumes with that first 7-second skim, and they're seeing the same language again and again. Same with cover letters. They're gonna know. They're gonna know. So make it your own.
Yep.
Yeah. I think that I'm not even a recruiter, but I have just seen enough resumes, and now I can go, did you write this with ChatGPT, or did you use ChatGPT? And the person goes, oh my God, no, how did you know? And I'm like, it's pretty obvious. It writes in a very distinct way. So it's
Right.
no longer differentiating you.
Even a well-trained AI, like Chet and I hang out a lot. And what Bogdan said about getting sucked in is totally true, because I can sit and talk strategy with my chat all day long. So you can totally get sucked into the void. But even a well-trained one that you've talked to a lot is still going to have that AI overlay of a voice. It's going to have a propensity to give you certain words that we would never say. I find it has a sentence or a bullet structure it loves to throw out with this like comma displaying great leadership skills thing that I'm like, ain't nobody gonna read that. So yeah, even a well-trained one is again, enablement, like a thought partner, not an output creator, an end output creator. That was a good discussion. And Bogdan left us off on a good foot, which is and what Gina was saying as well, and this idea that if you're overusing AI, there's probably a whole bunch of you doing that, and you're going to go into a pool of like, okay, now recruiters' eyes are really glazing over because they're reading the same shit all the time. And so Mary asked a question that I think kind of dovetails on this, which is, how do we format a resume? Because to go back to what Dustin said at the beginning, format is, and Franklin mentioned this in chat, ATS, there it is, finally came up, only took 40 minutes to bring up ATS. I'm going to call that a win for all of us. Formatting is usually the way to win ATS. There's a loaded sentence. Formatting is part of the success. I think formatting, and it not only how you edit your AI generated content, is how to differentiate yourself from somebody who may not have those skills. So Mary wants to know, and I think this is a great question, is what is the best format of the resume? Like, what sections should be included and in what order? Dustin, you get this one.
Yay, I love this question.
I know, that's why I gave it to you.
So the typical, and just a quick caveat, the order of this will change based on your career level, potentially the job target that you're looking for. So just kind of add that little asterisk in this. But a typical resume format is going to start out, number one, with your contact information. Please don't forget this. I can't tell you how many times I see resumes where a phone number is missing, email address is not there. Make sure you have your contact information. Underneath your contact information.
Correct.
And correct. Yes, absolutely. Very important. So then after the contact information, you're going to have your summary. Don't add an objective. An objective is going to immediately let somebody know that your resume is outdated. Objective it's been gone now for probably at least 5 years, if not more. So professional summary, executive summary, however you want to put it on there, professional profile, but your quick career synopsis. Underneath that, you'll have your career highlights, or you'll go right into a skills section, core competencies, areas of expertise. The key word play for our favorite word, ATS, that kind of lets you know that you're working towards the job that you're applying for. And then underneath that, you're going to go into your professional experience. You're going to have your bullet points, all of the job related duties. After you get through your professional experience, you'll have your education section. Now, something that will flip, if you're a early career new student just graduating college, your education section is actually going to be at the top, right underneath your skills section. Very, very quick and easy to discern that you are a new grad and that you have those new credentials. Those are going to be the main sections of your resume. There's some extra ones that you can always include: professional memberships, affiliations, community involvement if it's relevant to the position, awards and honors, publications, presentations, things that set you up as a thought leader. Again, you can have more or less depending on where you're at in your career and the kind of positions that you're kind of gearing yourself toward. But those are going to be the standard kind of framework for a resume. And collaborators, please let me know if I missed anything.
I wanted to go back to something that Angie said to you about talking about the ways that you can know when somebody use AI to actually write things, and what words actually pop out to let us know when we're reviewing resumes as recruiters. Because I have received resumes for multiple positions that I was recruiting for that they literally had the exact same resume bullets. So it's not so much the sentence structure for me, it's the robotic tone
Mhm.
to it. And then it's also the lack of context. And so it's very broad and very general. So it reads very job description-y. If that was, if that's even a word, I'll create it today if it's not.
It is.
But anyway, sometimes, we do as writers, as resume writers, we do write with the comma ing, right? To explain something instead of using the word by doing this, by doing that. But, we use the comma to, right, to take away the by. But you have to be careful if every single bullet is doing that, because in normal writing, you will have a comma here or there. But please don't put the emojis there, because, AI loves emojis.
Yes.
AI loves fostering. AI loves, those types of things, foraging that you would never really say. But sometimes you do switch as a resume writer, who's done this and been, certified for almost 10 years now. I use words like, forging relationships, because there's so many times that you can say building, but it's the fact that it's the overuse of them. And it's the fact that if you don't even know how to pronounce those words, and it doesn't come naturally to you to say, because I do say nurturing relationships, I do say forging partnerships just in normal
Yeah.
conversation, right? When I'm in a professional setting. But just make sure that you're not losing your tone and losing yourself, because Chat GPT and Claude and whatever, they have learned from people. They have learned from real writers. They're
Mhm.
copying things from people's sites. They're copying things from documents. They're learning based on information that they're gathering from real people. So it does, real people do talk and write like this, but not in that pattern. It's a feel to it. It's when you overdo it. It's the overuse of
Bingo.
those things that you need to
Yeah.
pay attention to. So when you wonder, how did you know that? It's because there's the pattern there, or the lack of a pattern. It's because everything looks the
Mhm.
same. If ChatGPT writes bullets for you, all of the bullets are going to be in that structure where it gives
Same
the
pattern.
accomplishment, comma,
Yep.
and go forward. So there should be a mixture of those types of things. So you have to pay attention to that.
Yep.
So that's why we say just be careful, because it can lead to plagiarism. Because I have seen some things, like even in people's posts when they use AI to write their LinkedIn posts. I see some things that I've said, and I'm like, that is verbatim for something that I've said. But if you're using people, resumes, and documents as examples, it is going to copy that stuff and give you exactly what you're asking it to give.
Yeah.
So you just have to be super careful.
And I have said, even before AI came on the scene for us, that a resume it has to do a dance between appeasing non-human stakeholders in that various people who are reading it, but also making sure that at the end of the day, it's a compelling read for the humans who still do the hiring. We are still humans who hire humans. And if you forget that fact, you going into the pile of, oh, look, they put the job description in, copy, paste, right? So, and it doesn't mean you're never going to have anything that looks a little AI generated. It's just making sure that it's not a consistent pattern that's like repeated. Any other comments on formatting as a follow up to Dustin, and also how AI plays into it, before I kind of take a left turn and answer both a question that's in chat and that I had queued up too? Cool. Have we beaten the AI tailoring formatting dead horse? Of course we have. CJ, if you're still listening, we're about to answer your question from about 10 minutes ago. And that is how to tackle the ugly little 4-letter word gaps. Who wants to take it? Nobody jumps. Go ahead, Ashley. If I had to pick somebody, I was going to go to you first. So I want to hear you, and then I want to hear from Gina. So CJ has specifically said 7 months. I know that there could be different answers to the different lengths of time, but would just love some strategies on how we handle various types of gaps. So Ashley, kick us off.
Right. I usually start around 6 months or so when I have people address the gaps on the resumes. Sometimes that changed a little bit following the followed the introduction of COVID-19, so it became expected that people had gaps around a certain time, but it also became a way that people used that as an opportunity to hide the fact that they were fired or, or whatever. So you really have to decide, and you'll learn even by interacting with people. If you're not getting the hits, it may be because there is a gap and that you need to explain that gap. So I would say I've never been mad at somebody explaining a gap, whether it was 2 weeks or 6 months. So if you have the room to just put a one-liner just to say you were volunteering during this time, you were searching for work, whatever, anything that you can do to reduce the amount of questions that you may have based on something that's listed on your resume, go ahead and address it. If that is potentially could stop you from getting an interview, if you're afraid of gaps stopping you from getting an interview, address the gap. If you're afraid of your location stopping you from getting an interview, address the location. Put your, always list your real address. When I say address, I'm only talking about city, state, not your full address. We're agreeing here that that's outdated.
We don't want nobody's Zillow and your stuff, people. Don't put your whole address on there.
And with all of the scammers, they have enough information to scam you anyway. Don't give them, enough to take it to the next level. But anything that, again, that rule of thumb, if it can be a potential issue that impacts whether or not you get an interview, address it. It doesn't take a whole full-on paragraph, to talk about it. It could just be a one-liner. It could be smaller text than the other at the beginning of your professional experience before you start listing your experience to say from 2022 to 2023, maybe you took time off to care for a family. Maybe you went to school. It just needs to make sense. Like, oh, okay, all right, I get it. And then you can, quickly move on. You don't have to tell your life story or reveal a lot of, uber personal information.
You don't have to labor over it.
Yeah. Just don't make me search for it. Make it easy for me to make a decision to say, yeah, I'm going to interview this person.
And I want to hear what Gina's going to say, but I think it was you that said earlier, Ashley, that you have to remove assumptions from the equation. And that's exactly what we're talking about. But it also doesn't mean you got to open up the closet and give them all the skeletons at the same time. Gina, what's your addition to this topic?
I love Ashley so much. I second it, and I was like, yeah.
I wish too bad it's not Zoom with all the woo, cheery stuff.
I know I need emojis and stuff. Exactly. So I'm going to try to add to it and not just repeat. I would say remove doubt from decision makers. Make sure that the information you're putting forward is relevant so that they're excited to call you in the first place. And to address gaps, if you can fill in the blank with some indication of how you stayed engaged, productive, that you were being growth oriented during that break, maybe you were volunteering. It could have been professionally related volunteering, consulting. You may have been teaching, an adjunct professor gig. I don't know, furthering your education, getting a certification. Fill in the blanks so that it shows some level of productivity and it shows that you're not disassociated with skill building during that window. And I'm going to add to what Ashley said about, give just enough about, taking a break to care for a family member. Here's the caution, especially as a woman, we're trying to reduce that question mark that some people have, like, oh, if I have kids, took a break to take care of my kids. Remove the word kids. You don't need to put that in there. And I'm going to give another one. I recently spoke with somebody who said that she was not only in a career break, but caring for her 90-year-old mother. And instantly that is going to put her in the position of gosh, I wonder how old you are. So remove these little, even though we're being human, and I get it, tell your friends that you're caring for your 90-year-old mother, but remove things that are going to cause people to have bias. Yes. That's the thing.
You don't want to remove an assumption and create a judgment at the same time. And we are nitpicking here, but to some extent we're humans. We judge. It's what we do, and it's going to happen in a hiring process. And a shameless plug for everyone on this call is if you are struggling to do this yourself, that's where people like us can come in and with the storytelling component of the overall picture of, okay, I have a 7-month gap. What do I do? I'm also on Ashley's page with it ain't a gap until it's 6 months anymore. But if you have unique circumstances and need help with the storytelling, that's where a professional can really help get out of your head and alleviate things that feel super relevant and super when they're just no big deals. It's just a big deal to you. And therefore you want to make it a big deal, but not. So this is all fantastic advice about gaps. Gina, I'm going to come back to you in a second. Real quick, I'm scrolling again. If anybody out there has joined us and want to make sure that you get the recordings, email us at hello@careerbenders.com. We'll throw you on the list. And don't forget to be connecting with each other. So earlier in the chat, there were tons of LinkedIn profiles to build your networks. Make sure you're connecting with all of us because we spout off on this crap on a daily basis, not just when given a video to do it. Gina, what do you got?
Yes, I actually think that what is more challenging than gaps is job hopping. And I have a specific example. I worked with a CXO who had approximately 6 job changes in 10 years. And so what's the first assumption that people will make or potentially make is, oh gosh, if I hire that person and spend all my time and money to recruit and get them onboarded, are they going to leave in 12 or 18 months? And so for those who are chronic job hoppers, there will be some kind of hiccup in a recruiter's brain. They'll be thinking, what happened here? Were they terminated? You know, are they the toxic one? Are they choosing the wrong jobs? We don't know. You know, what I recommend is if you're in that kind of a position that you are networking to get conversations and do not rely on getting plucked out of the ATS. The ATS is not doing you any bad favors. This is about your work history and trying to connect with a decision maker. So network if you have some of these hiccups in your resume.
And I feel like that is probably advice every single one of us would give that is likely more important than anything we've talked about in the last hour, which is why you should all come back for panel number 2 and the breakout session with Diana and Mark on networking, because it is an even more critical component of job searching now. So there's my little soapbox on that. So we're going to shift gears, and Bogdan, I'm going to dig into your data brain there. What kind of trends are you seeing out there? You gave some really great data earlier on like the remote position statistics. I would love to know what other trends you're seeing either in resumes or in job postings and different things like that that would just inform both how we approach resumes, but just our job search in general. So what's happening on the scenes?
Yeah, happy to share. So I'm sure for those job seekers out there who have LinkedIn Premium, you might have seen some of the stats on jobs where you go to apply to a job and there's 700 applicants already, 1,000 different applicants already. It used to be about 2 or 3 years ago, average number of applicants per job was 250. Now we're seeing that average creeping up into the 600s, 700s, etc. What that means is timing is way more important now than it was in the past. Meaning, there was a really interesting study that one company did that 95% of the people who landed interviews applied within the first 24 to 48 hours. Meaning, you got to apply like day of at best to be in the top pool of candidates. The reason for this, we should go back to how recruiters think and what they do. A recruiter will actually get in trouble if they bring 50 candidates to the hiring manager. Like, they'll go, get out of here, don't waste my time. They're looking to get about 5 to 10 qualified candidates and bring them to the hiring manager. Once they get those 5 to 10, they're not going to be looking for more candidates after that, unless those 10 all, fail. So it's really important to be near the top of that list because most recruiters look through job applications in chronological order. So if you're applicant number 150, there's a chance that you might not even though you're super qualified, you meet all the requirements, you still might not get an interview. So I've experimented with this with the clients in our programs, and I've kind of said, hey, apply to the job with a less great resume, but apply to it like hour of versus tailoring your resume for a couple days and then applying. And those people have started landing 3, 4, sometimes 5 interviews per month. So timing would be my big TLDR from this entire thing is apply quickly.
Yeah, I used to be a fan of the sit down for, an hour and a half or 2, 3 times a week and apply. And now it's like, no, you're going to do it every day. If you want to take the application route, you got to do it every day for that exact reason.
Yes, a quick little hack that I can share with you guys on how to do that. Teal has this free Chrome extension that you can install on your Google Chrome browser. And basically, as you're looking at jobs, you just click a button in the bottom of your Chrome browser and you can save that job. But the best part is it has this like excitement meter that you can like rate the job. So it's like, is this a 5-star excitement or a 2-star excitement? So what I recommend to people is, say it's after dinner and you're browsing some jobs, save those jobs, and then that way the next morning, as soon as you wake up, you have your hit list in order of excitement, meaning your best energy is going to go to the best jobs that you found. And then as you're getting tired throughout the day, you go after those jobs where you're like, I'm not that excited about this, but let me throw my hat in the ring. So make sure you have a system around this stuff. Don't just kind of like do it sporadically.
Leave it to Teal to gamify job searching.
Yeah, I don't think they even recommend using the tool like this. This is just like something that I found to be really helpful.
There was a question in chat I wanted to hop over to real quick. This is a little bit back to resume content and probably revisit some of the what goes in the chronology or not. Do you have to include all the positions in chronological order? This particular person, Carol, says she has positions that aren't relevant to the role I'm seeking. What do we do with that? So this is that question about like what's relevant, what's not relevant. Franklin, I'm going to hand this one to you.
The reality is most recruiters and hiring managers are looking at your last 7 to 10 years. But we touched on this a little bit earlier in terms of length of the resume. Where does your story relative to where you're looking to apply start? That's where I like to see kind of the meat of the resume. If you're a VP of marketing, to own Ashley's marketing kick here, if you're a VP of marketing or a director of marketing applying to be a VP, where does that marketing leadership start? That's what I want to see built out on the resume, that story. And then your early experience as a content writer. I personally, this is me, Franklin, the recruiter personally, and I bet Ashley and Gina might say something different here. Ooh, that'd be fun. I like seeing all of your experience on there, but I don't like seeing it all in the way most people think of just job 1 bullets, job 2 bullets, job 3 bullets. I like to see the relevancy bullets, but then I do like to see I started as a digital copy editor and then I moved to a social media coordinator. I like to see that as a footnote at the bottom because it does give me a sense of your storytelling and how long you were in each position as you grew up the ladder.
Any other contributions to this kind of like what to include, what not to include, chronology, no chronology?
I will say, try to look at different resume format types. Most people go after the chronological resume format. I found for people who have more than, say, about 15 years of experience, a combinational resume format can really be helpful. What a combinational resume format is, it's really simple. It's your standard chronological resume format, as all of you guys know. But then at the top, there's a little section that's like highlighted skills, highlighted, experience, where you can bring some of that stuff. Say you did something amazing 20 years ago, but the recruiter's never going to get to it. You can bring that up to the top. So just look up combinational resume templates and just kind of play around with them. Don't feel like, oh, I've got to just stick to this chronological format. I'd be interested if any of the recruiters or ex-recruiters on the call have any thoughts.
I was actually curious. I was actually interested that Ashley was shaking her head because sometimes I don't love that, but I think that there's situations where it's right or it's useful.
I have a client right now who is applying for a position in insurance. She hasn't worked in insurance for quite some time. I mean, it's been 15 years ago, but she wants to highlight that experience. So it is on her resume and under earlier roles, but we just have the company name, the position that she held, and how many years she worked there. But what we're going to do after I get done today is pull up the resume, and then I'm going to pull that information to the top and then talk about some of the successes, because we have that old version of her resume because she's been my client for years and years. So we're going to pull some of that information to the top because she's applying for an insurance company. We want to highlight that insurance experience that she has. For the love of God, do not submit a functional resume. Most recruiters hate them. And it's because the functional resumes tell me what you did, but it doesn't tell me where. It doesn't tell me how long. So it's just a big lump of things that you did and things that you have experience with. I don't care unless I know where you did it, when you did it. It's harder for me to, now I have to play piecemeal in it. Well, where did you do this? Where did you do that? Where did you do this? Even if you put at this particular company, I don't want to have to put the puzzle pieces together. So I'm going to move on to somebody else. Functional resumes may work if you're sending it directly to, say, a networking contact or something like that. You're sending it to one specific person who's going to talk to you because you're guaranteed an interview. It's not going to work for a recruiter who doesn't know you. It's not going to work for the applicant tracking system. The hiring manager may be confused by it. And so you very well may be qualified, but you're trying to camouflage some stuff. So it's things that you may be doing to your resume, trying to get that experience and those transferable skills that's really letting me know that you don't have the experience and you're just trying to make it up. So it would be easier if you keep your resume in sort of that modified, maybe combination format, and then give me the transferable skills. So tell me what you did in those scenarios. Give me the piece of that scenario that's relevant to what I want. So if you have the transferable skills, either you have them or you don't. Just list them within the job, within your job description on your resume, your job scope, or your accomplishments. And that would be better for a recruiter who is skimming information fast. We don't have time to put the pieces together when 700 people are applying for one role. And believe it or not, I've worked in systems where I physically had to read those resumes. It wasn't, the ATS wasn't doing that for me at all. It was me and my team reviewing resumes, pulling out information. Now I have search capability and I can rank you in order that you match the job, but that's not helping me because I know that you didn't say it the right way. Maybe you called something different because your company called it different. My eyes are on that. So don't believe that a system is doing anything. The ATS is just housing the resumes. It's putting it there so the recruiter can see it. A lot of times it's just putting it in the order by the date you applied. It's not ranking it. It's not giving it some magic number of percentage of a match. A lot of systems aren't doing that. So focus on the person, a human being reading your resume. The system should come like, so, focus on 3 points. Yes, the ATS is important because there are thousands of different ATS. So, focus on the ATS, the recruiter, and then the hiring manager. So 3 layers.
There you go.
And you're good.
And Krista Braki-Betu, and it's funny, Chaz, you're exactly who I'm coming to next. Krista Braki-Betu just meant she's on the interview panel later today, everybody. She just mentioned, like, as a recruiter, she despised functional resumes. And I think in the, 3,000 resumes I've written 5, and there's a very specific reason why. And it was because it was the best way to present that specific combination of experience, knowing the trade-off of we'll take the win for the recruiter who will read it. But the big thing I want all of you to realize is how individualized your strategy and your resume has to be, which is why you have to bring the human element to it. And there is no single formula for how to present your experience in the strongest value for one of those 3 stakeholders Ashley just mentioned. And so you really have to sit down and say, what's going to be my best strategy? And while all of us buy into very similar best practices, and there's some rules of engagement that you want to make sure you're not, taking a baseball glove to a hockey game. There's some creative license, and there's leeway, and there's also the what's going to present you best. So there's a lot of information here. Take the pieces that feel right to you. Chaz, I want to hear your contribution.
Yeah, no, I like that. I mean, the truth is this, right? You write for humans, not for robots, right? And I think in terms of people who are doing career changes or maybe switching back into different roles. One example I come across is people in tech. Maybe I had one client who was a technical program manager, but he spent 20 years in software development or software engineering. So he wanted to go back into software engineering. Well, one of the ways I like to think about the resume, right, is what are your biggest selling points? What are we most interested in, right? And so one way we addressed it was in the summary. We were just hey, technical program manager of 8 years, looking to go back into software engineering, right? Just so we can, okay, as a recruiter, I see that. I'm okay, perfect. He's looking to get back into this. And I saw somewhere in the comments, someone talking about them being a founder and trying to go get a corporate job. Well, same rule applies to you, right? It's like, hey, the way to not scare us is make sure that you address that in the summary or address that somewhere in the resume where we understand you're not looking to continue to be a founder. You're looking to go into corporate. So like answer that question for us. And so like you do that with a combination resume. Obviously you can structure your skill set a little bit differently depending on the industry that you're going into, but like look for ways of like if I'm a human, how do I answer those questions? What are some of the objections that this person, this recruiter, this hiring manager, or whoever else is going to look at my resume? What are some of the things that they're going to be looking for? And so write for humans, not for robots, and you'll be a lot more successful.
Humans still matter. Hashtag. If only LinkedIn hadn't chucked hashtags, I would own it. I love that. And Gina, you're coming up. I just have to reiterate, I love that we have gone an hour and 18 minutes, and the only context with which ATS has come up is ignore it in some ways, right? For the most part, right? We're not laboring over it. Play to the human and everything else will work out. Gina, go ahead.
A great point was brought up about being a founder and then maybe going into some kind of role that has a job title that has nothing to do with being a CEO or founder. And I'm kind of opening this up to the panelists as well with this question because other people may have it, is when a recruiter is using the drop-down menus in LinkedIn and they're trying to populate a search and create a pool of candidates, they're probably, if they're looking for, I think, Chaz, you were saying like a software developer, they're dropping down software developer. They're not dropping down founder of whatever that is that you might be doing. So do you have advice for the job seekers on what to do in those scenarios when the job titles aren't going to match what's going to go into a candidate pool?
I do. Focus on your function.
Yes.
Focus on your function. I don't care that you're a founder. If anything, that's going to deter me. I'm going to, you got a business, you're going to be focused on your business. You're just using this because revenue is low. That's the assumption. It's always going to be a negative assumption. And I don't know why, even though if you don't have a gig or side hustle or something at this point in your life, you need to. You're already behind. You need to have something else because you need to have something to make you secure. So if you're laid off or whatever, you need to have it. And so, I returned to corporate after working in my business full time for 7 years. But guess what? My title was not founder. My title was not owner or whatever, because it did not matter. One thing is, if your business name does not include your name, it's easy for you to just say your function. If you're going for an operations manager, say that you're an operations manager and then talk about your operations functions, your operations successes. It doesn't matter what you do to get clients if that's not what that job is looking for. So you focus only on those relevant competencies that you've gained as a founder, but you don't have to draw attention to the fact that you are a founder. Now, when you start to, sign your new hire paperwork and all that stuff, you may want to fill out a conflict of interest agreement just to make sure that your company is aware of the fact that you have a company, but that's not what you want them focusing on for you to get the interview. Because you putting founder, owner, CEO, and all that stuff. Yeah, it's real cute for LinkedIn when you're trying to get business, but when you're trying to get a job, I don't want to see that. I don't
red flag.
Yeah, it's a red flag for most people because they're closed-minded about people who own businesses, like they can't do both. So if you know that assumption is going to happen, go ahead and address that right away, and and eliminate it. You can put that you're a freelancer because most people know that freelancers are kind of in and out of corporate. But when you start talking about founder and CEO and, head of, of whatever, then you could be, ruling yourself out of opportunities because you're scaring people away because they think that you're using this as a pit stop instead of you being dedicated to the role, or they think you may be using company resources for your own good, especially if you're in the same lane. I mean, with Right Step Resumes, I did recruiting, I did, resume writing, working with, job search coaching and applying to recruiter roles. So I only drew attention to what I did in my recruiting part of my business. Me helping clients write resumes, that was irrelevant. So I didn't even address it.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to Gina, I love this question and I love Ashley's answer. I'm going to put it together and kind of broaden it because we're talking about founder and the challenges that do totally come with it. I work with a lot of transitioning entrepreneurs who are going back into employment, and you got to downplay the red flags and upplay all the other skills. However, this is very relevant to everyone, and here's why. Titles are subjective. I'm going to say it again. Titles are subjective. They are subjective by size of company. They are subjective by the company itself. People like to have ridiculous things like Google, who won't say you're a VP of engineering, you're a head of. What the hell is a head of, right? And so you have creative license that you must take in order to say, I do this so that you can put me in the right category, because as Ashley said earlier, don't leave anything up to interpretation, because ain't nobody going to take more than 2 seconds to add 2 and 2 and come up with 4. Tell them directly. You have flexibility on what you call yourself. Call it what it is in context of where you're going, not where you have been. Whether it's founder, whether it's a project manager who is actually doing operations work or whatever, that's where you get into context and communicating apples to apples, because you're an apple that's just, I don't know, called a different fruit in the grocery store. I was going to come up with a really cool analogy there, but it didn't happen. So there's my soapbox, because I've had people who are like, well, that's not what my pay stub said. And I'm like, your title's on your pay stub is what I said. But this is a really, really great topic in general, because it ties back to a big part of our conversation around tailoring, because this is one way to tailor, because we know some of these systems are looking, both human systems and systems are actually looking for titles for alignment. Gina, did you have something to add?
I think this is particularly difficult for people who are currently working and they don't hold the title that they're aspiring to. So if I am a head of or director of within a Google or an Intel or something like that, but I'm aligning with something that might even be the next level above title, because that's how much expertise I bring, it's very difficult to put VP of engineering when I'm nowhere near that at the Google or the Intel. So, you know, it becomes tricky, and some people, it just feels, you know, kind of yucky to like have to navigate that.
Yeah, and that's where I think, again, shameless plug / one of the roles we play is that storytelling piece, that unbiased piece, get you out of your head and say, yeah, this isn't overstepping, or okay, that's too much of a stretch. I have one more, I want like specific question that we haven't even talked about this thing yet, to bring to the table. And then we're going to gather some information and start setting up for breakouts, just to know let everybody know what's happening in the next 15 minutes. We have not talked about cover letters yet. Are they still a thing? What is your opinion? Dustin, I'm going to come to you on this one.
Oh, this is a favorite subject of mine, because I have a controversial take that they are still relevant to some people. Now, I will say that there's a lot of conversations on LinkedIn and otherwise that say that cover letters are going away, but as a former hiring manager, I really appreciated cover letters, because they told me, why are you applying to this job? Why are you interested? And what do you bring to the table outside of your resume? A cover letter is not a place to repeat your resume. A cover letter is a place to talk about your candidacy, talk about your excitement for the role, maybe even talk about how you got connected to the role. Did you find it through a job board?
Yeah.
Did you learn it through, or did you get connected through somebody in your network? Name drop those people, because you may be putting it on your referral on your application, but that name recognition is social capital that you cannot replace. So cover letters are important, but make them easy to scan, make them short, make them concise. Don't make them 2 pages long paragraphs and blocks of text. Add bullets, make it really quick so we can get the good information, and then tell me, why should I choose you as the candidate for the role?
Bogdan, I saw you smirk when I asked this question, so I want to hear what you have to say, because if, you know, Dustin, if the chatter, and Bogdan, I'm curious to hear what you say, is that cover letters are going away. I actually think it's the opposite. Is they're becoming more relevant. Bogdan, what do you think?
Yeah. Cover letters are more important than ever. The reason being is, like we mentioned, there are 700 applicants for a given job, and everybody, give or take, has similar resumes. So if someone's hiring for a project manager, there will be at least 50, 100 people who have PMP certifications, who know Agile, who know Waterfall, et cetera, et cetera. If we could put some stats behind this. So according to the latest studies, 25% of hiring managers actually value cover letters and read them and find them helpful in the decision-making process. According to my own testing of this with cover letter versus no cover letter, the cover letter increased interview rates by about 2%. That might seem really, really small, but most people's interview rates are anywhere between 2 to 3%, give or take.
So you could double it.
You can literally double the number of interviews. Yeah. So if you only get 1 interview per month, now you're getting 2 per month. Or if you were getting 2 per month, now you're getting 4 with just a cover letter. But piggybacking on Dustin's comment, do not write a long cover letter. Again, we want to be fast, efficient, etc. Don't even use paragraphs. I recommend for the cover letter using bullet points. So the cover letter template that I have on the site that I recommend people use, it literally says, I know how hard it is to find the right candidate these days, so I'll keep this short and sweet. Here are the top 4 reasons that I think that I would be a good fit for this role. And then bullet, 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 bullet. Yeah. And that's it.
And the thing I'll add, Gina, I feel like you and I just want to at the same time, but I'm going to come back to you.
I'm being played. I don't want to interrupt.
No, I think it's fun. Are you kidding? I'm usually just, I'll talk the whole time if you let me. And I am trying to be a good moderator. However, I'm also very opinionated. I want to say something that I want to add to something Bogdan said, earlier when he was talking about like there might be 50 candidates, but if a recruiter takes 50 candidates to a hiring manager, they're going to be fired. However, if they have to whittle that down to 10, and 45 of them are highly qualified, which in this market and in these large pools is highly likely, what are the 2 things that can differentiate those resumes? Your LinkedIn profile and a cover letter. So that's why you're giving them more information to work from. However, what you can't do is have an I cover letter. That would be bad. That will remove you from the pool. It has to be a you cover letter. Here's why I am coming to you. It can't be a regurgitation of your resume. It has to be, here is why I want to work for you, and that's how you make it an asset. Gina, go.
Yeah, about 2 years ago, I wrote an article on how to construct an effective cover letter, and I crowdsourced. I have 7 other coaches that many of us know who have input on that. So I can put the link to that. It's just an Intel article.
Let's so side note, all of you who are registered. Oh, there's an opportunity to use my banner. All of you who are registered, and if you aren't, drop Kristen an email. She'll get you on the list, are going to get access to the recordings via a dashboard that also has a bunch of freebies in it. And we're going to add Gina's thing to it, which I think is great. And like Bogdan mentioned, his simple cover letter, any of our freebies that we think are great, send them my way, y'all. We'll put them on there and just give all of you so much stuff. You won't kind of know what to do with it. And so we're going to, as we wrap up this panel, we're going to do a little round robin here real quick. Let me get rid of this banner. And I want to make sure all of you are following all of them. So these are QR codes that will hop, skip, and jump you to their LinkedIn profiles. Unfortunately, Kathy was unable to join us, but I encourage that you follow her. She's awesome. She specializes in the fashion, footwear, and more creative industries. So she brings a new perspective. Drop her a little note and give her well wishes because she was pre-evac from some of the fires near LA this morning. So we're sending her good thoughts and wish she could have joined us, but understand why she couldn't. But this was your panel today. Yay! Thank you, everybody. And I want to go round robin with each of you and grab your number 1 piece of advice as we kind of shift gears into breakout sessions, which I'm going to bring information up here in a second on how to access those and which ones are where. But I want each of you to kind of wrap our panel with your number 1 piece of resume specific advice. So I'm just going to go down my little vertical screen over here. Dustin, you get to start us off.
Yay. So this is tough because there's so much that you can give. But my number 1 piece of advice is get really clear about your focus of the resumes that you're writing and why you are a top candidate, and make sure that that resume has as many measurable achievements, does not read like a job description, and highlights your value and your impact.
Franklin.
Slow to unmute. Relevancy and results. As I've been listening to the panel, there's been so much good advice, but anytime you're a job seeker listening to a panel, you hear so much advice, you can start to get in your own head about it. Don't overthink this stuff. It's still about relevancy and results. And if you need help, call one of us. QR code us.
Hashtag shameless plug. Relevancy and results. There's your hashtag. Mine's humans still matter. That's Franklin's. Ashley, what's your top tip?
Focus less on what everyone else is doing and focus on what is working for you, where you're seeing successes. If it is working, keep doing that, regardless of what career coach tells you not to submit a resume or what recruiter says not to submit a cover letter. If you have had success submitting cover letters, keep doing that. Keep doing what is working. Make sure that you show up as your authentic self. Stop worrying about everybody else. Tune out the noise. Put your blinders on. Just be relevant, be valuable, and be qualified. Go for it.
Authenticity is my favorite word. Bogdan.
My big advice is speed is more important than ever. So make sure that you apply within those first 24 to 48 hours. If you find a job posting that's a week old, 2 weeks old, and I get this question a lot, it's like, am I just too late? Should I not apply? You can apply to it anyway, but prioritize them in order. So set up your alerts in LinkedIn to alert you as soon as jobs are posted, and then use some type of tool. It could be as simple as a Google spreadsheet. It could be the little teal Chrome extension to mark your jobs and then go down your hit list of jobs that you want to go after.
Bingo. Prioritize your time. Balance quality and quantity, I think, is a good way to say that. And Gina, and note, Gina isn't on our QR code because she was a pitch hitter, and I'm so super glad that she was for this session. But you can obviously track her down on LinkedIn, and she will be in the interview panel later, so you'll have her QR code then, because clearly you are all coming to that one as well. How's that for putting y'all on the spot out there in the audience? Gina, what's your number one tip when it comes to resumes?
I echo what Franklin said. You need to make your marketing relevant to your key decision makers and think like a recruiter, because oftentimes the recruiter is that first line of defense. They're the ones skimming all those resumes. So have empathy for the fact that their eyeballs are tired and they want to find you, but you got to spoon feed the information to them.
That's a good way to put it. They're a gatekeeper, but they're also a gatekeeper who you can make an ally. That's something to think about. Chaz, you get to round us out as we get ready to shift into breakout sessions here. What's your number one piece of resume advice for everybody out there?
Well, I feel like everyone took a piece of what I wanted to say, but I would still say, your resume is not your obituary, right? So don't write it that way. Continue to, I guess I would drill it home, right? Continue to write your narrative, but stop writing for robots. Write for humans who are too busy to read them, right? And that'll help you to figure out how to make sure every word on your resume earns itself on the resume, as opposed to you just putting everything on there. So that's my last advice.
I love the obituary statement, because I've told people before that your resume is not a career anthology. It's a forward-thinking marketing document. Saying it ain't your obituary is such a better way to phrase that. What a good way to wrap up everything we've talked about. So I want to thank all of you for giving me your time this morning. You're not done yet. You're giving everyone out there a little bit more time. So again, I want you to make sure you follow, engage with these people. One of the reasons that I founded National Career Coach Day, which again, that's what the Job Seeker Summit is honoring, was because all of us love to serve. And I wanted to give us just another way to do that. And so we're just going to get started here. So make sure you follow everybody on the screen. And then reminder, we're going to do some giveaways at the start of the next panel. So after I might have a schedule. After breakouts, we'll have a nice little break. And we can also, if you guys need a coffee refill or, a pit stop, got a few minutes to get everybody situated in rooms. They are open. So there are QR codes here, and Kristen is adding the links in the chat, because obviously if you click this on your phone, you can't click a QR code from your screen. Can somebody at Microsoft or Apple fix that? That would be great. But the links are popping up in chat. So the first room is going to be Chaz and Bogdan, who are going to talk more about tech in resumes and resumes in tech. If you want more opinions than you can ever handle, head over to room B with Ashley and Franklin, who are going to give you even more of that recruiter bend. Or if you want to dig more into accomplishments and how to combat ageism and a lot of those common resume challenges, head there. And then I've got Mark Missiano, who is going to hop into Zoom rooms and join Dustin to talk about career change resumes. So I know there were several questions about shifting gears, presenting different roles or functions, or career change completely. I also would say like level ups are a good thing to take to that. So if you've got unique elements to your story, you need help wordsmithing, head there. Breakouts will be open for the next 45 minutes. If you want to go to multiple, you are welcome to hop back and forth. This screen and the chat will remain open through breakouts and through the break. So whatever relevant information you all need, this is your home base to come and grab it. But Zoom rooms are open, so I welcome you to start migrating over there. If anybody on the panel needs help getting where they need to go, let me know. Kristen's got everything coming in chat. I see the first one.
The links are clickable in the chat.
Yeah, you're right. They're not. Unless they're clickable in the LinkedIn chat. Okay, so hey, Kristen, we're going to do something really quick, and we're going to do meeting IDs, might be the right way to do this. So if you are going to the first, going into Zoom and entering the meeting ID is going to be the easiest way to do it. So we'll also change this slide and add the meeting ID to it in addition to the QR code. So if you are going to breakout number 1, that is, Catherine says her clicked. I think it depends on where you're at. We're in the back end of StreamYard, so it's not really working for us, but we'll get everybody where you need to go. I'll be hanging out here while we migrate. Panelists, you're all welcome to leave these rooms and head over to your Zoom. If I need to help you get there, let me know. And everybody in chat says the links worked. Yay, we're good. Thanks for being an alarmist, Ashley. I'm just kidding. I got to give somebody some shit today. So head on over to breakouts. And again, I'll be here just manning this as our home base if anybody needs me. And then Ashley here, let me see if I can give you, where are you? Private chat.
I can get to it. I just didn't think it was clickable for everybody else. Don't worry about me. I got it.
No.
I'm good.
Whoa. Oh, wait, I didn't know I could do that. I just showed that on the screen. Holy cow, I didn't know I could do that. So next time we're answering questions, I can do that. I love all of you out there who are watching me discover all these things StreamYard can do that I didn't know about. You're in ID 881. Do you have it, Ashley?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Gina, you're good. Bogdan, you're in that 745 room. So let me know if you need anything. And I think we're good to go. So we'll leave this up. I'm going to mute myself. I may pop in and out of rooms, but I got to get ready for the next panel.
Recording in progress. Hey there, Job Search Summit peeps. My name is Diana Alt, and I am
All right, so everybody out there can hear me. We're going to start getting ready for our next panel here. I had a momentary panic. My camera was frozen, but luckily I'm back. So we're going to start getting our next round of panelists up here live, and we will kick things off here in a few minutes. But of course, we're starting everything off with some giveaways. So y'all better get ready for those listening. All right, so there'll just be a couple minutes of maybe some murmuring chatter and getting people organized here on the screen. For any of you out there who are live streaming and can hear us, let us get organized, and then we'll dive into the Job Search Ask Me Anything panel.
The Ask Me Everything panel.
Ask Me Everything panel.
All the things.
Where's Brent? I'll grab him at some point. Let me make sure he's in the right place. Hello, everybody out there. How are breakout sessions? Well, Mark actually went to one. I would love for any of you in chat who want to talk about how breakout sessions went. Let me know. We had to actually shut Ashley down. We have other computers in the other rooms that were where we were hosting all the Zoom meetings. And a minute ago, I could still hear Ashley talking. And I was like, Jim, we got to shut her down. I need my bandwidth. So we had, I think, almost just as many people in the live stream attend the breakouts. So, and stay for the whole time. So clearly all of us have way more opinions than anyone knows what to do with. So let's see. Everybody's here. We're waiting on Brent. Yay, Nikki. I'm so glad it was excellent. Look at all these comments. Y'all are amazing. Oh, there's Brent. Yay. Gang's all here. Cool. Let me play around with what we think is there. I like that better for when there's slides up. It's funny. And this is where I just ramble to fill time because I'm good at that. But I use StreamYard for podcasting, but I never have 8 people on my podcast. I just have 1. And so I'm finding all these really fun little bells and whistles. Speaking of a bell and whistle, for any of you out there who are just coming back to the live stream, I saw some comments earlier just asking for this. If you haven't registered for the event and want to be able to get all of the playbacks, including all of the breakout rooms, drop Kristen an email at hello@careerbenders.com, and she'll make sure you get the follow-up email with access to the Summit dashboard, which is going to have all the recordings and also access to a bunch of freebies that we loaded in there. So we're just giving away the farm over here. And if you would like some eggs, give us your email address. How's that? And it's 12:15. So I say, let's stop breaking and let's do some giveaways. What do you think? So, all right, now I got to do something different and share my screen. So I have a couple things to give away. And my handy dandy assistant, Kristen, is going to help me out if she's around. If she's not, you'll all just find out who these people are later. So I am giving away 4 copies of my Ultimate Job Search Companion ebook. And I am giving away something even bigger than that. I'll tell you after we draw the 4 winners of that. So, hey, Kristen, drop me a private chat if you're hanging out and can pull numbers for me. And I will get the number generator wheel of fun queued up. If you don't write to me, I'll just, oh, there she is. And also, by the way, let's give Kristen another round of applause because let's be real. She's the reason this thing happened. All right. So let's get out my wheel of fun and spin it. All right. So first winner of so Kristen, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the wheel 4 times. We'll find 4 numbers. You can go see who they are and we'll announce the names all at once. All right. So first winner of a free copy of the ebook is mystery number 208. All right. Now let's spin it again. I wonder if you can change the length of time this spins because it feels oddly, just slightly awkwardly long, doesn't it? All right, we got 254. Can you hear the ridiculous music it plays? I was testing this out earlier and Jim was like, what are you listening to? For all of you out there in streaming land, Jim is my husband, who most of these coaches know because That's just how we roll. 56, an early registrant gets a free copy of the Ultimate Job Search Companion. And last of our 4 ebooks in this round goes to $281. This random number generator really likes the 200s. All right, so now what I'm going to do, and Kristen will put those names in chat and I'll read them out in a second. I actually can't see you guys because this numbered thing is taking up my whole screen. I am giving away 1 seat in my Smart Search small group job search cohort. How's that for a mouthful? And in essence, it is group job search coaching with 4 to 6 other people. And I am giving away a seat, which is worth over $1,000. So who gets it? Watch it be a coach. That would just be perfect. And 179. All right, let me get rid of this screen share. You all did just get to see the wheel spin, right? Oh, really? Did I do all of that hoopla and you were watching giveaways? I think because I came back to StreamYard and it was like, are you sure you want to share? And I'm like, I think I just did all of that without actually sharing the screen. So now I feel like, do you want to see my wheel of fun? I'll just figure out how to share it later. See, even we screw up sometimes, y'all. Even we screw up. But we still gave away some stuff. So I will be forgiven. And I love how Navi, you don't have that number. We didn't give out tickets. We are pulling the numbers from the registration list. So essentially, if you were the first person to register, you're 1. If you registered an hour ago and gave Kristen your email address, you're at the end of the list. We pull a random number. You don't know it. We just make it up on the fly, Max. It's completely legitimate. No, actually, it really is. Kristen has a numbered spreadsheet. If you would like proof, we will show it to you. And she is currently cross-referencing the 5 numbers I just pulled with it. And she'll type them here in chat. So it leaves you in suspense and keeps you hanging on. And if you are not already registered and want a chance to win the next group of giveaways, be sure to email us because we will capture you and put you into the list. Now, I think we can stop my antics and give you guys some great advice because here is our next panel to talk about job searching, and let's meet them.
No BS career growth strategist for leaders in tech. I have my own business, Diana Alt Coaching Consulting.
Hi everyone, my name is Brent Chu. The name of my business is Maven Minds. I've been in business for a little over a year now, and my area of focus and expertise are young professionals and mid-career folks.
Hi everyone, my name is Kristen Dare and I own KD Vocational Services. I've been in the career services industry since 2006. I specialize in working with those with gaps in employment and those who are making a career transition.
Hi, my name is Diane Hudson and I'm director of the Certified Professional Career Coach Program. I own Career Marketing Techniques, a professional career coaching, resume writing, and training firm for about 30 years.
My name is Mark Misiano. I'm a certified professional career coach and a certified executive resume writer. I run Resume Ready and I focus on helping people level up in their careers, going from individual contributor into leadership roles or leadership up into executive leadership.
Hi, I'm George Sudakov. I'm an executive ADHD coach. I started my practice in September 2019 to help my clients understand their unique brain wiring and succeed because of it rather than in spite of it.
I love it. I love all these little videos because in case you haven't realized, these people are all my friends too. And so it's fun to watch you all with your little personalities. And also Kristen has the most fabulous hair on the planet. So she wins that award. If only I had 1/10 of that volume. All right. You all know the drill here. If you were here earlier this morning, you know the goal here is to make this interactive. So if you're out there in listener land, get your comments ready. If you're just now joining us, we've been encouraging you all to connect with each other. So share LinkedIn profiles. I will probably go back and connect with every single one of you. So there's my disclaimer. So if you haven't shared that already, go ahead. We'll be sure to make sure you have access to all of the people on your screen via LinkedIn. But let's get this panel started. And as questions pop up, I hope all of you out there will throw them into chat. So we're going to start this off in an interesting foot. And I want to start with what not to do. So we're gonna start with a round robin, and each one of you is gonna tell me essentially what you find to be your most common or your worst job search blunder. Kristen, I'm gonna start with you.
Just hitting a quick apply button and waiting for somebody to call you.
Yeah, trigger happy on the apply button. I'm going to go around my screen. Not that any of you know who's where, so I could just be random. Mark, what's yours?
A lack of clarity in the job search. So let me write the most generic resume I possibly can and then just hope that it works for something.
Mark stole my epitaph, which will be written on my gravestone. Lack of clarity in a job search is worse than a bad resume. And you're going to find out why over the next hour. Diana, what's your most common pitfall or worst job search blunder?
Thinking that your job search starts with updating your resume.
Oh, that
It's
might be
really
the
like
mic drop. She took the good one, you guys. No, that's totally true. But and the reason I say that is because I think all of us would say that's what 99% of people come to us for and what they think they start with. Love that. And you're going to find out more on why that is such a big blunder here in a minute. George.
Yeah, mine would be don't go all out and then burn out. Pace yourself.
That's a great one. And, I have to tell you all, George is a unique, but an intentionally unique addition to this group because you heard him in his introduction as an ADHD coach. And so we wanted to bring some skills and some perspective on neurodiversity to this, both for those of you out there who may be navigating that as part of your job search, but also food for thought for anybody out there who's hiring and understanding how to engage with, hire, and probably demystify some things. So I love that George is adding that angle, and that's a 100% good piece of advice, whether you're neurospicy or not. Pace yourself and don't burn out. Diane, what's your number one blunder or don't do?
Not having a plan in place. You need a career management plan. Gotta have it. You can't just go like this. It doesn't work.
You all are hitting the best buttons because if you start with your resume, you're probably going to go to LinkedIn apply, which means you don't have a plan. And then you're going to just be trigger happy on the apply button and burn out. So here you go. Look at it. It's just stacking up. Brent, bring us home. What's the last biggest blunder we haven't talked about yet?
I mean, mine probably encapsulates everything. It's the applicants who tell me they've sent 100 applications in and haven't heard back yet. And so let's get you behind that black hole and in front of hiring managers.
That's exactly it. And one of the reasons that is probably happening was one of the aforementioned common mistakes. So let's start fixing them. Big picture, if this is all the things we don't do, let's talk about what we do. So what makes a good job search strategy? Diane mentioned having a career management plan, having a job search strategy. Diana, I'm going to let you kick us off and tell us what actually makes a good strategy if all of those are bad strategies.
Basically intentionality is the name of the game. And recognizing that this is just not a transactional thing. It's not a numbers game like direct mail, the crap that hits your inbox during election season, like we all just went through. So, couple things that come to mind are, number one, understanding it's a marathon, not a sprint mindset, understanding what you can and can't control. Which, fun fact, the only thing you can control is you. So everything else is out of your hands. And then
I want to go make a banner that says that and have it tick across the bottom of the screen. Yes. Yeah. Newsflash.
The Stoics were right. And then also picking something. Like, a lot of people will get really hung up because we talk about targeting, like, don't do the generic, figure out what you want to do. And if sometimes people say, well, I don't know what I want to do, but I just got laid off. And that's the time that you just got to pick something so you can eat and live indoors and get started, assuming you don't have financial runway to discover. And then you can always figure out what's your next move later, or develop a second path that is more in line. You don't go generic, you go with a target. And then if you decide you don't like that target, then you adjust to a different target.
It's easier to become broader than to start broad and get frustrated and then like drill down, I think is a really good way to put it. But Diana, you bring up a good overarching point that I kind of want to highlight. And that is that a lot of job search strategy is mindset and setting realistic expectations and then kind of matching an implementation plan to it. So I want to know who else wants to chime in on the heels of that and what Diana said around what makes a good job search strategy.
I can chime in on that and kind of piggyback off of what you just said, Angie. And I think a lot of it is expectation. How do you expect the job search to go? How do you expect the application process to go? And I think a lot of job seekers out there now are thinking, it should take me a month, maybe 2 months to find a job. And the reality is like, that's just not the case. As we saw with the resume stats, there's about 700, maybe 600 applicants for one role. And so the idea that you're just going to kind of apply and stumble upon this role is just not reality anymore. And I think expecting that this job search is going to be tough, expect that it's going to be a marathon, and expect that it's going to be rigorous. I think that will really help subside anxiety and uncertainty while you're going through this process, and realize that a lot of the job seekers are going through the same motions, the same problems, the same tedious work that you're doing. And so being able to have that mind shift to allow it to show you that it's going to be hard and it's going to be rigorous, and I need to have tough skin, and I'm going to see a lot of rejection and try to get through that. I think that for me is what my clients see the most lift out of it, just shifting that mindset and that perspective.
Can I hit something really, really important that was phrasing Brent just used? I am going to see a lot of rejection is different from I am being rejected.
Yes, it is. Mindset. And Kristen unmuted right at the same time of Brent, so I hope you held your thought. But Brent hit something that's really important because for certain industries. So, I work a lot in technology. Diana works a lot with technology. George used to be an engineer. So we have all been hearing this story of talking to people who are CTOs with 20 years of experience, and they are used to hitting easy apply 3 times, getting a couple recruiter calls and having 5 offers in their lap inside of 4 weeks. 6-week job searches went to 6 months. And that is not only a logistical, strategic component, there is a mindset to it. And so there's a reason so much of this is being echoed here. Kristen, I want to hear what you have to add.
I was going to talk, just as far as if you go on vacation, you have a roadmap, how you're going to get there. You need that in your job search. And I always suggest developing a target list of companies. What companies do you want to target? And start nurturing and growing your network. You're not reaching out right away and asking for a job. You're, maybe doing your informational interviews. Saying, I'm trying to get into this career. Could I have 10 to 15 minutes of your time? I'm not asking for a job, and I'll be respectful. But start growing your network and targeting the companies that you think you would like to work at.
Shall we start tallying the number of times the word network comes up in the next hour? Kristen wins the prize of introducing it to us. And I also love that Kristen started to take us from that mindset into a little bit of like tactical. So if you can get your mindset right, you build the clarity, which we're going to get into a little bit more. Now we start thinking about the tactics that make up a good job search. I'd love to know who else has anything else they want to add before we start getting into some of the specific pieces.
Well, I was going to add one more thing about the mindset. One of the things I hear very often is this concept of I was rejected. And I've never actually seen rejected stamped at the top of any text message or letter coming in the mail or an email. It doesn't say rejected. It just says we've selected somebody else, or we found that, somebody else's skill sets, or that maybe your skill sets didn't fit. So that's actually something that you can use as a positive opportunity and say, well, if it's not a fit for this position description that I applied for, then what is a better fit? And then you go and figure that out.
Removing that like physical piece of feeling like the giant red reject stamp went a la, like, I don't know, there's probably a cartoon in the 80s that had it is so good, because more often than not, I would say 99.8% of the time, you aren't rejected, someone else is selected. And that is a fundamentally different perspective to bring to job searching, to say they aren't not choosing me, they're choosing someone else. And now we have to figure out how you become that one that is selected, which is what we're going to kind of get into. Go ahead. I hear somebody.
Hi. Well, remember this too. I was doing like math on this a couple weeks ago for a LinkedIn post. If the average job posting gets 250 applications, 5 to 10 people or 2 to 4% are invited to an interview. One person gets the job. Statistically speaking, you have a 0.4% chance of getting that job. If there are 800 applications, it drops to 0.125% chance of getting a job. So like knowing that that is the case, then we get to go, what are the strategies and tactics that land you on the top of the stack of resumes, differentiate you from everybody else, and grab the attention of the person who's making that decision so that you can increase the rate of response for interviews, because then you're only competing with, 5 other people, not 800.
And you know what's amazing about that? Mark also got a glimpse because he was sitting in the back room this morning during the resume panel. I know you already had those statistics, and Bogdan mentioned them as well. And so I hope all of you out there just got a second impression of some very important numbers. Side note, one of the things Bogdan added to that is a cover letter will essentially double your chances of that. And then if you can get in quickly after an application opens, at least in the online game, your chances also go up. But it is very important to know that there is a numbers component here. And there's various ways to work around that numbers piece, which is what we're going to get into. But I can tell Diana is busting at the seams to say something.
Well, I'm busting at the seams to say two things. The numbers
you are.
That this is, I'll be here all day. The numbers thing is important because on the mindset side, understanding like the chances are low, especially for high demand roles, is a big deal. But in the respect of tuning and increasing your odds, I have talked to I don't know how many recruiters, typically in tech, because that's my lane, and they will say they will get 800 applications, and less than 5% actually meet basic qualifications. So
ding, 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 ding.
Clearly demonstrate that you are qualified for everything that you're applying for. Now we've gone from 1 in 800 to maybe 1 in 40 to 1 in 40 or 1 in 80. And
which is why you can't let those numbers scare you off, because they're not really representative of what's in the gene pool.
Right. Right. But there are amazing people that are not presenting as clearly qualified. Because
did you see Ashley's statistic, everybody? When she's recruiting 400 applications, 22 were qualified. And depending on the types of roles, I think you'll find that to be more common, because there's roles that look like any Tom, Dick, or Harry could apply to it, and they necessarily can't. And so that's a good thing to keep in mind, because that can play with our psyche when we get into numbers game and it's not actually representative. Diana, keep going, because you had 2 thoughts.
We also have no idea how many people applied.
Yep.
Literally do not know. For a few reasons. Number one, the button on LinkedIn is a lie. It's it's how many clicks happened. Number two, even if that number was right, there's generally multiple channels that things can come in. So stop worrying about the number and start doing what Bogdan said, which is apply within the first 24 to 48 hours.
Yep. And then also there's this idea of kind of taking the resume offline, taking the search offline, which I really want us to get into as well. And so this kind of takes us into tactical territory. And I'm going to come back to you, Kristen, because you essentially alluded to something that I wanted to kind of dig around. And that's the clarity piece that Mark brought up. The stuff that happens before you go tackle your resume. You know, we talked so much, and this was a big topic this morning, of target and tailoring your resumes, but you got to know what you're targeting and tailoring for. So how do we find that clarity? How do you know what hit list to start? Kristen brought up the hit list, which is exactly what I call it and exactly what I recommend doing. So that's why I thought she would be a good one to kind of start off this idea of like, where do you even begin with starting to kind of hone that in?
You can look for companies by industry. You can look at top 500, 500 Fortune 500 companies that you want to work at. You can look at, if you're looking at remote work, look at remote first companies. So basically by industry, you might want to look at company cultures. You might want to look at type of work. But that's always, I think, a good place to start and to put your list together.
And you mentioned a few elements that kind of go into what could be clarity. Clarity can have a bunch of different parameters. So, this is kind of like a popcorn session. I have specific questions that are going to lead off with specific people, and to make sure that Diana, Mark, and I, who could consume an entire week's worth of talking, are not too overbearing for the rest of the people in the room. I realized that. I was like, oh man, I did a number on myself putting the three of us in the same opinion session. But I want to hear what else. So what are some of the other, let's say, parameters or practical pieces of the puzzle we should be thinking about, asking ourselves, and gaining clarity on at the beginning of a search? Who's next? Mark.
I'll get two quick ones and then I will shut up. Number one, I have a lot of my clients go through a hell yes, hell no list based on their previous experiences. So look back at everything that you liked and did not like about the past jobs that you've had. Things that are deal breakers for you go in the hell no list. Things that are your must haves go in the hell yes list. And you can do anything. It can be compensation, culture, type of work. If you don't want to be customer facing, whatever, put it all down so that as you're looking at job descriptions, oh, this is 3 things on my hell no list. I'm out. I'm not even going to spend 15 more minutes humming and hawing about whether I should do this or not. And then what I'll say too, because I love the idea of that hit list and target job titles and target companies and all that kind of stuff. List out every single job title you can possibly think of. It doesn't matter if anyone's hiring for it. If you think you would be a good fit, list it. And then when you do your target companies, identifying like who resonates with you personally on like a values level. But then I also recommend always, like, the first company that comes to mind, look at all of their competitors, right?
Yes.
Like maybe you can go work at a disruptor in the industry and not have to deal with the giant corporation. You can go to a medium-sized business. So looking at like peripherally related things can always be beneficial.
You guys got some really good meaty questions coming in chat, by the way, but I want to continue this thought. Kristen, then Diana, and then we'll get some new perspectives. So
I'm going to say, kind of in conjunction with the target company list, is when you start thinking about your warm outreach. So writing down who's your inner circle, who's your family, your friends, former coworkers, current coworkers, people that know you, hairstylists, if you know your insurance agent, let them know that you're looking for work. When you have that company, you can reach out to those people and say, do you know anybody at this company? And kind of start what might have been a cold outreach, kind of make it warm if you can get an introduction.
I'm going to say know the why behind why things are your target. And here's why. Number one, a lot of people don't want to work at a big company. So if you think about name brands like Apple and Google and whatever, everyone knows those names, but a lot of people are like, I just want to work at a company with 250 people because they maybe can wear more hats. So write a profile of the company that you want and then start searching for companies that meet that profile. Also, be able to say why you want a company, either why you want that profile or why you want a name brand. Then when you network, you can say, I'm looking for a company like X. A company I'm considering is Acme Corporation. And then you can ask your network, do you know anyone at Acme I could talk to? Or what else should I be considering?
Good. George, I want to hear you chime in, bring a new perspective to us.
I'm sure I have a somewhat skewed experience because I don't work with job seekers typically. I work with people who are founders and executives, but some of them are looking for new opportunities. And what I find works well in those situations is having a clear idea about what George brings to the table. If you can say, if you can impart this information to somebody else who could say, oh, you hired George when you have such and such problem, that helps the Rolodex problem, right? When somebody is looking for an SRE manager who have dealt with moving microservices from physical data centers into the cloud. I'm throwing a bunch of technical words, but kind of gives you the very specific idea about who it might be in my network that I would recommend.
It's be a solution. It's amazing how many, we're going to talk about branding, but it's amazing how many parallels there are between like building a business and building a job search strategy. And just as you as a business owner need to know the pain points of your audience and how you solve them, we as job seekers need to know our unique value proposition as it solves the problem for a company or a hiring manager. And if you can drill down on that, you will cross the finish line, no question, especially as you move up the ladder and the problems become more complex and the solutions to them become fewer and further between and harder to find, which is why I love the extra perspective of how to think about job searching at different stages, because tactics are the same, mentalities change, and your unique value kind of shifts. So this is so fun. It's also, I said this morning, but I'll reiterate the fact that it's so nice to not be in an echo chamber, right? And it's like, I say all these things to people. Oh, good. Other people are saying these things to people too. I'm not entirely nuts. Diane, what do you think on this front? What makes a good job search strategy? What makes a good career management plan? That was a phrase you brought up.
Right. That was the beginning, the career management plan. So we have to look at a lot of different factors. And I was noticing somebody had a little question in there like about burnout. So one of those situations is figuring out in the beginning, what are your goals? Is your goal to make a lot of money? Is your goal to be an executive? Is your goal just to have a job to pay the bills for the family? Is your goal because you have a passion and you really want to work in a certain industry? You want to cure something, whatever that might be. So let's look at all these goals, but we also have to figure out, what your values are and what your motivational factors are. And that's what can or cannot lead to that burnout. But you have to put the plan together. I think it was Kristen that said, people will plan their road trip and people will plan to buy a dog or a house or a refrigerator, but they don't often plan their job search, their career management. So
Which is the thing that helps you buy the dog, take the road trip, and get the house. Come on, people.
Exactly. You got to get the map out. You got to look at it and watch it. So
don't leave it to chance.
It's a beginning piece of it. And then you look at all these industries and you look at the position descriptions, because there's a big difference between a job seeker who comes to us as a nurse or an engineer and somebody who says, I don't know what I want to do when I grow up.
Yeah.
Then we have to look at all the transferable skill sets.
Don't leave it to chance. And you have choice are probably the two things I would want to add to this. Brent, round us out, and then we're going to take some viewer questions. So if you want to keep pumping stuff into comments, go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of want to just basically encapsulate and do a step-by-step process of what everyone has said. I think what Mark said, particularly about clarity, and then adding on to what Diana said about clarity, is find out who you are, what resonates with you. I think a lot of the time, candidates just look for companies. They don't really know what they're looking for, why they're looking for it, because they really don't understand what they want. And so I think when your first step, trying to find a job and going through the process, is really define who you are, self-reflect on what makes you happy, what about a particular instance of your job makes you fulfilled, and then build out your target market list from there. For me, and I'll give my example, is one of my favorite companies is Nike. So me coming from a finance background, this is kind of how I think I would go about the job search process. Go to Nike, go to their LinkedIn profile page, go to their people page, type in finance under, for me, finance under the search bar. Right then and there, you will see about 10 to 15 finance people. Presumably, you're going to want to talk to senior managers or VP level positions. The reason for that is because ultimately you want to get to that position. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start connecting with those folks that work at Nike. Presumably, those folks that work at Nike also have 3 or 4 companies that they previously worked for. Those previous companies were stepping stones to get them to Nike. So why wouldn't you use them as for their previous companies as stepping stone to get you to Nike? That's kind of how I think about this whole job search and networking process, is work your way down from who you are and really what resonates with you. Ultimately, that's what's going to get you excited about this job search process, is because you're going to be prospecting with companies and with people that you want to be eventually. So that's kind of my 2 cents in kind of encapsulating what everyone said.
It's a good way to roadmap the roadmap and good summary. Also, FYI, Brent, we're having a little issue with some feedback. So it appears as if all of us need to mute when we're not talking, including me. So you can all take bets on how many times I go, oops, I'm muted for the next hour. Now we're going to go to some viewer questions, and really thoughtful questions, everybody. I'm excited about some of these. And one of them, Diana, is coming to you. Susanna had a really thoughtful follow-up question to something that you casually mentioned, which was you may be qualified, but you're not necessarily presenting as qualified. Can you give her an example of maybe a time you saw that and how you might fix it?
Count me in on the I forgot I was muted club. So I see this a lot with people that are trying to make transitions in tech, either from a individual contributor role into a leadership role, or from maybe like a technical role into something less technical, like, for example, software engineering into project management. Maybe they've done a little bit of a hybrid role and they want to lean into project management. What happens is that they view their conversation, their story, their resume as a biography instead of as a brochure. So what they do is they talk about all the amazing things that they did that are relevant to a senior technical architect role, but they leave off the leadership things that they did informally or maybe formally, and then their resume looks like a techie, not like a leader. So one exercise I have people go through that is one of my favorites is what I call the stoplight exercise. And you do it two ways. One way is to figure out if you're qualified, which we talked about earlier. The other way is to match your resume to the job description. And all you do is take a job description, look at the activities, the qualifications, the nice to have qualifications, and give yourself a red, yellow, green rating for everything. Red if you just don't have that qualification or you haven't done the thing. Green if you clearly have that qualification and you have done the thing. And then yellow if you're kind of in the middle. And I find with a lot of my clients, about 80% of them will understate their qualification. So they'll make something yellow that should be green. And 20% will overstate. But if you do that to level yourself so you can apply, it's helpful because you're not wasting your time. And if you also look at your resume in comparison to the job posting and do the same thing, then you can figure out, do I need to tailor some more? When you get good at this, after you've done this about 3 times, you don't even need to get the markers out or the highlighter out. You just know. And yeah, so that's one of the key things that I have people do.
I love exercises like that. You and George will appreciate that I once did this in the format of binary with an engineer who could not understand that yellow counts for something. It was like everything was either green or red. And so it's a good way to force yourself out of that very black and white. Yes, I have it. No, I don't. There's most of the stuff is going to fall into a gray area for most people, which comes back to the who's qualified and how does that align with the different proportions from which hiring managers are looking for different skill sets. So also that's an even better answer to that question than I expected. I should know Diana Alt's going to deliver. Carlos wanted to know about numbers game. Let's go for a quick answer on this one. But is there a difference or a benefit between across where you apply? Who wants to chime in on this one? George.
Yeah, I mean, I also have, again, ADHD neurodiverse perspective on this, but for me, the name of the game is about persistence, and persistence looks differently for different people, right? Persistence does not mean level A effort every single day. You have to pace yourself. It's going to take a few months, 6 months, as we have heard. And just like when you think about when you're saving money for a big purchase, let's say a house, you save a little bit every month, not big chunks, but you also invest smart. You don't just put it somewhere there where you're going to lose money or savings account. You think about how you're going to leverage it. So if you aiming for a goal to apply to, I don't know, 10 jobs per day, don't just hit a bunch of applies on LinkedIn and then go, oh, well, I applied to 10 and I've never heard from anybody. Be more strategic, be more smart about it and choosy.
Trigger happy on the apply button will lead you to frustration. So as a follow-up to that though, is there, I'd love, because I think as a mindset or a general strategy of where, very, very good piece. What does anybody think about where to apply?
I recommend applying on the company website whenever possible.
Yeah.
My experience, it's getting to the person it needs to get to. You know it's a legitimate job posting because you're applying through their website with all the scams out there. And just from talking to various HR people, sometimes on some of the other like job boards, it might go to somebody else to screen them because the volume is higher. So I just, from the people I've talked to, from the HR people I've talked to, it's good to apply on the company site for multiple reasons.
I think that's what we would all say, most likely. Company site first, LinkedIn second is my answer to that question. And I'm guessing most people would agree. Next question in the chat, Tyler. I love this question. And what I'm going to encourage you to do is take that to the breakout session with Kristen and Diane and pick it apart, because that's a deep dive that I think a lot of other career changers are going to be interested in. And if the first group of breakout sessions is any indication, there's a lot of you out there who want to change careers and want some advice on it. So that's going to be a really, really fruitful conversation in the career change breakout. As a follow-up to where to apply, I want to answer this question real quick. What kind of volume should we be shooting for? Mark?
The volume that you can handle. So people don't talk about the mental health aspect of job searches very often, but it is wildly important and something you should actively think about before you get into the job search. So make sure that you're building into your schedule in a sustainable way. So a couple of big things that I have my clients do is work out how this fits into their schedule, because then the number doesn't really matter. It's about how many you can fit into a certain period of time. So my recommendations are things like start off with 45-minute chunks where you are job searching, doing whatever activity within your job search that is for 45 minutes, and then take a 5 or 10-minute break. There's like 20, 20, and 20 rule. Every 20 minutes, take a 20-second break and look at something 20 feet away, right? The idea that the number usually doesn't matter. I've had clients who the number matters because they're a little bit competitive even with themselves. And so that helped to motivate, right? So it was, if I got 10 rejection emails this past week, I'm going to try to get 15 next week because it tells me that I'm ramping up. I'm applying to more jobs than I did the week before. So in whatever way makes most sense to you, I want you to incorporate that, but be gracious with yourself because all of this is arbitrary, right? There's no rules, there's no requirements, it's all arbitrary. So if something you do doesn't work, just do it a different way the next day instead of that like, well, I failed yesterday, so now because I couldn't go 45 minutes. Well, that's fine, just go 30 minutes today. But making sure that you're taking those breaks and stepping away from wherever you're doing your job search. If you are closing your job search and opening Facebook and scrolling Facebook, your brain doesn't differentiate between those two activities. And our brains also do not have the capacity to go, you're approaching burnout. Like, right, your eyes are starting to hurt a little bit.
Red or green.
It's my eyes hurt. I can't do this anymore. And I'm sitting here doing this, being like, I can't do this. So don't let yourself get to that point. If you get to that point one day, go into the next day going, I'm going to cut that time in half or double the length of my breaks. But it's going to be about how you build it in a sustainable way.
I have a hot take.
Ooh.
Most people should strive to apply for fewer jobs. Faster.
Throw less spaghetti at the wall. George has got it over there. How did you do? Oh, that's your fancy Mac, probably, because mine doesn't do that. Turn
mine on.
I think that's a great idea. There's a numbers game, but I said this earlier. There's still a fine line that you want to try to walk between quality and quantity and sacrificing one for the other. Just like you don't want to spend an hour filling out an application that's going to potentially go into an abyss because you probably just omitted 3 other applications. You also don't want to be firing off 10 in an hour so that it's complete crap.
When I'm working one-on-one with my clients, I set the target for them based on the problem that they're having. So somebody that is like, sometimes people just get paralyzed and they stop searching. They will like bookmark a million roles and they never apply. And so for that person, I may be trying to set them a higher target to apply. But for the person that's getting burned out because they're doing busy work masquerading as a job search by smashing easy apply, then what I'll end up doing with them is challenging them to set what are the rules for when I will apply and how fast I will do it. So you change the metric or the goal.
Yeah, I think to piggyback off of that too is let's reshape the question and how many jobs should I be applying to during the week? I think it should be framed as how many people am I networking with during the week?
Yeah.
I think if we can reframe that question to not necessarily apply to jobs, but how many people am I networking with, that will ultimately lead you to applying to more favorable jobs for yourself.
Second instance of networking, we all put $1 in the kitty. And we're going to talk a lot about networking, and we have a whole breakout session dedicated to it. Where I'll summarize this is there isn't a blanket statement there. It depends on your goals, depends on how competitive the search is, and depends on what you can handle. And also what other non-online strategies you're rolling in to your tactics, which you better be. Where I will kind of bring that all together and say that I forgot my train of thought and don't know what I was going to say. How's that? I had something really good. It was a mic drop moment, but it's gone. So there we go. On we go. So there's some good questions in chat, but I want to bring up the topic of personal branding because I think it is integral to some of the things we're talking about here. I know what I was going to say. Consistent, methodical effort in your job search will lead to more success, actually faster than hot on, hot, like cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. 5 applications a week is better than 30 on the first of the month and nothing again for another month. Consistent, methodical effort. So you have to design a routine that you can consistently execute upon. There was my thought. Now, personal branding. See, that was going to drive me nuts. Personal branding. Brent, I'm going to come to you to kick off this conversation for a very specific reason. As somebody who works with new grads, you are working with people that have none and are really trying to kind of start to establish it. And so what are things that anybody of any level should be thinking about with these words, personal brand, that we hear so much in job searching?
Yeah, I mean, I think when I think of personal brand, it's really like, who do you want to portray to the world? How do you want to be perceived? And what do you want your reputation to be? I think for me, or when I was going through my corporate career, from day one, when I first stepped into that office, I was very concerned about what is my reputation going to be here. And I think ultimately that's obviously rooted in performance and the work that you do, but it's mostly, and this is kind of the word of the day, is the network. What sort of relationships and connections are you building outside of yourself? Because ultimately, those are the people that are going to talk about you, thus exemplifying and amplifying your personal brand. The way to build a personal brand is to be so good and to be so powerful that others are talking about you. Not so much that you are talking about yourself, but others are talking about you. That's my 2 cents.
Ooh, that's good. Diane, I want to bring you into this conversation because you have been doing this the longest of all of us, and and likely have seen the role of personal brand probably come on the scene and also evolve. So I want your take on kind of how it fits into a current job search or current career development plan.
Yeah, it's part of the career development plan, career management plan. But yeah, the branding is really truly about what differentiates you from everybody else. So when someone's developing a resume, when they're putting their LinkedIn profile together, when they're in an interview, whatever aspect of the job search that they're engaged in, it comes right back to what value do they have to offer. So they're going to have to sit down and spend some time to figure out, what is it that I'm going to offer this employer? How am I qualified that's going to make a good match? And eventually this is going to lend itself to that brand, but it's always going to go back to, oh, Diane's a career coach. Angie's a career coach. Okay, it's clear. It's clear. We can go and look at brands outside, Coca-Cola and Target. And, when you see these brands, you just kind of automatically know them because they've been kind of cemented into our brains. So I always start with asking my clients, what is it that differentiates you? What makes you stand out against all the other competition? And if you hand a resume over to a potential employer or a relationship building networking person, what are they going to see and what value are you offering them? And then from there, we're going to be able to start building that brand. it's going to be that personal, professional brand. And then from there, we're going to create the look. So that's the other piece of it.
What are you known for? What do you want to be known for? And what are people saying about you when you're not in the room? Because guess what? They're saying something. They're saying something. I mean, it might not be bad. So it's not like it's high school gossip, but you are known for something. It is in your best interest to be the one who's articulating it, right? And so however you are the solution, which came up earlier, and I love that idea, how do you communicate that value as part of your brand? And that is the kind of clarity that can really pair with your job search target so that you can go into a hit list and say, hey, Nike, here's what I got to offer you in the finance department, right? That's the kind of powerful, hyper-targeted, apply for less jobs. Have any of you, here's an on the spot. Have any of you had a client have a one job search?
Yes.
Yep. Yay. I was like, I hope I'm not the only one. It's possible to be that targeted. Now, you have to be careful not to put all eggs in a basket, but depends on some situations. But it's possible, but you have to know what that one target is. Okay, I want to go to a couple questions in the chat. This was an interesting one. Jeff's question about, do recruiters, this I think is debunking the headhunter myth, and I would love to hear how you guys talk about this because I have a spiel. Do recruiters look for people and represent you when they don't even know a hiring manager? Diana, I can't resist what are your thoughts on this?
Oh, one of my top mentors, and it's like a mutual coaching relationship for a decade. And I talk a lot about this. So this does happen. Candidates sometimes are proactively marketed into companies, but you should always know that that's happening. So if a company says, I found your LinkedIn profile and showed it to, Mark at Acme Corporation, and now can I represent you? The answer to that question is no, because they have been misrepresenting your relationship to the client. That's just a mess. But if you have a recruiter that you have a bit of a relationship with, even if it was just like a really good 1 hour conversation where they grokked what you do and you decided that you trust these people, sometimes they will say, look, we often place people similar to you at Acme Corporation. I don't know if anything is open yet, but it's January, so things are going to open. Do you mind if I show your resume to Joe, the CIO? That is a way that proactive marketing can happen from a third-party recruiter in an ethical way. So that's my spiel.
Who else wants to add? Anybody else want to add to this? Mark does.
It's because I mean, this even kind of goes back to the idea of, should I apply on the company website or should I go through LinkedIn or how should I be applying? I try to cut out as many of the middle as possible, right? So going directly to the company, working with an internal recruiter, but third-party recruiters are not your headhunter. Headhunters in most industries for most jobs that almost everyone on this call is going to apply for will not have headhunters. A headhunter works for you and you pay that headhunter like $25,000. That's most of the time not what any of us are doing.
To find, and I don't trust any of them. So headhunting, and I think like George is shaking his head. Most of us, except for Brent, are of a certain, and maybe even Mark, are of a certain age where we remember when headhunters were a mainstream part of the hiring climate. I could find a headhunter who would shop me around, reverse recruiter, sometimes what it's called now, but that's, I don't even love that term. You could have a headhunter. They existed. They were like the flip side of the coin of a third-party recruiter, and they were a trustworthy way to go out and get in front of target companies. But it really died, I believe, with the onset of the online job boards, the strong hiring climate post recession, and a few other factors that all came together at once. But I also believe, as the founder of National Career Coach Day, I get to say that is what made space for us. And that is why career coaching emerged at the time it did, because candidates are left sitting here going, who the hell's going to help me? So there's my little soapbox on the matter. And your best strategy is to not leave you being shopped around to someone else. you go do it yourself. You can be your own headhunter. And we're about to start talking about networking where you can actually do that. But we've got a couple other questions that I want to get to. I think the duplicate application. This was a good question. It's long, but in a nutshell, what do you do about applying to multiple roles at the same company?
I think you can overdo it. So the person that Teresa asked, is it better to apply for only a few targeted matching roles? I think yes to that. And one thing you might find is if there's multiple roles that are in the same vein showing on a LinkedIn or on a career website, careers page for a company, that often is worked by the same recruiter. So you could apply for maybe 2 of them, look and see if you can figure out who the recruiter is from LinkedIn, and then let them know, like, this is my lane. I applied for position 1, 2, 3, 4 because it was obvious at the top. You posted it last week, but this is the lane that I want to be in, even if this exact one is not right. What do you suggest? There are companies that have their workflows so baked in that they'll say, apply for any. And there's other ones that'll say, no, we got you. We pay attention to who applied to one role for other roles.
Don't overdo it because you look like a spammer.
Yeah.
Quantity does not necessarily equal enthusiasm, which is kind of the second part of this. That's where you're better off creating a strategic relationship with somebody so that you can get in front of a recruiter and say, hey, I really want to be part of this company. Let's figure out what my strongest play is. And then you kind of wait it out and until it's open. I like the 3 rule of thumb, is that kind of target 3. Otherwise you look unfocused. So also just side note out there, everybody, it looks like we lost the LinkedIn stream. So if you're watching on LinkedIn, you're no longer watching on LinkedIn. So we're going to get the StreamYard link in chat and you can kind of redirect there and hopefully we can get that fixed. I have no idea what to do with that. So we're just going to keep on talking because that's what we all do. Let's see. What other questions do we have here? Okay, I'm going to go to mine. Networking. We know we've been putting it off and making people hang out until we got to it. Why is it such a critical part to our career management plan, to our job search, to our career potential? Who wants to be the first one to crack this nut?
Say that question again.
Diane gets to answer because she understands the question.
So here's the deal. If you're applying for, hundreds of jobs and you're keeping an amazing spreadsheet, but you never talk to anybody, okay, you've got to get out there and network. But the bottom line is people will hire people that know people that know people. So people will hire people even if they're 2 and 3 and 4 down the line before they'll just hire somebody off of a resume, a cold resume only. So I like to soften it by saying we're building relationships rather than networking. Networking seems to scare a lot of people. But I'm seeing a lot of job seekers who have these amazing spreadsheets and they've applied for 200, 300, 400, 500 jobs, but they've spoken to nobody. They've reached out to nobody, either on LinkedIn or social media or personally or going to a local networking event, alumni event, whatever it might be. But people will hire people or at least interview people that know people before they'll call somebody off a cold resume. That's my 2 cents.
Yep.
I'll piggyback off of that.
Brent, then Mark.
Sorry. I'll piggyback off of that and just give like an example of my situation. So I've been a W-2 employee 4 different times. I've applied, actually sent in a resume to a job board only once. And that was the first job I got right out of college. The other 3 jobs that I had didn't involve a single application process. It was purely networking. And so much so that it was the first person that I reached out to who ultimately was able to get me the job that I wanted at those roles. And so use this example as kind of for your own edification of the power of networking and how it can actually change your job search process.
Mark, I want to hear what you're going to add. Then I get to chime in.
Deal. I am not Bogdan, so I don't have the like quotable numbers. So don't quote me on this ever. But if we're talking a 2 to 4% response rate on cold applications and a quick apply, or even applying on a company website, simply reaching out, if you don't have any connection at all, still reaching out to who you think might be the hiring manager, somebody who's in that role already, anything that you can do to build a connection, I have found anecdotally to increase at least a response rate, not a you get a job rate, but a response rate by like tenfold. So you might hear back from 20 to 40% of people that you reach out to, which is still depressingly low, but I'll give you an example of a time I had a client do this. He reached out. He wanted to be the director of financial aid at a community college. He emailed the VP of finance and said all the right things and introduced himself, and it was brief and it was great. He did a great job. And she wrote back and said, "You have to apply through HR." And he was like, "I already applied through HR?" And my email told her that I did that. Like, what in the world? So he was kind of peeved about it. He ends up getting an interview. He gets the job. That is his boss. And so one day he asked her, he's like, "Hey, remember when I applied? Like, what happened? Because you email, like, why did you do that?" And she said, "Oh, yes, I remember." She said, "You were the only person who emailed me about this job, the only person who had the tenacity to reach out to me." And she said, "HR only allows us to tell people that they have to apply on the website, but I also didn't want to ignore you. So I responded to you with the only thing I could respond to you with. Then I walked over to HR and asked for your application to be on the top of the stack." So building those, even if it feels icky or like you're reaching out and it's a cold call, and it's do it anyway, because what's the worst that's going to happen? Either they're not going to hire you when they weren't anyway, or you suddenly spark in somebody's mind. They're like, "Oh yeah, that's the person that emailed me. Maybe I should take a look at them."
Networking is either a neutral or a positive. It is never a negative. And Mark brought up such a good point. And that's what I was going to say. And you queued it up so perfectly. Thank you, best friend. What is so important to know is that this goes back to Brent's point earlier of expectations. You need to have realistic expectations of what networking will and won't do. And one of those may simply be the expectation of what outcomes come from an outreach. It may not be direct. You might not get a response to the message. You might not get a profile look on LinkedIn, but if you get an interview, you can be sure that had something to do with it. No one is, except for one horrible HR person who got so flamed about a year ago, and I started the flame war, who said that job seekers who reach out to hiring managers and talent acquisition are just trying to skip the queue, and how dare they do it. Oh, I flamed the crap out of her, and she removed the post after a whole bunch of us did. Other than that horrible human, no one is going to blacklist you for taking initiative and making the extra effort to make a communication. Mark brought up a word that takes me to the next part of this conversation I want to talk about, and that's the ick. People don't like to network because they feel like they're going to look stupid and it feels icky. How do we get over that? And what are some of the tactics? Let's give practical advice here. Because mindset-wise, you just got to get over yourself. Tactically, how do we just do it?
Find out some things you have in common. You reach out to, did you go to the same school? If you're looking at somebody's profile, do you have the same volunteer interests? Have you worked at the same place? Are you in the same field? Find some common ground can help when you're networking with someone.
Show appreciation.
Give and take. You want to get some information from them, and you want to help them and support them as well.
Yeah. Showing appreciation, even if all it is someone wrote a clever post on LinkedIn about like their company or the field they're in. "Hey, I really loved what you had to say about Acme Corporation. Thank you. I'm considering applying there. And you taught me more about the company." And then if you can get into like a DM conversation, then maybe that can turn into, "Would you be open to spending 20 minutes talking to me about Acme Corporation? Nowhere in there are you asking for a job. You're saying I might like to work there someday, but you're not asking for a job." So that's what I have to say.
A human.
What?
Be a human. Be a human relating to another human. It's okay. Here's how I love job search analogies and dating. Even though I've been now married for however long and haven't dated in a really long time, there's still many correlations. Are you going to go to the first date of somebody that you swiped whatever side you're supposed to swipe on Tinder with a ring in your pocket. Hell no, you're not going to do that. You're going to wait until the appropriate time to pop the question after you have built a relationship and gotten to know someone and can trust that ring will be well received. You don't pitch slap somebody and say, hey, I see this job at this place. Will you give me an internal referral? Because I can definitely assure you that will be one of the very few negatives in networking. If you approach humans as humans and you compliment them and be grateful for the fact that they know something you would like to gain, people who get it will get it. People that don't get it for anyone, neutral or positive. There you go.
And humans love to talk about themselves. So if
Yes, they
I
do.
were to go to George or Diane and try to initiate a networking conversation, I'm not going to talk about me. I'm going to say, Diane, how did you get to where you are today? George, what brought you to working with executives? And what can you tell me about the good, the bad, the ugly, and what pitfalls to avoid? And people, this is like networking is kind of playing to the human condition, and the human condition is that we love to talk about themselves and feel like we are smarter than other people. And so if you can put people in a position where they feel like they are imparting wisdom to you because you're asking insightful questions, they are so much more likely to then they kind of take over the conversation. And your part in networking is to sit back and just let them do that, because then here's some things that I teach in like strategic networking is at the end of conversations like that, it's not the time where you're like, finally they're done talking, let me ask for a job. You get to ask other questions that elongate this interaction. So you can ask things like, is there anybody else that you think I should be talking to if I want to learn more about X, Y, and Z? Or here's a big one that I think kind of takes people off a little bit, is you could say, is there anything that I can do to support you professionally? Right? Like that could be a game changer, because they're likely to say no in most situations, but then there's that reverse of like, is there anything I can do to help you? And then suddenly you can have an ask, and whatever that you want that ask to be. Will you look at my resume? Will you introduce me to somebody? Will you let me know if there's openings in your department? But you're presenting yourself as that kind, caring, giving person, and it can really help to kind of deepen the relationship.
Reciprocity. All you have to, I love the sit back and wait, because if you give them space to talk, at some point the conversation will turn, and all you have to do is be ready to answer, well, what are you looking for? In a way that helps continue the conversation so that they know how to help you after you respected them and their knowledge. George, I want to come over to you because I want to bring in not only the neurodiversity, but the introversion and how those things play into networking, either for how do you go through the lift of starting to network? If you're not an extroverted loudmouth who loves to walk into a room of a whole bunch of people and work it, if you're not Mark and Angie, or otherwise have a hard time like wrapping your head around this stuff, like what are some tips people in that category can deploy here?
Yeah, a lot of what I do with my neurodiverse clients is about learning a framework, because neurodiverse people love structure. If like there's one that comes to mind, and we can question how much it's applicable to the job related setting, but there's a framework called Ford. People love to talk about family. People love to talk about their occupation, what they do. They love to talk about recreation, the sports and leisure activities, and their dreams. And if you have that framework in your mind, Ford is easy to remember. You can come up with a few questions that you can reach out for, and like not struggle in the moment. Well, what am I saying now? Like, how do I follow up?
That is equal to red light, yellow light, green light. That is a great tip. That's a new one for me. I feel like that's the job seeker version of my business tip of Frank. Friends, relatives, acquaintances, kids, and neighbors. I just said Franken, but there you go. Awesome. So give us Ford one more time real quick. George, what's each one of those? So these are good like conversational topics. Notice that religion and politics are not in there. What is the Ford framework?
So it's family, it's occupation, recreation, and dreams.
Dreams. There you go. Love it. What a good, that's super fun. Okay, so we've got about 10 minutes. I want everybody to just kind of know where we're at. We've got about 10 minutes before we start moving to breakout rooms. And this could be like a 3-hour panel, one, because of who's on it, and two, just because the amount of information there is about job searching. Karen Jackson, hi Karen, fellow career coach, asked a great question that I think could be good to help everybody think about out there. And that's discretion in a job search. So she asked this in the context of what do we do that for clients? But if you are a job seeker who needs to manage some level of discretion because you're a high level executive or because you're fearing retaliation at a job, what are some of your thoughts on how to navigate that in a job search? Diane unmuted first. She won.
I won.
It's like a reverse buzzer.
It is a little bit tricky because they definitely have to, click the button on LinkedIn and any other social media platforms that they are not in an active job search. They don't want to say that they are in an active job search, and they are going to have to look for recruiters who recognize their value, because that's what a recruiter works off of is a client's value. If I think I can sell this value to an employer, because that's how they're going to get paid, then they're going to present that resume or that person before them. They certainly, in today's marketplace, you can remove your address. You might even be able to get away with using half of your name, S. Smith, instead of Susan Smith. You can do little things like that as well. But the networking piece has to be very confidential in terms of maybe attending a conference and only talking to a few select people. In absolutely no circumstance can they tell anybody in the company that they work for that they are looking for a different job at that point in time, because it will get out no matter what. And this is another really good opportunity for a job seeker to work directly with a career coach, because career coaches keep everything confidential, as opposed to talking to my other executive vice president colleague or counterpart out there in the industry. So it's definitely tricky, but it's not impossible. But it goes back to putting a plan together if you're going to do that.
And a lot of networking can hide behind, can be behind the scenes. It may be a little harder at the beginning because you're going to have to start with cold or very lukewarm people versus warm people that may be connected to your company. But there are ways around it, because what I have also found is unless you work at a real gossipy or toxic kind of place, and I recognize people do, which adds a whole another layer. For the most part, I find that people understand the confidentiality and the discretion that comes in a job search, and they're not going to go running back to somebody at your company and be like, oh, you're never going to guess what George talked to me about, right? They're most likely not, except unless you work in one of the most catty bitch places on earth. And I have talked to people who do. So we know it exists. And that's where when Diane said you just have to be super, super strategic. And that's when shameless plug, one of us can come in and kind of help create some of those cold connections and to get started, get the ball rolling, create a new network, but also just help you with a strategy that's going to kind of keep you safe. So, all right. So here we go. Everybody gets a last voice. Let me get this slide up. So we're going to get ready to move to breaks, but I want to be sure that all of you know how to find all of these amazing people. So these are QR codes to LinkedIn profiles. I highly recommend that you tune in to every single one of these people. Great content, great thought leadership coming out of this group. And as you can see, there is no shortage of conversation when it comes to job search strategy and all the minutia that comes into various ways to handle things. And in general, there's no right way, but you can find a right way for you. And that's what kind of all of us specialize in. So as we start to get ready for breakouts, which I'll bring the slide up on how to get to that here in a second, we're going to go around the room. I want to know your number one piece of job search advice. It's that broad. It's that specific. Get thinking. Mark, you have a second. You're second because Diana's first.
Mine is don't forget that what you want matters. So it's very easy to get caught up in this idea. We have to do what the company wants. We have to placate people during interviews, we can't be ourselves, etc. But what you want matters, and actually acknowledging that is how you get to the targeting that jumpstarts everything else.
Mine would be I tell people there are two types of people who get jobs: tenacious people and authentic people. And if you can be both tenacious and authentic at the same time, you will blow everyone else out of the water because you are going after the things you want, like Diana talked about, and then you're doing it in a way that makes you a human, and humans hire humans. So when you walk into that interview, you can hold your head up high, going, "I'm here because I am qualified." And that changes your mentality in the interview process, right? You're already qualified. Now you're just talking about why you're a good fit, and that authenticity, rather than I have to hit all the right words, the authenticity piece is what makes you attractive to the person who's making the hiring decision.
Authenticity is my favorite word. That's the second time I've gotten to sing that today. Diana, I want to go back to what you authentic, be a human. How many times have I said that today too? The idea that you have choice is a very powerful thing in job searching that is commonly lost when we get into win mode. I just want to get the job. I just want to get the job. Don't forget that you want to make sure you want the thing you're winning. And that's why that is so important. Kristen, I want to hear your tip.
There's so many. I think going back to networking, it's important to keep your network going. Don't just build up your network and nurture it until you get your job and forget. Especially if people have helped you along the way, they've given you a referral, they've introduced you to somebody, go back and update them and let them know how things went and where you're at, and thank them again, and continue growing and nurturing your network even after you get the job.
Never stop networking. Once you go through the effort to start, don't stop, because starting is the hardest thing. And if you start networking, you'll never actually have to really go through a hardcore job search again. Oh, these are great pieces of advice. Diane, what's yours?
Know the value that you offer a potential employer and make sure that your career management plan is focused.
George is next, and then Brent gets to bring us home.
Yeah, the job search these days is a marathon, and you don't win the marathon the same way you win a sprint. So pace yourself, take care of yourself, hydration, nutrition, all of that.
Don't forget to eat. Heck yeah. Brent.
I would say remove uncertainty, uncertainty about what you want, uncertainty about what the company brings, uncertainty about why you're networking. And then lastly, gamify your search. Set different metrics for yourself during the week or even during the day. Hey, I need to hit 30 minutes today, or I need to network with 5 people this week, and write them down. Make sure you're tracking your goals. That way, when you are at number 3 and you need 2 more and Thursday, you see that you're missing 2 more and that you need to go get those. And so I'd say remove uncertainty and gamify your search.
Oh, sorry, I was echoing Brent. But hey, that was a good echo to have. Gamification is a great idea, especially if you are a millennial who likes Duolingo. Right? Give yourself a chart of gold stars. Whatever kind of works. Let yourself have, a piece of chocolate after you network with 5 people. Whatever kind of gets you going. This is not a punishment. Job searching is not a punishment, even though it feels like you're being punished. It's okay to do it in a sustainable way. Allow yourself breathing room in it, because what you don't want to do is kill yourself getting to the interview so that you have no energy for it, because those are also gauntlets that we're going to talk about later this afternoon. So how's that a good way to segue us? So here we go. We're going to get into some breakouts where you guys are going to go even deeper. We have 45 minutes of breakouts. We have a half-hour break, and then we come back here at 3 Mountain. I think it's 3-ish Mountain. In the meantime, we'll try to fix the LinkedIn feed, you guys. But then we have the interview panel. And I know there were some questions in chat about interview-specific stuff. Oh, yeah, we got a whole hour lined up for that. Don't you even worry. So that starts after breakout rooms, and after another little quick break. We'll come back, give away some more stuff, and talk about interviewing. But in the meantime, y'all gonna dig into it. So here's how you get to where you want to go. So we've got Mark and Diana who are going to talk way more about networking, how to approach it authentically, how to approach it without the ick, and also digging more into LinkedIn as a networking tool, which we didn't get into too much. Diane and Kristen, I think you've got your work cut out for you because I know there's some career changers in this room who are going to want to dig into some stuff with the two of you. And Brent and George are rolling solo because they're each working with some specialty stuff. Brent's going to work with young professionals and any newer grads in the room. So for any of you that are probably in that, definitely under 10, under 7 years of experience, Brent your go-to. And then George is going to talk about the neurospicy world of both job searching and career development and how to manage that. So I'm really excited for this lineup, and the Zoom rooms are open. And so we tried to do QR codes and it was a hot mess. So Kristen should be giving chat, and in chat, you can copy paste the appropriate link. This slide will remain up and the feed will continue running. So if you want to switch rooms, you can come back here and figure out where to go. So the easiest way to get where you're going is either to use the link that Kristen put in chat. I apologize at how ugly formatted it is. She can't fix it. It's the system. It doesn't put any page breaks in anything. Or you can just go to Zoom and enter these meeting IDs. They are open. We're going to get your host set up in there, get these panelists where they need to go, and you can take this conversation to the next level in your topic of choice. And then we'll see you back here in about an hour and a half for the interview panel. So thank you all for joining. We're having a great day. So many of you are sticking around. It's making me so happy. Go learn more. Talk to these people. Go to a breakout room. talking and nobody can hear me. Hello out there, everybody. You're going to start getting us organized. We've got about 5-7 minutes, and then we're going to kick off this interview panel, which I know many of you have been waiting for. So you may hear us chatter in just a little bit while we get ourselves organized. I got to wrangle Chris Strabaki-Beytu, who is trying to figure out how to turn off the screen on a Mac behind her. And don't worry, I will be nice and lively for the afternoon and my little shot of espresso here. For those of you that haven't been following along with me for more than a month on LinkedIn, my husband Jim and I spent 2 weeks in France in the beginning of December. And the first thing we did when we got home was buy an espresso machine. So yeah, I am now part of the espresso at 3 p.m. club. And somehow I actually fall asleep at night. It's kind of fantastic. Oh, Stephanie's in the audience. Hi, Steph, fellow career coach. Happy Career Coach Day. This has been such a fun day. We've had, and I'm not like even just trying to stroke y'all's ego out there in the audience. We've had a really fantastic audience, great engagement, really thoughtful questions. The breakout rooms have been amazing. I think there were like 55 people in the networking breakout room, if that tells us anything people are asking questions about. And then here, I guess I'll just, oh yeah, we're going to do some giveaways here in a minute, but we'll give everybody a few minutes to get on board here. Still waiting for one panelist. Let me see what she's up to. There you have it. Maybe I'll actually show my spin the wheel that I'm using to pull random number generators instead of you all just watching me blankly stare at a screen that I thought I was sharing. Here she is. Hey, lady, good job getting that screen behind you turned off. Can somebody in the audience, Stephanie, I know you heard it last time. Karen, you're a good person to ask. Do we have the echo we did last time, or are we okay? Because there was somebody on the panel last time that was creating an echo that I didn't have in the first one, and we all kept needing to mute, and I'm not hearing it. Lily, I know you were getting it too. But I think we sound okay, and it'd be great for me to not have to like mute and unmute because, you know, put a quarter in the jar every time I go, oh, whoops, I was muted. Okay. Patrice, thank you so much. Awesome. You guys are great. See, great engagement. The audience is even helping us with sound check. This is the part of the day where you listen to Angie just ramble and try to fill dead space instead of just shutting up for 4 minutes until we actually start. Thanks for laughing at that, Gina. I figured you'd appreciate that.
I'm just so jealous that you have espresso. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
Angie, Victor, my husband and I did the same after a Europe trip. Came home and bought an espresso machine.
Yep. Like it was almost so immediate that we almost stopped and bought it like on the way home from the airport, but at least had enough restraint that I went and got it the next morning. But we've been a pour over house for a long time. And while we're still a pour over house, now we have an espresso machine and it's fantastic because it's like 6 minutes in the morning, less time I need to get out the door to the gym. And I'm like, oh, this is great. So Chris is here. Chris, can you hear us? Are you good? Okay.
I'm good. I can hear you.
Check.
I can hear you.
Cool.
You can hear me? Right
yeah.
on. Right on.
You're good to go. And no echo. So I think we're golden. Mary says that, oh, yay. We have gotten some really just very heartwarming is the word I would put to it, feedback today. Mary, this comment kind of echoes a few other things. Somebody this morning said, you know, this has been amazing. I had low expectations, which I don't take offense to because a lot of these virtual summits are, you know, if it's free, you get a free level of feedback from it. And it totally exceeded expectations of the person who sent me the message. So it is always it's very rewarding for all of us to hear we help build somebody's confidence, especially career coach Corey, the confidence coach over there. So how many hard C's can I put in one statement? But I appreciate that so much. Yay. Made our day worth it. So we got a minute or two here and then we're gonna do some giveaways and let me make sure my right hand woman Kristen's here. I've been giving Kristen shout outs all day because she got very little sleep last night in order to make sure we had all of these slides and all of the things we needed so that I could go to bed and not look like a zombie. So, and she basically made this whole thing a reality. Let's pause that because my bandwidth seems a little low. And Nespresso, yep. Oh, here we go. So this is what we'll do for the next minute or two. So Kristen pulled, we did the raffle, the giveaway of some ebooks, and Julie Johnson, Susan Trankel, David Rubin, and Tawana, who I'm guessing has a first name and a different last name. Yay, you won something, Tawana. All got books. So we'll organize making sure you get a copy of that. And then we did a bigger, and then Elizabeth Hugh won a seat in my small group job search cohort. So we will reach out to all of you guys individually to make sure you get your prize giveaway. We're going to give away a couple more books here in a second. And then we're going to give away another seat in the job search, in the small group job search cohort. But you're going to have to give us something in exchange. And you'll hear a little bit more about that at the end here when we start asking for surveys. But I say let's give away some stuff and then give everybody some more knowledge. What do y'all think there, ladies and Corey?
Let's do it.
Works for me.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I'm actually going to share the right screen here because I have this handy dandy little, this is what I didn't do last time. This is what I did. There we go. This is what I messed up last time. And then I stopped with that step. I got this handy dandy little spin the wheel thing. It even makes a ridiculous noise. So here we go. The way this worked was if you registered for the event, we have your email in a spreadsheet and everybody has a number associated with them, essentially in order of which you registered. So complete prize transparency here, friends. And we're going to spin the wheel and give somebody an ebook. We're actually going to give for somebody an ebook. The first one is going to... I love when a late registrant gets to win something. So just so you know, Kristen in the back of the house here is not my literal back of the house, but is cross-referencing. And so she'll get all the numbers together and we will announce and put in chat who everybody is. So let's give away another book and spin the wheel. You'll all have no idea what's coming because I'm drinking this espresso. So you just wait. 86, an early registrant. Woohoo! All right, let's give away another book. $27. Fun fact, that was my volleyball number in high school. And last ebook giveaway of the day goes to lucky number 163. All right, so we'll get organized on who those are and announce those. So just like Tawana, you all can be just as excited. Now I got to find the right screen again. And let's not close the live stream, everybody. And now let's talk about interviewing. So throughout the day, there have been interview-like questions come up, and I've just had to be like, you gotta wait, you gotta wait, you gotta wait. So the moment has arrived. But before we do that, I need to let you know who is here. So here's your intros.
Hi, I'm the founder of KDV Coaching. With years of experience in recruiting, workforce strategy, and career coaching, I help job seekers navigate every phase of their job search journey.
My name is Sarah Camillo. I'm the founder of Camillo Careers. I'm certified in career coaching, resume writing. Prior to my business that I've had for 5 years, I have 15 years of recruiting experience.
I'm Lily Vogel, founder of Impressive Interviewing. My area of expertise is teaching job seekers how to give the authentic and confident interview answers that get the job.
Hi, I'm Gina Riley of Gina Riley Consulting, and my primary focus are leaders and executives who are either planning a career transition or experiencing a career transition.
Hi, I'm Corey Stewart with Get Career Confidence. I've been in business for almost 9 years, and what I really enjoy most is helping my clients do better in interviews, salary negotiation, just building their career confidence throughout their career journey.
All right, so we were able to fix the echo while that was happening. So we'll just do the good old mute thing, quarter in the jar every time you forget you're muted. But it does make you think before you talk, I suppose. Thank you all for wonderful intros. It's so fun. Everybody who's out there listening knows that, I am friends with everybody that you have seen this is my inner circle, and I love sharing it with everybody out there. But it's always fun to see intro videos and what you all have to say, and you're laughing at each other, and Corey comes on and goes, "Hey!" It's like so on brand. Chris DeBrecbier too, congratulations. You ripped the Band-Aid off. You made the video. I'm proud of you. So for all of you out there, we all have our struggles that we... Yeah. And maybe you learned something that you can bring to the table in interview tips today. And that's actually where I want to start. So we're going to do a little round robin to kick things off. I want to know from each of you what your most commonly asked interview question is and what the answer is to it. I'll give you 20 seconds to think, because Gina had a quizzical look on her face, but she unmuted, so she gets to go first.
The question that you have to be able to answer, no matter what, is the answer to tell me about yourself. That is the first one. And in my world, that is a quick career highlights reel explaining the themes and patterns of your career. What is your career thread? What strengths do you bring to the party? Where do your interests lie? And how have past results threaded to the future results that you can get for that company?
Do you find a lot of people ask you how to answer that question?
Well, I would say the foundation of what I do is starting with the unique value proposition. So that, I'm writing a book, right? So that's my first chapters 1 through 5. It takes a lot of effort to get to that answer because you're culling out top strengths, values, skills, personality, leadership approach, the career thread. What are those themes and patterns? And what are you going to say about yourself in less than 5 minutes? I don't see it as an elevator pitch. I see an elevator pitch as a 90-second, grab somebody's attention. You're not grabbing someone's attention in that 5 minutes of tell me about yourself. You're trying to give a framework or a place for that recruiter or hiring manager to hang their hat to launch a conversation.
There is a lot more to tell me about yourself than just those 4 words. Lily, I'm going to come to you next. What is the thing people ask you most frequently about interviewing, and what's the answer to it?
How should I prepare? This little echo.
I know, and I don't know who it is. Well, here, let me mute.
Yeah, I think maybe it's you.
Well, but we were all muted when Gina's talking, so I don't know kind of what's going on, but we're gonna muscle through it.
So I think the question that I get the most is, how should I prepare for interviews? And I think most people approach interview preparation in a really ineffective and inefficient way. I ask my clients often, how do you usually prepare for interviews? And I usually hear, I make a list of questions, or I write out my answers to the questions I think I'm going to get. And I find that really inefficient because you're going to end up spending a lot of time figuring out answers to questions you're not going to get. And I find it really ineffective because you could do that with 50 questions. You're going to get 5 questions that you didn't prepare. So I take a whole different approach to interview preparation. So my answer to how should I prepare is not write out your interview answers. It's figure out what your 5 key messages are. Look at that job description, do your research on the company. What are the 5 things that you want to make sure you tell them in that interview so that you get the job? What are the 5 ways in which you have exactly what they're looking for? What are the 5 strengths you have that are going to solve their problem? And then develop those messages. How are you going to say that? What's your example of a time you did that successfully? So that when you get a question like, what would your boss say about you? Or how would your colleagues describe you? Instead of thinking, oh, what would Anna say? Or what would Steve say? You're going to think, which of my 5 messages that I know I need to deliver in this interview can I use in answering this question? Oh, I'd like to think my boss, Steve, would say that I'm super resourceful. Or I'd like to think Anna would say I'm an audience-driven writer. Or I'd like to think my boss would say my superpower is motivating and inspiring my team. Let me give you an example. Right? So prepare your messages. Don't worry about crafting perfect answers to the interview questions you might get.
I love that you brought up the P word and not trying to be perfect. And also, you just set yourself up perfectly for the next thing we're going to. And we're going to ask you to dig more into that because I am not a fan of mock interviewing for exactly the reason Lily just said. Is you're never going to know what's happened in that room. And if you try to prepare for an exact scenario, you're setting yourself up for failure. And we're going to work through how to kind of shift that paradigm today. So y'all are setting us up perfectly. Sarah, you get to be next. What thing do people ask you about when it comes to interviewing a lot?
The thing I get asked a lot is like how to stand out, how to be memorable, and like from other candidates in the process. And something I always tell my clients, and something I've learned over the last few years is, and if I have any of my clients on the call, they're probably gonna be like, oh my God, I've heard this 100 times, because I'm always telling them like your own like natural strengths, whatever comes easy to you doesn't come easy to everybody else. So just speak to those natural strengths. And that's really what is like your unique story and what makes you stand out. And that's what you need to really like highlight and showcase in interviews. And that's what's going to set you apart from other candidates, because they're going to have different strengths and different stories and all that. So speak to it and own it and confidently tell those natural strengths, and that'll set you apart.
Love it. I've gotten to say the following: be a human about 97 times today, which is so me that it is. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to continue to say that. And Sarah, you brought a very important word into the equation that kind of gives Corey a great dovetail, the confidence word. So Corey, what's something people ask you about when it comes to interviewing a lot, and what's your answer to it?
They always ask me, what should I say when they ask me what's my weakness? So it's really about not saying I'm perfect. We all know the class, oh, there's nothing I need to work on. But can you look inside yourself and take personal accountability for something that you need to change? So what you do is you come up with something, already have a pre-planned canned story of what your greatest weakness is, and it should have nothing to do with the job duties and responsibilities. Something like, hey, I used to write down on a notepad all the things I needed to accomplish in the day, but I noticed, some things would change on a pivot and I wouldn't be near my notepad to do updates. So what I did was do a digital calendar, because I always have my phone with me. So that way I can make updates and changes on the fly and never miss a meeting or be a lot more organized throughout the day.
I'm reading the disagreement in the thread, and I have a feeling we're all saying the same thing in a different way. Because what Diana said is mock questions, right? And having your inventory kind of prepared. But this is the fun stuff that we get to kind of hash out wordsmithing around. But first, and also Corey, I always tell people whenever you're asked your weakness, it does not have to be like the ugliest thing about you. Because I feel like a lot of times people assume it does need to be like, oh, it's the, like I don't fold my laundry for a week after I do my laundry. You ain't not gonna tell anybody that. Chris, I want to know the thing you are asked most commonly about interviews and how you respond to it.
So a lot of my clients come to me after they've already started their search and aren't getting great results out there with the interviews. And it comes down to a question of, hey, I've been doing this. What should I be focusing on? And one of the first things I tell people in that situation is the interview is not about you. The interview is about the hiring manager trying to find the person who's going to solve their problems. And when an interviewer does their prep and puts themselves in the shoes of the hiring manager, they start to figure out some of the strategies, the goals that they can step up and say, hey, you're having an issue with this. I've done this before. But if the interview is 100% from the perspective of, I need this has to happen for me, you're not going to connect with the hiring manager. Now, it's up to all of us in our interviews to take care of ourselves with what we need for our salary and lifestyle goals and all of those things. But the interview prep, a huge part of it is figuring out who the hiring manager wants to hire to solve their problems, not yours.
There is a really good message there that I think we can weave through everything that's been talked about today, and that is the value you bring to the place you are trying to work. Gone are the days of us being wooed, y'all. Some of us remember being flown across the country for multi-day on-site interviews where we were fed and watered. And some of us remember heavy recruitment, to woo you into a company and swag and shiny objects. And it really isn't. It is the pendulum has swung the other way. And so what we have to do is really present why we want to work somewhere, while also not forgetting that we have equal due diligence to do in the process. You just have to dance a little bit around it so it doesn't look like an I'm asking questions only about how this job impacts me, and not the reverse. So really, really good, a good smattering of commonly asked questions that all make a whole ton of sense to me. And so because the preparation piece is such a common theme here, I want to dig a little bit into, Lily had a specific kind of framework of 5 key messages. There's a debate on mock versus not mock interviews in the chat, which I have a feeling is all of us saying the same thing in different ways. So I really want to talk about how we prepare. And I'm actually going to kick off with a specific question going back to Gina and the tell me about yourself thing, because we know it's the most common question to start an interview. So let's just start there. Lucy wants to talk more about how to answer tell me about yourself. And so I'd love to dig a little bit more into the strategy of how to prepare for that answer, how to use it strategically, and how you all help people, get through that very important kickoff. So Gina, I'm actually going to start with you since you brought this question up, and then we'll go from there.
Sure. The quick highlights reel is first doing the introspective work on what your core unique strengths are and your values, how that ties to how you apply your skills. So that is that's what powers how you do what you do. For those who are in leadership positions or even leading from your seat on the bus, understanding your leadership approach. And then what I recommend for people to do is literally chronicle out your entire career history, type it all out from college or school all the way to present, and then take a look back and see what those themes and patterns are. Do you typically get promoted or tapped on the shoulder to move into the next job? Do you move from job to job because you get itchy? Are you one of those people that starts something from scratch? Are you someone who shores up operations that are falling apart? What are the things that you are typically now known to do as you have moved through the jobs in your career? Then the exercise I take people through is to break up all of that information into 3 chunks, make a table with 3 columns, and just put a few bullet points on what was happening early career, mid-career, and more recently. And then you have literally a framework to explain your career history without going into the weeds about where you were born or irrelevant details that the people who are listening to you don't need to hear. You need to pick out the highlights reel that decision maker is most going to need to hear from you in that moment. And each decision maker in the process, from recruiter all the way through to hiring manager and possible peers, all need to hear something different, or may need to hear something different.
I like that you be cautious, cautionary tale. The answer to tell me about yourself should not be 8 minutes long. Actually, it shouldn't, it might even be 80 seconds long. We have all heard people answer that question who have 20 years of experience, and they say, well, I went to college, and you're like, oh shit, here we go. Right. And 7 minutes in, you're like, okay, we're at 1996 and I have no idea anything you've told me. And so you have to be really cautious not to overwhelm your interviewer, because we can't consume that much information, and you don't need to tell them everything you want to hear in one fell swoop in the first 3 minutes of the interview. Bite-sized pieces. It'll all come out in the wash. And so what Gina just gave was a framework on how to identify, let's say, your career history to date, find those common threads, and how to weave that into tell me about yourself. I'd love to hear from some others on other components or other approaches to tell me about yourself. Go ahead, Lily.
So I agree that you want your tell me about yourself, the meat of it, to be the highlights reel of the things you've done that are relevant to what they're looking for. But I'm a big fan of starting with something that sets you apart, that will kind of get their interest, something that's a little memorable and something that's kind of likable. And one of the prompts that I like is to start with, I've always been the kind of person who blank, and how you fill in that blank
should talk about like what it is about you. It's like part of your DNA. It's who you've always been. And it's a quality that you have that makes you perfect for this field or this industry or this role, right? So something like someone in marketing saying, you know, I've always been the kind of person who loves telling stories. Or, you know, somebody who's an engineer talking about, I've always been the kind of person that needs to figure out how things work. Oh, I had a guy once in finance valuation. To be honest, I don't always understand exactly what it is my clients do, but this guy was in finance valuation, and he said, I've always been the kind of person who is fascinated by why things cost what they do. My dad used to take me to antique car shows, and I can remember being young and looking at two identical cars that were valued $5,000 differently, and I wanted to know why. Like, that's who you want doing your finance valuation. And then you go from that into, here's what I've done. Here are all the skills and abilities that I have that are exactly what you're looking for. And, you know, like Gina said, that the meat of your journey and the things that are relevant. But I like starting with something that's really human.
Also, you realize that for the rest of the interview, he's the car guy. So from the very get-go, he's got a differentiator because he's got a nickname that all of the interviewers are going to call him. I love Lily's I've always been the kind of person. I think you talked about that at Thrive, and I thought it was pretty genius because it's a way to say I am without the absolutism and also leaving a little objectivity that it may have come from somewhere else. So there's actually two good strategies there. So there's this idea of finding the common thread, pairing that with a little bit of a differentiator kickoff, but that it isn't like, hey, I like to play pickleball on the weekends, because that's too far off, right? So it's got to be relevant, but also unique. Who else has got a good tip when it comes to tell me about yourself?
I've got a framework that I use with some of my clients, especially people who are changing careers and trying to weave that story into things. It's where I've been, where I am, and where I'm going. And trying to think of it that way in a couple of concise sentences or thoughts, I'm coming from a career in X. Today, I have gotten additional certifications, schooling, experience doing da-da-da-da, and now I want to go to do this. And I think sometimes with the tell me about yourself question, that can get really mixed up when somebody's maybe not totally comfortable with what they've done or where they're going. So I like using a framework like that to make it a little easier.
You and I have a similar framework. Sarah and then Corey.
Yeah, I like that framework too. And just to kind of add more to what Lily was saying too, I love what you were saying, Lily. I totally agree with that. And then just to add to that, I think there's some people that get stuck on what to say at that point. Like I've always been known for, like sometimes if you don't know, think about what your manager has selected you for or tapped you for, or you're the go-to on your team for. Things like that can help you to figure out what that is. That unique twist. And that's something I always tell my clients too, is find your unique twist when it comes to tell me about yourself. And then lastly, I think it's so important to tie your response into why you're there today. So sometimes people go off on this, tell me about their answer. And then as a recruiter, I remember sitting there like, what the hell does that have to do with this job? So it helps to like kind of tie it into why you're there today. So if you can end it with, which is why I'd love to be a part of your company, or why I'd love to be part of this team, whatever that is, make that connection.
It goes back to the idea that the interview isn't about you. Okay, Corey, give us your tidbit.
Yes, very similar to what Lily and Sarah mentioned. And I also like mock interviews too, because there's certain questions that you know they're going to ask. And guess what? Tell me about yourself is going to be one of those questions. So you should already be prepared. So how I coach my clients is you need to figure out what are your 3 personal skills as something natural and passionate, because you shouldn't be applying to the job of a position you don't even love already, right? So when they ask you to tell me about yourself, you highlight 3 skills that you know you have you have naturally, you have experience with that tie into the job duties and responsibilities. Because when you first have that first initial phone screen, you're fishing for pain points. Hey, so how long has the position been open? What are they really struggling with? Wow, I really see this as a mandatory criteria that they need for this job. So when they say, tell me about yourself, you talk about a little bit about your background, be human, be normal, be natural, but you talk about your passion, how you always knew what your major was and how you stuck with it and how it led me to this previous job that got me to the experience that attracted you to see me today. So with that experience, I noticed that I can do this for you immediately, so on and so forth, and just bridge it back to, hey, that's why I'm your man. That's why I'm your woman today. Let's move forward through the process.
So what I want to point out to everybody out there is there's a bunch of frameworks here. Frameworks are fantastic for interviewing because it can help squelch nerves. And we're going to talk about nerves in a little bit. And also notice there's lots of 3s and 5s here. Our brains love odd things. I am a huge fan of the 3s. And so like Chris, I am a where have I been? Where do I want to go? Why is this job it person when it comes to tell me about yourself? Because you did what Gina said. You tied it back to the job like Sarah said. You have a 3-point framework. You get to be a little bit unique. You get to say, here's some of what I do. But also you're taking the interview in the direction we know it goes. Because when we talk about really common interview questions, tell me about yourself. Why do you want to work here? Why do you want this job? And why do you want to leave the job you have? Tend to be the rapid fire succession of interview questions that kick things off. And if you can address all of that in a proactive way, you've actually kicked off a better, stronger conversation and removed some of the things that make you uncomfortable from it. So if you're able to say, this is what I've done, you take Gina's strategy and roll it into a 1-minute summary. This is what I want to go. Now I'm telling you my career goals, which you don't know from reading my resume. And this is why I'm here. And in those career goals, you can bury why you want to leave your job. And they're not going to come back and ask you about it because you sandwiched it between things. And so the point here is find a strategy that works for you and you feel really confident using, whether it is sitting down and actually going through a mock interview, whether it's thinking more about your 5 points, or whether it's here's my 3 value propositions I bring to a role of this sort. You can really do yourself a huge service from the prep stage. We've got a couple questions from the audience that I want to talk about. I know that there were some chat responses to this question, but I think it's a good discussion. What happens if you are on an interview and you are clearly not jiving with your interviewer? Corey, you got a smile on your face. I want to hear what you got to say.
You should take that as an opportunity for an experience, right? Follow through with the interview process. You see definitely the type of person that you don't want to work with as a manager. And you just bow out. If it becomes really disappointing, you always have the power to end the interview. Remember, the interview is for you as well as the company that you're working with. So if you see this is already not in alignment, you can value your time and politely leave, or just go through with it. I'm a big fan of, because not everybody's going to be a fan of you and you're not going to be a fan of everybody else. So I would go through it just for a learning experience, and maybe he's the wrong person for the job. Do you report directly to that person who you had a bad experience with? Is he just somebody who was able to fill in for somebody at the last minute? So I would consider all those things, but if he's your direct hiring manager and you know you have to report to that person, that's a no-go. That's not for me.
Quarter in the kitty. Corey, you brought up something that I said at the beginning that I think I want to reiterate here. And that's the interviews, you are doing due diligence, even if this is an about you kind of situation with the company. And if you're not jiving with the hiring manager, you don't want that job, right? You are vying for a trophy you don't want. I want to add an extra question to that. What happens if the person who's a jerk and you don't jive with is the recruiter? I think that's different, and I'm curious to hear what you guys think.
I would still go with it. We all have people who we love to work with, and we all have people who we don't like to work with. So that's just a part of the process. It just happens to be that the first impression that the company you have that you like to work with is the recruiter, and they still have a job, and that's to send a qualified person. So I would persevere through it, because it's not a forever. It's just, this is the entry point into the company and you don't have to go back to it. So I would just buckle down, learn from the experience. And as you move throughout the rest of the interview process, other people know, oh yeah, that's Sally. Yeah, Sally has some issues. And maybe they were just having a bad day and they took it out on you. But you always, what did Michelle Obama say? When they go low, we go high. So you can't counteract that negativity with more negativity. It's just going to be a bad experience for the both of you. And at the end of the day, you're the one that's needing to move forward to the next step.
God, I miss her. Anyway, moving on. The point that, so the reason I brought that up specifically is because I've seen that happen, especially if it's a third party recruiter. They're not representative of the culture of an organization. And even if it's an internal recruiter, sometimes, they got attitudes, whatever it is, they may not be representative of what your experience on the team is going to be. So you also have to think about who, and Corey, you brought this up, who you're interviewing with, what their relationship to the role will be, and what that tells you about whether or not you kind of want to the role. But that's a good question that's more multifaceted than you think. I've got another question here that ties back to the tell me about yourself thing, which is Carol. And I actually thought about this. So we've all heard this where walk me through your resume instead of the tell me about yourself question. I'd like to know how you all approach that or what your thoughts are on it. So her exact question was, she's found herself getting in the weeds. How do you answer it differently without sounding like you're ignoring their request? Or how do you navigate the walk me through your resume question as we kind of talk about this interview kickoff? Anybody can take it.
I can jump in. I kind of answered her in the comments, but first of all, there's a couple of reasons why they asked this, and it's maybe just to mix it up from tell me about yourself, or it's because they really haven't looked at your resume yet and they kind of want some time to review it and get you talking while they review it. What I would say is, and this is what I put in the comments, find one or two accomplishments, highlights from each job, and then move to the next one. If they want more details, they'll probe and ask for it. If you feel like it's that uncomfortable silence, like they want a little bit more, you can say, do you need me to elaborate on any of these? Ultimately, I think they kind of want to know why you left each job and went to the other one. But they'll ask you for that. So you're better off keeping your answer more concise and then moving on, or they'll ask for more details if they really want it. It's my 2 cents on that one.
I also want to add this. Just like us as interviewees should be preparing, their managers should be going through interview coaching as well. But you know what? A lot of them don't take the classes or the appropriate time to do it. That is a very lazy way to start. Hey, walk me through, tell me. Honestly, they should be in control of the conversation for at least the first half, right? They should have soaked in and reviewed your resume the night before and have 2 to 3 questions that they're excited and ready to ask you about that's relevant to the position at hand. But hey, that's okay. That's not everybody's perfect, but that lets you know they're not prepared, but you're more prepared than they are, so you can control the rest of the interview from you. They're actually showing their card at that point. So when
Lily and I are over here like, yes, exactly. Don't let a bad interviewer derail your interview. Lily, you're like chomping at the bit over here. I want you to chime in on that.
So, yes, you're right. Very few interviewers actually know how to interview well. But when they ask lazy questions like, walk me through your resume, or tell me about your greatest achievement, or what's an obstacle you overcame, like just generic questions, oh, that's your opportunity to land the messages you want to land. If you figured out what the 5 things you want them to know and they say, walk me through your resume, beautiful. Yep. Here's thing number 1. And here are the places where I did it. Here's thing number 2. And here are the places where I did it. Here's thing number 3. You get to land all your messages. I love questions like that.
I mean, in a way, a bad interviewer is just a good old opportunity to kill it. And as you move, I find that happens most frequently if you're interviewing with like a newer manager who isn't used to like hiring and things like that. It can be really weird, but that's another reason to prepare, because then you can go in and slam dunk it no matter how comfortable an interviewer is. And if you can actually slam dunk it, you just made them comfortable. And that actually is super memorable. Mary asked a question that I think is good because I'm going back and forth between general stuff and trying to keep up on chat. Mary wants to know, how do you include in your interview the fact that you want an opportunity to continue to grow and learn? So I'm going to add to this that like sometimes that can sound like a lame, well, I want a chance to grow as a reason to leave. So how do you bring that to the table if it is genuinely something that you want to do? Lily's face got big, so I'm going to let you take this and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. So I actually am a big believer that this should always be one of your 5 points. Like, I don't care if you're entry level, I don't care if you're C-suite. It's almost more important the more senior you get, that you come off as a learn-it-all and not a know-it-all. Yes, you may be an expert in your field, but you also always have to show that you're looking for growth opportunities, you're growth-minded, you're always looking to learn. So I think this should always be one of your 5 points, that you're eager. And you have to look for examples of times when you've done that. And you have to find a way of saying it that feels authentic to you and not jargony.
I would love one of you to give us an example of that. How's that for on the spot?
Wow, what really attracted me to this position was I've really been eyeing, an IT engineering role exactly like this. So you can notice I took these certifications in preparation for such the opportunity that I feel I could hit the ground running.
That's why he is Careers with Confidence, Corey, right there. Boom. Also notice how short and brief that was. Everything does not have to be a full 2-minute response. Now, you don't want to have everything be that short, or now you just seem curt. However, some answers don't require elaboration, and that just is like super hard hitting because it was clearly very pointed and very direct. Love it. That's why, I love it. I love interview prep. It's just so fascinating. There's another question here that I thought was good. Career change. And I think this dovetails on the learning and growing. Christy wants to know, for those of us out there looking for career change, how can we demonstrate transferable skills in an interview? Chris, I'm going to come to you for this one.
I think a lot of times with transferable skills, you have to lead them to it because they're not going to pick them out of anything that they've read about you, that they see in the resume, that they find on your LinkedIn. So, I think about my return to work clients and people who have been, they've been at home for 10 years and they're taking care of their kids and they're coming back into the workforce, but they've been on boards and they've run different financial things and they've done, campaigns and have this whole bevy of organizations. Plus they have a degree from the Wayback Time Machine where they actually had a successful career. So it's a bit of talking about, you said in your position that you were looking for this, although, it may not be a direct line. Let me tell you about what I did for this organization and the impact that I had with them, even through a volunteer situation. So understanding the job description and understanding their needs allows you to pick out the accomplishments and the transferable skills to come up with really specific examples of where you've done it and the impact you've had.
Yeah, you have to know them. Who else has a tidbit here? The career change transferability.
Well, I'll say this. Oh, there's an echo. Sorry. If you got the interview, you've already done a good job with your resume at figuring out what the transferable skills is. Because we talked previously, if you were at the resume session, you know that it's actually statistically very few people get interviews compared to the resumes they get. They're looking for resumes that match. So if you've managed to make a resume for a position that is not the background that they're exactly looking for, they're interested, and you've already figured out how to talk about what you've done in a way that's relevant to them. I do think that you could use the what is your weakness question as a chance to kind of get out in front of it. So, I mean, it's not my number one way to answer it, but you could, if you know that they're looking for someone with a particular background, but they've given you an interview and you don't have that background, like they're looking for someone in public relations, but your background is marketing, and they say, what do you think is your weakness? You could say, I see in the job description, you're really looking for someone with a background in public relations. As you can see, my background is marketing. However, and that's where you can make the argument, give them 3 reasons why your background in public relations is really equivalent, comparable to, or brings a value add to this position where they thought they wanted someone with a background in marketing.
I think Lily hit the nail on the head when she said, if you get in the room, you've got the shot and you've already exhibited it. Now you just have to confidently speak to it, which is essentially any candidate's challenge in an interview, transferable skills, career changer or not, which brings me to the next question. How do you build confidence going into an interview?
Preparation. There's a lot of anxiety, but the things that you can control, you need to own those things. You need to have your superhero story that tell me about yourself, what your greatest strength is, what your greatest weakness. There's basic questions that you can already have an answer to. And depending on what they ask you, you can pivot and utilize those because you prepared your story. All the simple things like understanding facts about the company, pre-written out. A lot of people don't understand. If you come to an interview, guess what? It's okay to bring a notepad and take notes and refer to those. Don't be afraid like you just got to know it all up in here and pivot. Take a moment when they ask you something, pause, then respond. You will kill and you will do very well in every interview if you simply prepare. Don't take that for granted that you got a notification that you have an interview. And if you really need to prepare, don't feel like, oh, you have to say yes just because they have tomorrow's slide available. Say, you know what? Today is Wednesday. How about Friday morning? Anytime I'm available. You make sure you stay in control as much as you can, and that's being proactive so you don't have to be reactive, and therefore you will have a great interview, and that's how you prepare.
Wait a day if it helps you prepare. It's better to wait a day and be prepared than sure. Or to answer the phone and all of a sudden it's a recruiter and you're like driving around with coffee in your lap, right? It's okay to let them leave a voicemail and call them back, right? Be prepared, be proactive. And be prepared is a great confidence builder. Who else has a good tip for just building confidence in interview, whether it's a specific prep method or something else? Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had something else because I wanted to add to what Corey was saying. So, they always say your biggest competition in an interview is yourself. And I agree with that, but it's also, let's be honest, it's also can be an internal candidate. And if you can prepare, like what Corey was saying, prepare your answers over and over and over, tell your stories over and over and over, like that's going to make, just like you studied before an exam, right? You had to study your answers, know what you're going to say, not word for word, but just know what you're going to say, have your notes, like he said too. But if you can tell those stories with confidence, share those transferable skills, that like unique perspective of your transferable skills to the position is going to outweigh what they're looking at a potential internal candidate too. But if you need to just sell it confidently so that they're like, well, we got to find something for this person.
You got to know your value proposition. And Sarah, you paved the way for something I tell a lot of people, which is you already know what you know about yourself. You're going into an interview, a conversation about a topic no one else knows better. You. Don't be your own worst enemy and try to memorize shit you already know about yourself. Just organize what you do already know and tell them what you would like them to know about you, not what you think they want to hear. I think that we get so caught up in that. Somebody asked a question about rambling. I think we get so caught up in, oh man, I'm not seeing an expression on their face, or I'm not hearing any words on the phone. So I don't know if I'm answering the question. So I'm just going to keep adding a comma, and maybe they want to hear this. Maybe they want to hear that. And now I can't remember what the initial question was. So I'm just going to keep adding commas and phrases to this. And now I'm 6 minutes in, don't remember the initial question and have to figure out how to get myself out of this trap. And all of that is because you let your anxiety run away with you and not be present to the question and tell them what you want, what you already know about yourself. And that's where preparation comes in. If you know your 5 key points, you ain't going to ramble because you know what you want them to know about you. Now I'm on a soapbox, people. Now I'm on a soapbox. And also there's a bunch of people in chat who have interviews literally like tomorrow. So this is so sweet. They're like, yay, this helped. So we're building confidence in real time, everybody. Which actually brings up a question. Hi, Laura, who wants to know, where do you put yourself in the slots? So this goes back to like, if you need a day to prepare, are you doing yourself a disservice? Gina, it looks like you have a thought on this.
Well, I've done executive search, and I can say that if you're kind of on the front end, you have an opportunity to be the benchmark. You'll be the person that they're gonna be comparing everybody to later. So that is one possible positive thing for going on the front end. If they have a long process ahead of them, it could also mean you will be kind of treading water for a while. That's why when I've led executive searches, I'll tell people I am going to have first conversations for the next 3 weeks, and you will likely not hear from me. So the communication outreach is on you until I'm ready to get back to you. But not every recruiter is really clear on their communication, and oftentimes we are left dangling in the wind. So I kind of like going in the front end, knowing it could be a longer process. If you wait too long to apply, if you were part of this a whole day and heard what some of the people said earlier today, if you wait and you're applying, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, you may never get seen because they're already interviewing candidates.
It could really vary, but I personally like to go towards the end, because what happens is there's 3 people, they all have their powwow, and they had interviews last week. They interviewed people from Monday through Friday. Then they're going to get together and have a meeting on Monday and talk about who did you like and refer to all their notes. If I can get in there on a Thursday or a Friday, check the weather, see if it's a beautiful day, because if it's a Friday, most people feel good on Fridays and they're in better spirits, right? Just from a psychological standpoint. So if I can get in there, right after lunch, or sometimes at mid-morning, to start the day off very well and make an impression on them, to me, that tends to last positively going into the weekend, and they can't get clouded with other candidates that they've seen throughout the rest of the week, as opposed to if I interviewed on Monday or Tuesday.
I think you can justify anything here. And I'm curious, Sarah, Lily, Chris, if you have thoughts, but early is good. You can set the benchmark. Late is good because you can blow your competition out of the water. But if you go late, you run the risk of there being a standout candidate at the beginning who they decide to push forward, and now you don't get your chances. So here's my summary: is do what is going to be best for you and your performance, and leave all the crap we can't control. Who said that earlier today in one of the sessions? To those who can control it, and do what's going to be best for you. If you have the choice between an interview 2 days from now at your best time of day and tomorrow at your worst time of day, I'm going to tell you what I would pick. Do not interview at 4 p.m. if you're a morning person, people. Don't do it. There's a couple of good questions in the chat. Follow up. So Anna asked a question about she gets a rejection at the end of a round. Is it okay to ask for follow up and feedback? I wanted to talk about follow up as a general topic anyway, so we'll use this as kind of a kickoff to how to follow up, when to follow up, do you follow up? How do you follow up? And then we can get into this specific one. So Chris, I'm going to come to you first.
So it's absolutely essential to follow up, I think, after every interview you have with some sort of thank you note. But that doesn't mean you walk out of the interview and sit in your car and write the thank you note. Give it some time. Think about what you wanted to tell them that you forgot about, or just mull it over again, preparation, because the follow-up is always another opportunity to show your skills or bring up something from the interview, or, hey, I was thinking about this. So there's that piece of it. And then as far as asking for feedback, it's always okay to ask for feedback, but just understand that about 99% of the time, you're probably not going to get it, because there's a lot of legalities. I know when I was a third-party recruiter working for an agency, I would give people feedback all day long and kind of censor a little bit of what my clients told me. But that was because I wanted to make them better, because they were representing me, and that was a long time ago. And now I don't think that most of the companies will do that. Some recruiters out there still will, though.
Answer's always no if you don't ask, but it's probably going to be no anyway, but you still ask. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah. So if you've already know that you got the rejection email, what I would do is call them and leave a voicemail, but don't say what you're looking for. Just get them on the phone, and you should already build a natural rapport. So any common, decent person, if you've established a relationship over the course of 2 to 4 weeks, is going to call you back. Hey, I wonder what they want. Let them question it. Then we have them on the phone. Thank you so much for sending me an email and giving me closure to this job process. As I continue moving forward, could you give me 2 things that I could do as personal feedback that I could just make sure I learn and grow from this experience, although I didn't get the offer like I really wanted? And just see what they say. Don't send it in an email. Avoid the email. Call them 3 times because you have nothing to lose. I like what Angie said earlier, right? Nothing negative can come from it. Just a neutral or something positive. So push for that feedback, because you don't want to carry that same negativity or that same thing you've been doing, thinking you're doing the right thing, into the next interview. And they're the one person that's the one person that can help you better, and that's the recruiter or that hiring manager. And that's the least they could do. I do get the legal thing, but you get a good feel for people after you've interviewed me for 2 to 3 hours.
If for any of you who have ever heard me say, ride the fine line between annoyance and persistence, Corey just defined it. Go ahead, Lily.
I just want to say there's one other person that can do that, and that's an interview coach, right?
Yay! Shameless plug.
That's all. There is one other person who can do it.
And there's been shameless plugs all day. It's freaking National Career Coach Day. We're celebrating ourselves by giving back, but that doesn't mean we can't celebrate ourselves and remind everybody why we're here. And that's one of the voids, the huge voids people like us fill, because we're one of the people who can give you the feedback. And even if you're getting feedback, we can help you figure out what to do with it and or read between the lines, because it's never going to be as in depth as somebody who sits down and goes, oh, are you typing notes during your interviews? No wonder you've had 62 interviews, and the first one after I tell you to stop feverishly typing notes, you actually get to the next round because it sounds like you're not paying attention, right? Like stupid little things. That actually did happen, by the way. That's a real story. But so that's where our value comes in. Go ahead, Lily.
I was just going to say, in the session before this, the job search panel, we had someone talking about how they had a whole bunch of interviews. And again, let's remember, hard to get to the interview in this particular job market, right? So he was talking about how he had a bunch of interviews, and the feedback he got was that he was overqualified. And I'm there in the comments going, maybe that was really the reason. But very often when you ask for feedback, I've heard recruiters and hiring managers tell me they hate being asked for feedback, and they will be lazy about it and say something like, oh, you weren't a good fit, which means nothing, or you're overqualified, which, like, how are you supposed to argue with that? But sometimes the feedback isn't accurate. Like maybe he was overqualified for multiple positions, but he kept getting the interview even though they saw what his qualifications were when they gave him the interview. So, it begged the question to me, like, is there something else happening in that interview? And they're just not giving you honest feedback. But if you work with an interview coach, you would find out exactly what you're doing in the interview that's causing you to get to that point, but never clinch the deal time after time.
One other thing I want to add to that too, throughout the interview process, one question I always like to have my candidates do in preparation for an interview is, one of my final questions is, what issues or concerns do you have about me? Give them an opportunity to address it right there face to face, and read them and fill them out and create a safe space for them to be authentic and honest with you. So that way you can correct it face to face. And it may have been a poor assumption on their behalf, that they're under assumption, but you created a safe space for them to talk about what their concern was. So you're more likely to get the job instead of get the rejection email and let them assume this negative thing about me. But you gave yourself an opportunity to address it head on.
One last thing too, I think, is that many times candidates assume they did something wrong, so there should be feedback. A lot of times you've done everything 100% right. You knocked it out of the park, but somebody else got the job. And the recruiters or the hiring manager or the people that you're asking for feedback are like, they don't have anything because it wasn't about you. It wasn't about your performance. It was just that the other person got the job. And we talked about that, or you guys talked about that a little bit this morning too.
It's not always about us. Most of the time it isn't about us. It's just such an intensely personal process that it feels like it. And so if you can detach yourself from that, you can save yourself a whole lot of energy and mind space and toil. Question in chat that's a little bit more job search strategy, but I would love to hear your take on this. Norma says, what if the job is reposted and it's been advertised for a month or longer? I'm going to take this as whether you've applied and not been interviewed, or maybe you were interviewed and the job is posted. How do you handle that? Sarah, I'm going to come to you first.
So can I see it again? If the job was reposted, and it's been advertised for a month or longer. So it could be a number of reasons it was reposted. They offered a job to somebody and it didn't work out. They decided to hire more than one person for this job. Depending on the level, sometimes they do that. To be honest, a month isn't that long. So I came across through a client a job that it was posted just for 2 weeks. And then it said no longer accepting applications. Then it reopened and they said, we had so many applications. We wanted to get through them first, got through them all. Now we want to reopen and get more. So there's 100 probably different reasons why. I just echoed. But I would also say that don't let that month or even 2 months deter you from applying. Just go ahead and apply. Get into the system if you're interested.
You know, Ashley Watkins, who was on earlier today, said in one of these, it might have been the Resume Revolution this fall, that in a particular ATS she was working in, if they needed to edit the job description, they actually had to close it and reopen it. So that in and of itself is one of the most ridiculous, but also benign reasons for a job to repost, which just to me reinforces Sarah's point as yet another thing in this process we cannot control. If you've been interviewed, I'm curious to hear your take on this. If you were interviewed and you see a job reposted, you better sure as hell bet I'm on the horn saying, hey, I saw this reposted. And if you are still searching, I would love to be reconsidered as a candidate and use what I've learned from this experience, you know, to be even stronger. What's the worst they're going to say? Oh, it actually wasn't, it was filled, or, oh no, what are they, you know what I mean? It can't hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been in that situation too, where companies' legal department, you know, it's a compliance issue. If they changed one thing on the job description, it changes the job, right? So they have to restart the process again. So yeah, that's just another reason.
Here comes this is an oddly specific question. However, I'm going to roll it up to something broader, which is essentially, how do you prepare for, let's say, technical interviews? Or I have actually had clients who had like arithmetic tests when they applied to be anything related to a business analyst at Capital One, right? So how do you prepare for this kind of stuff? How would you handle this particular question? The former engineer in me just wants to answer it because I know the answer. But in general, how does this feed into interviewing, and how do you prepare for something, a format of interview like this you may come across? Lily.
I answered it in the chat. I'll answer it here. So first of all, I want to differentiate between technical interviews and this kind of question. When it comes to technical interviews for tech positions, those are very high level problem solving. I'm not qualified. There are people who do that. Like, that is a whole different thing than a behavioral interview. This kind of brain teaser question, very often they are questions that you couldn't possibly figure out the answer to, right? Like, how many golf balls fit in a Volkswagen Bug, or how many gas stations are there in the United States? And even if you knew exactly, because you're like a trivia person and you knew how many gas stations there were in the United States and you said it, that's not what they're looking for. Usually when they're asking questions like this, they're looking for two things. They want to see, number one, how do you take to being asked a question that you can't possibly come up with the right answer to? Like, do you welcome that challenge? The first thing I coach my clients is just have an expression on your face like you're excited for the opportunity to try to solve this. And then number two, they want to see your thinking process, right? You might get it right, you might get it wrong. Don't focus so much on that as much as focus on, I'm going to think out loud. I'm going to let them see, even if I get the wrong answer, how I got that wrong answer. So they'll see that like what I did made sense, even if it ended up with the wrong answer. And like I said, very often these brain teaser questions, again, this is very common in like engineering or problem solving kinds of roles where you'll see these kind of brain teaser questions. It's less about whether or not you get the answer right or wrong often. And it's about, you know, how do you take to being given an impossible challenge, and let's see how you deal with it. Like, show me your thinking.
The answer is 1, by the way. However, this opens the door to a topic that I did want to talk about, which is behavioral questions. And that's exactly what Lily is talking about here, that the intention here is not for you to, you know, it's not essentially a 1-question cognitive behavioral test. It is a how do you behave when put under pressure? Just like even like total other side of the coin questions, like if you were a superhero, who would you be? Oh, right? Or a color. Anyway, let's talk about behavioral questions, behavioral interviews. How do you prepare clients for them? Gina's up.
I can take it. I do interview skills training for corporate employees who are actually interviewing candidates. And many of us who do interview skills coaching will use one of the number of frameworks that are out there. The most popular is STAR.
There's CAR, there's PAR. I use SOAR, SOAR, and the specific reason I use SOAR, which is situation, obstacles, actions, and results, is because the people that I'm working with, typically leaders and executives, if they start to go down the rabbit hole of explaining the tasks that they were doing, it really deflates the leadership level conversation they need to be having. And that is why I want them to talk about the situation and the context and the challenge of that situation before they start explaining their leadership approach to that challenge and then what their team delivered on. And what I emphasize with the SOAR method is to first lead with what you're leading and then to pivot and explain what your team executed on so that you can show up as a balanced, humble leader. Because most of the people I work with will say, well, I didn't do the whole thing. My team did this. I get it. But if you don't take credit for what you lead, then people aren't going to guess what you were doing. And if you take too much credit, then you risk coming across as not having that executive presence and not being humble. So I use SOAR. I'll turn the floor over to others with their methods.
You pointed out something that's not so behavioral, but I think is important. Internally, you got to have a we mentality or you're going to step on people's toes. But when you go to an interview, you got to own the role you played, because you also have to know that things would not have come out the way they did had you not been at the helm. So you've got to own the I when you go to an interview, because if you try to be the humble leader that you are in the we situation, you're not going to come across as confident as you need to. I want to hear a little bit more about frameworks, because I think and again, this is the idea that however you can best remember the knowledge and organize the knowledge that you have when it comes to these behavioral interviews, STAR, SOAR, PAR, CAR, there's a whole bunch of them. I'd love to hear some more about how we can get ourselves ahead of these scenario-based interviews. Chris is up.
I like using the SAR format because it's fairly simple. It's just situation, action, result. And I think for a lot of people who are mid-career or earlier career, it's simple. I like to have my clients take the job description and use it along with their notes from their initial interviews with a recruiter to develop what they think the behavioral questions could be. Not pieces of it come from the requirements, but the meat of what you might get asked on the behavioral questions is really in the paragraphs above the requirements. And then the other thing is from your own resume. And my experience with my clients, my own interviewing, 80-90% of what you get asked either comes from the job description or comes from your resume. So the behavioral questions, there's a whole lot you can develop there, but pick the framework that you remember, that's simple, that feels comfortable, and works with your communication style.
I can go next. I agree with both of them. I think there's so many different type of storytelling techniques. Find out what works for you, what helps you remember your stories so that they're like a part of you. Choose that. I like what you said, Gina, about getting too in the weeds with the task part for STAR. That absolutely makes sense. I really like that. Ultimately, I think the most important part is the R, is sharing that result or the impact, the reason you're telling that story, because the STA or the SA or whatever method you're using, the beginning part, the context is important so that the person understands the story. But the R is the most important. And if you go back, like Angie was talking about, you're telling a story in the interview and all of a sudden you're like, wait, what was the question? Wrap it up, get to that R and move on. And sometimes what I tell my clients to, and honestly, going back to the mock interviewing debate, I'm a fan of the mock interviewing, probably because I was a recruiter for so long. So I like to probe. I like to make them feel uncomfortable and put them on the spot. But also when it comes to storytelling, sometimes telling the result first is impactful too. So you tell the result and then they're like, oh, how did you get there? So there's so many different ways of using it. But I would say the R is the most important part of it.
And you'd be surprised how many people forget it, because it's very common to get caught up in the S. Especially technical people, I find, get really in the weeds of the scenario or whatever the setup is. and 2-3 minutes into the story, that's all they've done is give all this detail. Your interviewer only needs as much as the S as they need to know to get the context of what you did, what the outcome was, and bonus, how it relates to the job. Go ahead, Lily.
I agree with you about the S. The S should be really, really short, but I'm going to make a pitch for the A. I think that being able to describe the actions that you took, this is actually where, behavioral interview questions are all about trying to predict future behavior based on past behavior. And you could talk about the situation and talk about the result, but if you don't tell them how you got that result, they're not going to be able to imagine you doing that there. Like, you're trying to tell them that you have certain strengths and you have certain skills, you have certain abilities, and the A is where you show that. The actions where you say, I did this, and then I did this, and then I did this, and then I did this, and here was the successful result of what I did. I'm going to make a pitch that the A needs a lot of attention, and that's the area where most people don't give enough attention. They want to go right from, here's the situation, here was the result, like somebody waved a magic wand. No, tell them what you did that made that result happen.
So what we really need to do is start calling it STAR. Because I actually will, even just to tie back, this isn't interview specific, but I find the same thing happens from a resume perspective, is either people give all context, all S, and forget to talk about what they did to get outcomes, or they load it full of a bunch of data and there's results, but it doesn't bridge the gap to provide results in context, which is what you have to do. That's what creates good stories. Because even a sales resume that has 9,000, I did this much quota over is fantastic. But if I don't know how you did that or who you were selling to, I'm not going to care on how big your portfolio is. And the same thing comes with interviews of context. And then context, relatability of context, I think, to the role is big. Lily, you said something I want to come back to, and that's the purpose of behavioral interviews. And for those of you that have been in the recruitment world, I would love for you to explain to everyone why companies like behavioral interviews and what the point is, because I think it is very important to knowing how to prepare for them, because they are things and they aren't things that we assume. So Gina, Sarah, Chris, I'm going to call out you guys to kind of explain what are behavioral interviews and why do companies love them?
I'll go real quick because I have to jet to a doctor's appointment. So the reason why companies use behavioral interviewing questions, if done well and not pulled off the shelf like a canned, question with no context, they are going after your behavioral, functional, and industry related skills. So if you prepare to answer questions directly tied to the job description, using the SOAR or one of these other methods, explaining how you bring your skills to the party, now you're in business, you're talking about the right things. It is a little bit of the danger zone when a company hasn't trained their employees on how to craft effective questions, how to listen and probe. Kind of like back to, I think Sarah said, I like to ask those questions and make them a little uncomfortable and go for it. That's what we want you to be able to do, is when, as a candidate, be able to pivot and think through, how you're going to navigate, how you're answering the questions. But behavioral interview questions give us 80% more accuracy, if done well, to choose the right candidate, because we're asking the right questions and we're not asking these oddball questions about why are manhole covers round. So I'm a huge fan of behavioral interview questions. I am not a fan of companies not training their employees on how to use them.
Would you like the former civil engineer to tell you why manhole covers are round?
We'll do that next time.
So they don't fall in the hole, people. It's so they don't fall in the hole. So Gina's got to take off, and I think this is a good time to just do a quick little status update, because I want to make sure you have the ability to connect to her. Gina, I appreciate you. Thank you for pitch hitting and then also being in the planned starting lineup. We're going to let this session run a little long because there's so much information to give out and so many questions here. And just so everybody out there knows what's happening, we're going to probably hang out here for another 10, 15 minutes, and then we're going to wrap things up. I've got a couple closing things to do. And then at the bottom of the hour, we've got networking that's going to open. So for anybody that wants to hang out and sit in a room with me post espresso at 4:30 p.m. my time. That's where we'll be. But I wanted to bring this up real quick since Gina had to jet, and then go back to kind of this behavioral thing, because I think it's really important to remember that it is about analyzing how you will react to certain scenarios and how you behave. It isn't about necessarily the perfect story. And I hope that theme has come out for all of you, that perfection is not the goal necessarily here. And so where I want to go next is there are a lot of behavioral questions that are negative. I call them, tell me about a time you were the worst human being on earth. So a time you failed, a time you missed a deadline, a time that you had to communicate something that you didn't want to communicate, right? There are times things didn't go well. How do you help people? How do you recommend people prepare for those and get in front of them, not knowing exactly the one they may be asked?
Ooh,
go ahead, Lily.
I'll take this one. Remember we talked like 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, about how important it is to demonstrate that you're an eager learner, that you're a learn-it-all, that you're always got like this learning kind of mindset. These questions are there to figure out if you have that, right? Because when they say, tell me about a mistake, tell me about a failure, they're not asking, oh, are you the kind of employee that makes mistakes and fails? Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody fails. What they're asking is, when you make a mistake and when you fail, what kind of employee are you? Are you the kind that just wants to make sure nobody blames them and is not thinking about, ooh, how did I contribute to this? How can I do things differently? Or are you the kind of employee that when there's a mistake or when there's a failure, thinks, how did I contribute to this? Is there anything I could have done? Is there any change I can make in the future to make sure that that mistake or that failure would never happen again? So the way to approach those questions, all of those questions, is to talk about the failure, the mistake, as a learning opportunity, to take accountability. These questions test whether or not you're willing to take accountability, whether or not you are always looking for opportunities to grow, and when you have them, that you take them. And also, frankly, your emotional intelligence, right? Can you acknowledge that there are negative feelings, that sometimes you have negative feelings, and how do you deal with those negative feelings when you have them?
Corey, I want to hear your component to this too.
Yes, well said, Lily. Well said, Lily. So with behavioral questions, you know they're going to ask certain questions. What I do is, let's take 5 questions. They're going to ask you, tell me a time when you had a difficult situation and how did you deal with it? Tell me a time that you had a bad manager and how did you deal with it? Tell me a time that you had a deadline to meet, but you didn't have all the resources that you had. So once you work on your 5 or 3 stories that you have in your back pocket, there'll be moments when you'll know, oh, wow, this is what Corey prepared me for throughout the mock interview process. Boom, this makes sense that I can ask. They have to stay within inside a particular set of questions from a legal standpoint as a company. They're not going to ask you anything too far off. That's why earlier my whole jam is preparation is key. There's no such thing as luck, only when preparation meets opportunity. So if you at least have 5 canned stories in your background, there's nothing that they can hit you with from a behavioral question standpoint, because you've been prepared and you know, because what's your greatest accomplishment? Well, I got one. Here's time that I made it happen. I hit the deadline. They just want to know that you're going to be a superstar. You can take self-accountability and that we can depend on you when the going gets tough, because not everything is always good. There's deadlines to meet, there's year-end closings, and something will go wrong. How will you stand in and fill the gap? Can we count on you to be a team player?
Back pocket is the key there. So like all the wins are easy to remember. It's really easy to recall good stuff we've done. We bury the bad shit. So what Corey just said is exactly my approach, which is take 3 to 5 representative negative star behavioral questions and recall your stories for them. Because the other thing is, even if they ask you a different question, you have that story prepared in your situation, task, action, result. Somebody asked for just a quick recap of what that meant. Okay, Chris has got me in chat already. If you already know how to tell that story in the format and you've already recalled the negativity behind it and how to recover from it, you can bend and manipulate the specific way you tell it to meet the way the question was asked. Because remember, it isn't about the answer, it's about the behavior you exhibited through the story that you show. And that's where I wanted to touch on this idea of like what behavioral interviews are and are not, because I think people I once had somebody bring a book to an interview prep session, and it was a 1001 star interview questions. And I was like, can we please go have a burn part? There's a book that should be burned and banned, right? Because there aren't really 1001 behavioral interview questions. There's like a dozen because of the types of behaviors they're trying to analyze. They just ask them in different ways. And so I think that you can really get in your head and feel like you have to have way more information prepared for this kind of stuff. And I kind of wanted to maybe debunk that a little bit, make it more approachable in how to prepare. So we've got 2 more things to do here. So on a slightly fun note, what do you tell people to wear to interviews these days? Chris, you're smiling. You get to kick this one off.
Oh, it's such a fun question. It depends. It depends on who they're interviewing with. It always depends on who the company is. You know, I'm outside of Sacramento, but still have a bunch of people down in Silicon Valley. The rules are different there compared to my finance people who I work with in New York. I think, you know, and is it Zoom or are we in person again? How are we doing these things? So, you know, I think a good rule of thumb is ask the recruiter who's setting up the interview for you first. That's part of their job, is to tell you, you know, hey, can you give me a little insight into this? And I always suggest going like one step above what you think they're going to be wearing or showing up as. You know, if it's a tech company and it's polos and khakis, going in the suits, probably not going to be a really good match. So, and all those things count.
It's so funny when we all like, I tell people exactly, even verbatim, go one step more formal than the average attire. And it's relatability is it, because there is something to be said for like, you want to show up like you're going to an interview, and you could be like, I know this guy that's like a marketer who's always shows up to every networking in a suit and tie. And he is the guy we know who shows up in a suit and tie. There's something to be said for that, but what you have to be careful of is seeming unrelatable or out of touch in the atmosphere. And if you're going to a polo, you know, a we play ping pong and drink beer at happy hour kind of work environment in a suit, you're going to look like the stiff. So I think that that's a really good way to put it. Lily, go ahead.
Yeah, Angie, you just touched on something that's so important that we haven't talked about at all, which is fit, right? I mean, interviews are about value, fit, and likability. And I think one of the really important things in terms of interview preparation is coming up with that fit proposition, you know, and that's all about research. That's all about knowing who that company is, knowing what makes them different from other companies like them in the same space, knowing what values unite and motivate their team, and then being able to show in a way that really feels authentic that there's one of those values or something about their mission or their values that you really resonate with, that you really feel an authentic connection with. And that what you wear, that's part of it, right? It's all about doing your research and making sure that you're sending a message that I know who this company is, and I know who, you know, what this team cares about, and I care about those things too.
You know, I'm curious to ask you a question. Corey, hold your thought because I want to hear it, but it totally relates to this. So job searches are taking longer now. We know that. People are going through more interview processes than they've ever gone through before. And what I am finding is something really interesting from that, and that is the fit. The matching is stronger. The outcomes and the fit that comes from the job that you finally get is way stronger than it used to be. Because of some of those factors at play. Lily, I'm so glad you brought that to the table. And I'm curious to see if any of you have been seeing that similar trend that, yeah, you gotta really kiss a lot of frogs before you find your prince, but the shoe fits really well once you do. Have any of you noticed that?
Yeah, I think there's 2 things. I think it's the fit, but whatever we've all gone through collectively over the last few years, I really believe that people have decided it's okay to say no. And it's okay to have their boundaries, and it's okay to pick the job and the environment that they want, and they are holding out for that which works with their life. I see it in my 45 plus clients. I see it in my younger clients, but people are not settling for the jobs the way they used to.
And it feels like companies are valuing fit as well. And that's why it's like a mutual situation. Corey, I jumped in right as you were about to say something. So I hope you held your thought.
Absolutely. So I do believe we should take advantage of every little thing that we can do. And so when I looked up colors and I started wearing a red tie, red means energy, power. So if you're interviewing for a management position, I'd probably wear some type of red outfit or a red shirt, some kind of pop. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You can be in there, you can do your grays, you can do your like neutral colors. I'm not saying be loud or extreme, but be fly. This is an interview. You make that impression because you're going to stand out in a positive way, right? You're still professionally dressed, but you got a nice tailored suit on. You got a nice dress or a nice outfit that just makes sense, right? So pay attention to colors and what makes you feel the most comfortable in. And there's certain colors that look good on me and my skin tone. Know your color that looks good on you when you want to make an impression. Just like maybe it's hair up day, maybe it's hair down. Maybe I need to have a certain fade. All that plays a role because they're going to judge you in the first 5 seconds, even when they first lay eyes on you. And before you even get to the interview process, that's really what's being judged. They say that they judge you in the first 5 seconds, but then spend the next 30 minutes figuring out if their evaluation of you is true or not.
Can we please just point out that the one man in the room is the one who was just talking about colors that are good for you and hair up, hair down day, and probably gave the single best interview advice of the day: be fly. So on that note, we're going to do a little round robin of your best piece of interview advice as we wrap up this panel and kind of move into networking. This has been fun. I knew it would be. So we're going to just go around the room, and I want each of you to give your top tip of whether it's interview prep, whether it's just how to approach an interview, whatever it is. What is your number one tip on how to interview more confidently? Sarah, you get to kick it off.
I was like, oh God, what am I going to say? I have so many. This is kind of reiterating what other people. Okay, thank you. This is kind of reiterating what has been said, but one thing is you have to feel a little braggy in an interview. You have to, because, and I tell my clients, I'm not sitting there saying, oh, tell that story. Oh, tell that one. Tell that one. You have to feel a little uncomfortable and braggy in an interview so that it comes out well. And then the other thing is if you can find a way, like I mentioned this before about tying your responses back into why you're there today. If you can get them to kind of like picture you on the team, picture them in the role, have them picture you in the role, things like that just helps kind of build that rapport a little bit more throughout the interview. And it's not just such a question, answer. It's more conversational. It's more of like, it shows that you've done your research and you're like, you want to be in this role. It shows more genuinity. Yeah.
All right, Corey, be fly. And what's your other best piece of interview advice?
Yes. Preparation is extremely critical to your success, but you must first overcome any broken mindsets that you have in self-doubt. Believe in yourself and be confident. Everything will work out. And towards the end of that interview, you ask them for the job. You have peace of mind because you properly prepared and you set yourself up for the win. And not everybody's going to be your cup of tea. As long as you did your best and you believe in yourself, stay confident and everything will work itself out. And be fly.
Be fly. Chris, you got to follow that up. You got to beat be fly.
I cannot beat be fly. I'm not even going to try. I think everybody going into an interview needs to, before they walk in the door, know the one thing that they want to make sure they remember, that they want the interview panel to remember about them, and also the one thing that they want to learn from the interview. What do you want to walk out the door knowing? Because that can make or break whether you accept the offer or not.
Way to wrap us up with the reminder that interviewing is a two-way street. It's just real easy to forget that in the way they're conducted nowadays. And so I'll leave you with my best piece of advice, which is be human. I think is my common theme of the day. Be human.
Can I chime in?
Oh, lovely. Did I skip you? Oh, there you go. Well, and you probably have the best piece of advice. So there you go. I saved the best for last.
I would say just remember that interviewing is a speaking skill. It is not a writing out skill and memorizing and reciting skill. It is a speaking skill. It is the ability to be able to speak authentically about the messages and the stories that you've prepared. Not that they're scripted, because you can be flexible, you can be adaptable depending on the way the question comes. And the only way to get better at a speaking skill is to practice speaking. So it's really important to practice out loud. And I recommend that you don't write out your interview answers, because that's going to get you scripted, but you use really short bullet points, like 1 or 2 word bullet points of the key things that you want, whether it's, those star scenario points or whatever it is, the key things you want to communicate, and practice talking through it without getting in a scripted rut.
Go keynote speech style on it. I love the bullet point thing, right? You know your key points and what you want them to walk away from. Just like if I gave a keynote speech that you heard 3 times, it would not be verbatim. I bet you 90% of it would be different, but you'd walk away with the same 10%. And so that's the same theory when you get into the building interview skills and the ability to communicate core themes naturally. And Lily, also, sorry, I forgot you. I had moved the screen and lost track of where we were. But that's a great way to end. And the reminder of be human. I would rather you be an imperfect, relatable interviewer than a memorized robot, because ain't nobody want to work with a robot. And that's what I think what all of us are talking about when it comes to being confident. Don't try to be anything other than you. Just be fly in your own way. There you go. So, yay, what a way to wrap it all up. I'm so appreciative of your time. Want to remind everybody out there to follow along with these great people, because in addition to here, they share this kind of knowledge daily on LinkedIn, have free resources, and this is how you can connect with them and learn more from them. And on that note, we've got everybody who joined us today. I want to thank everybody who took the time to come here and participate and give your knowledge, give your wisdom, give your time, and help me support job seekers everywhere while we also celebrate each other in honor of National Career Coach Day. I've just been like on cloud. When we came into this session, Sarah chatted me and she's like, Angie, how are you? And I'm like, I've been on cloud 9 all day. And it's like totally true, and was true before the last cup of espresso. So I have all of you to thank for giving us people to advise, asking thoughtful questions. We've got a couple things to do as we wrap up, but I do want to put networking in the chat. Just so you know, I'm going to open that room and host it. So y'all need to give me a hot minute while I switch systems, because we're actually going to end the live stream, move to networking. It'll be in the Zoom room I just posted. We'll throw it up there again as we kind of wrap up what's been an amazing day. And I want to thank you again. So if you haven't connected with me yet, here's my profile. I mouth off a whole lot. I apologize for the amount of mountain biking, outdoor adventure, and ski videos you will see that somehow tie back to life lessons and career lessons. And we also have a feedback survey. This is hugely helpful, everybody. If any of you attended last year, the feedback we got from that totally informed how we approached this year. And I think we knocked it out of the park even further. And so we really try to make these things for you based on your feedback. And if you fill out this survey form, you will be entered into a chance to win the second of the 2 seats in my job search boot camp I gave away. So there's like $1,000 plus on the line here. So you want to fill this out. I'll leave this up for a few minutes. I'm also going to put the networking room here in chat. What other slides do I have? Oh, here's the networking thing. Let me leave this up for a few minutes. Just so you can all grab the feedback form. I will also stick this link in, we'll put the link in this chat because it'll be easy to find in the LinkedIn event. That's where it's going to go. I'm like, it can go somewhere. And then in a minute, we'll all hop over to networking, but I want to just say thank you all again so much. This has been such a fantastic day. Wouldn't have happened without all of the coaches and resume writers who were willing to come support it, and wouldn't have happened if all of you didn't give us people to opine to. And we love nothing more than people to opine to. So Thank you all again. We're going to close this down in just a minute or two. I'll stay here just for probably 2 minutes so you can grab that feedback form. And then I will see you over in the Zoom room and we'll have a little fun networking and we'll socialize. So thank you, everybody. Good luck in your job searches this year. Please reach out to any of us if we can support you directly. Or if you've got advice or more feedback than fits on the form, I would love to hear it. So happy Job Seeker Summit. Happy National Career Coach Day. And I hope you'll have a wonderful evening. And I hope I see you over in networking. Here is networking. The meeting ID, Susan, and if you need just the ID, is the numbers at the end of that link, just so you know. And actually it is on this slide. And Kristen, I saw you popped the feedback form, so that's in here as well. And then we're going to wrap this up in a minute or two, and I'll head over to Zoom and get us going. I think I can start them both at once. I just can't have my camera on both. Zoom room's open. Kristen, just so you know, I turned my camera off here so I can actually leave this up and have Zoom open. I just can't have the camera on. So we can leave this up and I can even toggle back and forth between survey if we want, which I might do until I see the viewers kind of fall off, and then we'll shut this down in a few minutes. And then I'm about to open networking room. There's 24 people in there. You all are going to want to come get to know them. So if you're sitting out there in live stream land and you can hear me, hop over to Zoom and network with us. And again, if you don't, thank you for joining us. We'll be getting recordings and resources sent out to you here soon. Here. Kristen, how you doing over there? Do you need anything? Oh, here. Oh, if I add you to the stage, it'll show up. Oh, there you are.